Chapter 1. The Legend of the Dragon. In ages long past, when the world was still under the dominion of the gods, it is said that they fashioned 5 continents to provide a sanctuary for all living beings. However, witnessing the relentless strife among these creatures, the gods decreed that humanity should take command of the lands and oversee all forms of life. This was a divine gift, one that each person ought to cherish with gratitude. Acknowledging the benevolence of the gods, humanity, the favored offspring of the divine, possesses formidable reproductive capabilities, creativity, and unparalleled resilience, swiftly ascending to an indomitable position within the biological hierarchy of the 5 continents in a mere 3,000 years. It is a miracle that all of humankind should carry within them a sense of pride, for they stand above all else. Yet, upon seizing control of the 5 continents, humanity began to stray from its original purpose. The rulers of each continent grew discontent with merely one domain. Indeed, driven by self-interest, humanity ignited a civil war. The Golden Continent launched simultaneous assaults against the Red, Blue, and Green continents. The Golden Empire, the mightiest of the 7 kingdoms, led the charge, and even while engaged on 3 fronts, it maintained the upper hand. However, there was one land that held no allure for the Golden Empire: the Silver Continent. The Golden Empire's forces harbored no intention of venturing into the Silver Continent. Not due to a lack of resources, on the contrary, the Silver Continent boasted the richest diversity of species and resources among all 5 lands. Its national strength, however, was not particularly formidable. So, why did the powerful Golden Empire overlook such a tempting prize? The answer lay in the vast forest that connected the Golden and Silver Continents, a place ominously named the Forest of the Death Dragon. Within the Silver Continent, a legend endures. Long before humanity's inception, when the cosmos was still under the control of the gods, all beings bowed in deference, both in gratitude for the realms crafted for them and in fear of the gods' cataclysmic power. Nevertheless, not all creatures held the gods in reverence. A certain species, known as dragons, regarded the divine with disdain. Dragons are beings of terrifying might, existing long before the 5 continents were ever conceived. They have always reigned supreme, devoid of natural enemies, for they are simply too powerful. The lifespan of a dragon remains a mystery, but each adult dragon is capable of upheaving oceans and devouring land. Impervious to harm, even when compared to the gods, perhaps even surpassing them. The gods' lofty demeanor incited the prideful dragons to issue a challenge. While the specifics of the battle remain unknown, it is now universally acknowledged that dragons still exist. Whereas the gods have never been truly witnessed by humankind, of course, the gods cannot be vanquished, as miracles occasionally manifest in various holy orders. Yet, the fact that the dragon clan was not exterminated after confronting the gods speaks volumes about their inviolable might, a consensus held by all living beings. In the eyes of humankind, there loomed a dragon within the forest of the Death Dragon on the Silver Continent. Indeed, it was a malevolent dragon. Decades prior, 3 nations on the Silver Continent waged war incessantly, seeking to unify by conquering the other 2. The land was awash in bloodshed, and countless citizens were rendered homeless. Meanwhile, powerful nations from other continents watched hungrily, poised to seize the Silver Continent for themselves. It was a chaotic era, where everyone fought relentlessly for their own interests. Yet, it is often in tumultuous times that a savior shines the brightest. The princess of the Snowflake Kingdom, renowned as the fairest maiden of the Silver Continent, Princess Shueyue, emerged upon the battlefield where the 3 nations clashed. Her beautiful visage did not reflect admiration for the valiant warriors. Rather, it exuded compassion for the suffering populace. She was a woman of love. She tirelessly traversed between enemy territories and her homeland, delivering speeches that implored the leaders of nations to abandon war and to cultivate a harmonious realm through love and peace. Initially, her naivety was met with derision, and the road ahead proved arduous, fraught with unforeseen challenges. Yet, Princess Shueyue did not waver. Eventually, her perseverance touched hearts. Later generations would remark that Princess Shueyue's heart was even more beautiful than her appearance. With her unwavering efforts and the support of like-minded individuals, the 3 nations gradually laid down their arms, reconciled, and united against external threats. This marked the most splendid moment for the Silver Continent. But it also heralded the onset of its nightmare. On that occasion, Princess Shueyue delivered her inaugural address before all citizens of the 3 nations, employing magical prowess to ensure that her interpretations and aspirations for love and peace resonated throughout the entire continent. Just as the people reveled in the enchanting realm of love and peace that Princess Shueyue had established, the sky darkened ominously. As they looked up, they beheld a colossal figure adorned with shimmering scales. A long, powerful tail thrashing about, capable of leveling mountains with a single sweep. The massive head bore horns that rose high, reminiscent of an imperial crown. Although few had ever encountered a dragon, those who laid eyes upon it instantly recognized its nature. The dragon's magnificent form seemed to embody the pinnacle of celestial craftsmanship, flawless in every facet. Those who beheld the dragon were struck with awe at its beauty and might, an apex creature towering above all else. However, the true extent of the dragon's power remained an enigma to the masses. The excited crowd clamored to capture the dragon, viewing it as a divine blessing, a gift for Princess Shueyue. The three nations could not remain composed. Capturing the dragon would grant them unparalleled strength, elevating the Silver Continent from its previous vulnerable status. The forces dispatched to protect Princess Shueyue surged forward, nearly 10,000 soldiers charging ahead, alongside renowned experts and hidden masters among the populace. If only the dragon would remain, the Silver Continent could wield the power to decisively overcome other lands. A creature said to be capable of battling the gods. Admittedly, few believed in such legends, deeming them overly exaggerated. Yet, the dragon's might was sufficiently evident. Just as the crowd envisioned the potential triumph that capturing the dragon might bring, the dragon imparted a lesson about the folly of underestimating its power. With a resounding roar, the dragon unleashed its fury, launching itself into the air. The earth quaked beneath its landing, producing a sharp crack as the ground fractured, revealing a chasm nearly 100 meters wide. All those who had rushed forth plunged into the abyss with screams of terror, while only a handful of adept warriors managed to leap onto the backs of those who fell, barely escaping to safety. The dragon cast a scornful glance at the ignorant humans below, then directed its gaze toward the fairest maiden of the Silver Continent, Princess Shueyue. "Come with me, little girl," it beckoned. The dragon spoke with human words, a testament to the renowned intelligence of dragonkind. Mastering the language of humanity posed little challenge for them, despite the valiant efforts of the three nations and the skilled combatants who arrived in haste. They could not thwart the dragon's wrath, helplessly witnessing their beloved Princess Shueyue being carried away by the malevolent beast. The outrage among the three nations was palpable. It was intolerable to have their heroine abducted before the eyes of the world. They could not allow even a dragon to escape retribution. Immediately, they dispatched troops, nearly 100,000 fierce warriors, alongside countless experts, into the depths of the dragon's lair within the forest of the Death Dragon. At that time, the forest was still known as the Golden-Silver Forest, being the sole border between the Silver and Golden continents. However, 3 months later, when all contact with the armies and warriors was lost, the forest was ominously renamed the Forest of the Death Dragon. While the people mourned the abduction of Princess Shueyue and lamented their diminished military strength, the dragon revealed the extent of their folly. In the span of just 1 month, the dragon wreaked havoc across the Silver Continent, engaging in acts that incited widespread loathing, such as draining the Robu River, the continent's primary water source, and incinerating the Silver Continent's branch of the sacred church. A blatant provocation against the gods. Such acts were but a fraction of the dragon's transgressions, which led to its being dubbed the Evil Dragon by the people of the Silver Continent. Fortunately, 2 months later, the dragon appeared to tire of its rampage on the Silver Continent and ventured into the Golden Continent, wreaking havoc elsewhere. This brought immense relief to the three nations of the Silver Continent, who immediately declared a day of celebration, feasting and embracing one another, seemingly forgetting their past enmity. As if they had never been at odds, now united as one, yet now, the accursed evil dragon had returned. Reports emerged of the dragon, satiated and carefree after its escapades on the Green Continent, lazily re-entering the forest of the Death Dragon, prompting urgent communication to the kings of the three nations. The news turned their hair white with despair. Ultimately, it was the king of the Snowflake Kingdom who resolutely proposed, "Let us seek the dragon slayers." The kings of the Storm and Thunder Kingdoms exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in agreement. "Very well, but who shall we send? Not everyone can enter that place, and it would take at least a decade." The Dragon Slayers were the only faction among humanity capable of engaging dragons in battle, rumored to possess extraordinary powers akin to divine beings. However, it had been nearly a century since the Dragon Slayers had last been seen among humankind, leaving their existence uncertain. Indeed, it has been nearly 100 years since the Dragon Slayers last appeared. Their existence remains a mystery, lamented the king of the Storm Kingdom. At this point, there are no other options. In any case, let us expedite this matter, for with each passing day, we shall endure further suffering. May the goddess bestow her blessings. May the goddess bestow her blessings. Without hesitation, the king of the three kingdoms issued a bounty, seeking capable individuals to assist in rescuing the dragon-slaying clan, offering generous rewards. The bounty garnered support from the other four continents, thereby extending its call to all humankind. Yet, none dared to accept. The territory of the dragon-slaying clan was rumored to be even more perilous than the Death Dragon Forest. Just as everyone was pondering their next course of action, uplifting news arrived. Someone had claimed the bounty and had already embarked on a quest to locate the dragon-slaying clan. Time swiftly passed, and before long, 19 years had elapsed. During this interval, inexplicably, aside from the initial 2 years when the vile dragon occasionally ventured forth, there had been no further disturbances, allowing the anxious humans to breathe a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, the Death Dragon Forest remained a forbidden zone, and none dared to enter. On the 3rd day of October in the year 3050 of the Continental Era, a seemingly ordinary day unfolded, with everyone adhering to their daily routines, reflecting on how precious their tranquil lives were, smiles gracing their faces. The vile dragon no longer wreaked havoc, and the three great nations had laid down their arms. Under the protective shadow of the Death Dragon Forest, the Silver Continent had transformed into the most peaceful haven in the world. Dragon Forest City, as the closest city to the Death Dragon Forest on the Silver Continent, was far from the desolate place one might imagine. On the contrary, due to the public's curiosity about the Death Dragon Forest, Dragon Forest City was a bustling metropolis with a consistently high influx of visitors. Today, as usual, the guards of Dragon Forest City opened the city gates to welcome travelers from all corners. However, the moment the gates swung open, the guards were taken aback, for before them lay an enormous sword nearly 4 meters in length. A formidable blade that seemed unfit for human wielding. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the guard's gaze shifted to the face of the sword-bearing figure, a woman. "Greetings. I wish to enter the city," though her eyes were obscured by a black cloak. Her melodious voice and full crimson lips allowed the experienced guards to discern her gender. I apologize, but our city requires registration for those carrying weapons. May I inquire your name and nationality?" Despite their astonishment at the colossal sword, the guards remained dutiful. "My name is Elena Duafifoer. I regret to inform you that I possess no nationality," the woman replied. "Without a nationality, may I ask your profession?" The guard, momentarily taken aback, continued his inquiry. "Profession? My profession." The woman's voice betrayed a hint of distress, but suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she smiled. "I suppose one could say I am a dragon slayer." Chapter 2. The brave arrives in the Silver Continent's Death Dragon Forest, a place that became one of the world's 4 forbidden zones following the emergence of the malevolent dragon over a decade ago. It has increasingly hinted at becoming the foremost among them since the dragon returned to its lair. Initially, when the dragon had yet to settle in the Death Dragon Forest, then referred to as the Golden Silver Forest, the danger rating was a mere 5 stars. However, upon the dragon's arrival, the Holy Church elevated its perilous status to 9 stars. The reason it did not attain the maximum rating of 10 stars is simply that the dragon is not always present within the forest, and the beasts therein do not possess a high level, hence the 9-star assessment. It is worth mentioning that the danger level is determined by the Holy Church after conducting evaluations of various hazardous areas. Categorized into 10 levels, ordinary perilous zones do not even qualify for a 1-star rating. Only those locations requiring military protection, akin to the Death Dragon Forest when it was still known as the Golden Silver Forest, can be raided, where armies from the 3 kingdoms of the Silver Continent and the Golden Empire were stationed. Once the danger level exceeds 7 stars, it becomes beyond the capability of military suppression. In the case of the Death Dragon Forest, there are no military forces present, only a handful of skilled individuals monitoring the magical beast within, as well as providing intelligence on the dragon's movements. For instance, in Dragon Forest City, Several concealed experts oversee this area. Ah, there are still mortals in this city who wield such power, a passerby exclaimed, gazing incredulously at the figure in black robes, whose massive sword appeared to be extraordinarily oversized, measuring approximately 4 meters in length. But for a dragon, it is still too insignificant, the black-robed figure murmured softly, then lifted her gaze to the inn before her. I shall gather some intelligence here. That forest is no ordinary expanse. Distracted, the black-robed individual stepped into the inn, yet she evidently forgot one crucial detail. While she could enter, her enormous sword could not. Guest, your weapon, the innkeeper exclaimed, rushing forward, eager to articulate his concern. Boom! Without obstruction, the black-robed figure strode inside, only to hear the innkeeper's anguished cry, "Ah, my establishment!" The patron stared in disbelief at the shattered door and wall, through which the silhouette of the sword's hilt was clearly visible against the second floor of the adjacent building. Ah, my apologies, the black-robed figure finally snapped back to reality, glancing at the innkeeper before turning to observe the damage she had caused, feeling somewhat sheepish. I can compensate for this. Night fell. This city exudes a strong dragon aura. It appears this dragon has lingered in the forest for quite some time. As the dragon energy has permeated this far, Alice reflected in her room after a day of investigation. Previously confirmed in the Golden Empire, the forest there harbored almost no dragon energy, suggesting that this forest is indeed the dragon's lair. After pondering for a moment, Alice rose and approached the bed, eyeing the massive sword resting on the ground, producing an unintelligible sound. Strange occurrences unfolded as the black blade of the sword suddenly radiated an intense glow, and a series of arcane runes erupted from its surface, forming a cerulean circle. I am Alice Doffufer. I have located the source of the dragon energy. Her voice conveyed fatigue, as if utilizing this formation demanded considerable effort. Ah. As expected of Lady Alice, managing to activate the spatial communication technique alone. Such magic typically requires a cadre of more than 10 grand sorcerers to perform. A bashful male voice emerged from within the circle. Uncle Aller, are you on duty today? Alice seemed surprised. Has something occurred within the family? No, just some little rascals causing a ruckus here. Without you around, those mischievous little ones simply cannot sit still, Aller lamented. They behave like docile rabbits when you are present. As for Lucy, let him be. I shall confirm the dragon's whereabouts tomorrow. Has the family decided whether to capture or eliminate it? Alice's expression turned serious. It seems that aside from the family head, everyone else leans towards capture. Honestly, they should consider the feasibility. After all, it is a true dragon, of course. I do not doubt your strength, my lady, Aller sighed. Then I shall heed the family's decision. Capture it shall be. Alice's tone remained calm, indicating little concern. My lady, do exercise caution. Although we do not know whether the malevolent dragon is an adult dragon, we must never underestimate the dragon race. Even if you manage to slay a nearly mature dragon with a single strike last time. Alice rubbed her temples as Aller began to ramble on. Oh dear Uncle Aller, I suddenly feel quite sleepy, she interjected, snapping her fingers, causing the cerulean circle to vanish. That will be all. Wait, my lady, I haven't finished. Aller's voice abruptly ceased. Alice sighed, contemplating the prospect of capture. The next day, in the Death Dragon Forest, a red-haired giant ape and a vividly striped giant tiger faced off, each wary of the other, their eyes filled with ferocity. The moment either showed a hint of weakness, the other would pounce mercilessly to tear them apart, despite having been comrades just moments before. The cause of their strife lay between them, a green fruit swaying gently, releasing a tantalizing fragrance. Any skilled expert present would recognize this as a notorious magical beast. The bloodthirsty ape, a level 6 magical beast, with a coat as tough as steel, possessing immense strength capable of crushing massive rocks with ease. As demonstrated just now. Roar! The bloodthirsty ape bellowed, shattering a nearby boulder, glaring at the giant tiger with crimson eyes. Get lost, little cat. That green fruit is a gift for the young master. Otherwise, you'll end up like this stone. The striped giant tiger. No pushover either. A level 6 magical beast, known as the colorful tiger, rumored to possess a trace of dragon blood, retaliated fiercely against the bloodthirsty ape's threats. "Don't get too cocky, you little monkey. Out of respect for the young master, I'll let you off today, but get lost. Do you wish to die?" The bloodthirsty ape clenched its fists, bones cracking ominously. "I'm having monkey brains for breakfast." The colorful tiger bared its fangs. It is pertinent to explain that the ranking of magical beasts parallels the danger levels, also categorized into 10 tiers by the Holy Church. Level 6 beings are immensely powerful, beyond the control of ordinary military forces. During beast tides and perilous zones, these high-level magical beasts are typically dealt with by experts, possessing intellect comparable to that of humans and often living long lives, thus gaining extensive experience. Both creatures were exceedingly savage, and a fierce battle was imminent. However, at that moment, an instinctive sense of impending doom surged through the bloodthirsty ape, its red fur standing on end. An overwhelming sense of danger warned of a formidable threat approaching. If it did not flee, death awaited, an excruciating one at that. Who dares? The colorful tiger, with its trace of dragon blood, sensed this danger even more acutely. It was a premonition of death, a scent of its own demise, seemingly linked to its own bloodline. Just the aura alone instilled a sense of mortality in the two magical beasts, for the presence was likely overwhelmingly powerful, akin to the pressure only their master had ever exerted upon them. Though I sensed the dragon energy leading me here, it seems to be the aura of the tiger. A figure emerged slowly from the depths of the forest, distinctly marked by the massive weapon on their back, a 4-meter-long sword, radiating an unparalleled killing intent, which was retracted in an instant. "Hey, do you two know where the malevolent dragon is?" The figure raised her head, her black robe obscuring her eyes, rendering her appearance indecipherable to the magical beasts. Though she was likely a woman, such a terrifying figure, where had she sprung from? "Seeking the divine dragon, who are you?" As the killer intent dissipated, the bloodthirsty ape exhaled deeply, but was suddenly tensed by the woman's next words. Realizing she was an adversary. "So, it seems you are aware of the divine dragon," Alice smiled. "Could you tell me?" "Who would tell you anything, you scoundrel?" The bloodthirsty ape roared, charging forward with a massive fist aimed at Alice's head. A blow that could surely shatter even iron. Bang! The sound of impact echoed as the bloodthirsty ape's fist indeed struck, shattering the ground beneath Alice's feet. "What?" The bloodthirsty ape stared in disbelief at its own fist, which had been effortlessly halted by Alice's single finger. "It seems you won't speak unless I teach you a lesson, little monkey." Alice maintained her smile as pressure began to build upon her finger. "Run. Little cat, go tell the young master." The bloodthirsty ape shouted to the colorful tiger, watching as its fist was gradually pushed back. The colorful tiger, its bloodline suppressed by Alice's aura, experienced a flicker of humiliation at having cowered before an enemy. Such disgrace. After all, it was a magnificent tiger with dragon blood. "Do not even think of charging in. This is an adversary beyond our capacity to withstand, young master. Exercise caution," the bloodthirsty demon ape warned, its fists trembling yet relentlessly forced back, nearly shattering its own teeth in the process. "Roar. If you perish like this, I will not forgive you." The tiger dragon bellowed, turning and dashing away. "If I am to die, what does it matter? You shall not take a single step away from here," the bloodthirsty demon ape sneered, observing Alice's gaze fixed upon the retreating tiger dragon. How do you intend to stop me?" Alice retreated a step and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The bloodthirsty demon ape was predictably sent flying, crashing through several towering trees before landing heavily on the ground. "Now, we have a guide," Alice remarked, retracting her fist and turning her attention to the direction in which the tiger dragon had vanished. "To send the tiger dragon, who possesses dragon blood, to report to the evil dragon is a foolish tactic only a dim-witted creature could conceive. Roar. I told you, you cannot go anywhere." The bloodthirsty demon ape, drenched in blood, rose defiantly, disregarding its injuries as its eyes glowed crimson. "Lie still. If you move again, you will truly meet your end," Alice sighed, as she had no intention of killing him. "What does it matter if I die? To bring you directly to the young master, what right do I have to live?" the bloodthirsty demon ape roared, its body enveloped in a sinister glow. Self-detonation? Have you gone mad? Alice exclaimed, raising her hand. Death Dragon Forest. Dragon Fortress. You mean the little monkey is left there alone? A young man clad in black set down his wine cup, lifting his gaze to the colorful tiger dragon, his expression shifting to alarm. This is bad. The little monkey is in danger. Young master, please flee quickly. Both the demon ape and I are prepared to die for you, the colorful tiger dragon urged, trying to block the young man's path. The invaders are formidable. You must not go. Very well. I shall not go. The young man's expression darkened as he cast a sidelong glance at the colorful tiger dragon. Suddenly, a roar erupted from him, a sound that no human could produce, enveloping the entire Death Dragon Forest in a powerful dragon's roar. Young master, you will attract the enemy. The tiger dragon's face paled. Did I not say I would not go? The young man replied with a wicked grin, hoping to arrive in time. A dragon's roar. Such pure draconic energy, Alice mused. Raising her head toward the direction of the dragon fortress, releasing the now unconscious bloodthirsty demon ape. This should suffice. Truly, you are a nuisance. Casually discarding the bloodthirsty demon ape to the ground. Alice, bearing her massive sword, continued onward. Although her black cloak was slightly torn by the bloodthirsty demon ape, it did not conceal her face, yet there was no one around, so it mattered little. After Alice departed, the bloodthirsty demon ape, which should have perished in the self-detonation, began to breathe evenly once more. Chapter 3. The initial encounter between the dragon and the hero, the Death Dragon Forest, classified as a 9-star danger zone, had previously been merely 5 stars. However, the establishment of the evil dragon had caused its rating to soar. In the nearly 20 years since the evil dragon settlement, the magical beasts of the Death Dragon Forest, influenced by draconic aura, had undergone a tremendous enhancement in strength. Even in the absence of the evil dragon, the Death Dragon Forest would likely still be rated as a 7-star or higher danger zone. Furthermore, within the Death Dragon Forest, the magical beasts exhibited remarkable unity, rallying under the leadership of the evil dragon and its progeny, forming a cohesive group that held deep respect for the evil dragon. This was the conclusion drawn by Alice Duffer after defeating dozens of formidable magical beasts in just a few minutes. Is this the place? This is where the dragon's roar just resonated. Alice raised her head, gazing at the imposing and exquisitely radiant castle before her, curling her lip in disdain at the dragonfolk's taste. The castle was shrouded in white and red light. The white portions seemingly emanated from rare white crystals, the size of a fist, capable of inciting fierce competition among powerful mages, categorized as a treasure of great value. The red, however, was even more astonishing. Even Alice could scarcely believe it. These were red gemstones? Legendary materials capable of enhancing the level of magical artifacts. It was said that the continent's only divine craftsman had achieved godhood by forging a quasi-artifact from a mere cubic meter of red gemstones, while this castle's gemstones were evidently measured in tons. Truly, what ostentatiousness! Alice mused, running her fingers through her golden hair, reminiscing about her past life of ascetic training, entering the world with not a single coin to her name. She felt an intense aversion towards such nouveau riche, which could complicate her plans for capture. Would she, in a moment of impulse, slay that dragon? Roar! Just as Alice was lost in thought, a roar more terrifying than that of the bloodthirsty demon ape echoed above her. A colossal tiger pounced down, revealing itself to be the colorful tiger dragon, which had evidently been lying in wait for some time without her noticing. A magical beast possessing but a trace of dragon blood dares to attack one who wields the aura of a dragon slayer. A flicker of surprise crossed Alice's eyes. As the contemporary hero of the dragon slayer lineage, Alice Duffer could suppress all magical beasts imbued with dragon blood. What was meant to enhance their strength became their greatest weakness in her presence. Yet, the colorful tiger dragon, which had previously shied away from combat, now dared to assault her. It seemed, "Halt, little cat. You are no match for her." Just as Alice prepared to subdue the tiger dragon, a figure leaped down from the castle, its voice filled with urgency and ire reaching Alice's ears. "Were you not instructed to retreat? Young master, it is dangerous here." the colorful tiger dragon shouted anxiously. Is the young master the offspring of the evil dragon? Alice inquired. Tilting her head, despite the castle's blinding light, she could clearly discern the newcomer. Her first reaction was to assume that this dragon was a black dragon, with its flowing black hair and dark attire. Appearing quite youthful, yet there was no trace of naivety upon its face. The black pupils radiated an inherent authority, distinct from the respect she observed in the eyes of her elders toward their juniors. This was a natural dominance over all beings, a power that exuded effortlessly. It can even transform into a humanoid form? Alice gasped. While magical beasts could attain human-level intelligence and mastery of human language after reaching 5 stars, achieving a humanoid form was a 9-star ability, often referred to as near-divine. This dragon's power was near-divine, and it was merely the young master. Alice's expression grew serious. This was no weak opponent. And behind him loomed a fully grown dragon, a genuine 10-star, god-level dragon. Boom! The figure landed on the ground, cracking the earth beneath with numerous fissures. Yet, the newcomer remained unscathed, staring directly at Alice, who emanated an overwhelming pressure. You are the invader. Where is the bloodthirsty demon ape that previously obstructed you? The young master's eyes seemed to burn with flames. Should Alice provide an incorrect answer, he would likely unleash a thunderous assault, despite already sensing the disparity in strength. Roar! The colorful tiger dragon leaped forward, shielding the young master. Young master, flee quickly. I am prepared to sacrifice myself for the little monkey. Shut up! The young master bellowed at the colorful tiger dragon before turning his gaze back to Alice. After a moment, his expression softened slightly. I do not sense the scent of death on you, only a hint of blood. Heh! I indeed did not kill those magical beasts. My sole purpose is you and your father, Alice declared. Extending her finger toward the young man in black, her massive sword trembling as if ready to soar into the sky and strike him down. The colorful tiger dragon, which had dared to pounce on Alice moments ago, now found itself paralyzed into silence, unsure of how to proceed. Just having mustered the courage to attack Alice was already its limit. Now, faced with these two beings, one capable of suppressing dragon blood and the other the master of it, its pride in possessing dragon blood was overshadowed by despair. Yet, the young master continued to regard Alice, the flames in his eyes gradually fading, his demeanor relaxing. Then, oh dear, had I known sooner, we could have simply sat down to talk. Please, come in, do not be shy. What would you like to drink? Coffee, tea, or magical beverages? Oh, by the way, I have some precious heavenly snow lotus here. Its brew is unparalleled. The young master suddenly beamed with an ingratiating smile, a torrent of words spilling forth like a machine gun, imbued with an air of obsequiousness. Ah, Alice was taken aback. Come in, take a seat. You must be tired from walking. Little cat, this is a distinguished hero. Do you not realize how rare such a guest is? You barbarians simply do not understand the importance of politeness, always resorting to violence. I have long taught you to greet others with a smile, a smile. The young master playfully smacked the colorful tiger dragon's backside. Laughing heartily. It is said that one must not touch a tiger's rear, yet the colorful tiger dragon, having received a playful smack, unexpectedly displayed a sycophantic grin, but only towards its young master. What was happening? The proud dragon folk, who were said to value their dignity above life itself, had once engaged in conflict with the gods because they refused to be reduced to mere mounts. Was this young master, who bore an uncanny resemblance to a sycophantic merchant, truly a dragon? Yet, the draconic aura he emitted was undeniably pure, and the gaze he had cast earlier was no mere illusion. Oh dear, brave hero. Do not just stand outside. Come in, have some tea, and take a rest. The young master opened the door to the dragon fortress, revealing a grin that was decidedly unrefined. Alice glanced around and realized that the interior of the fortress was far from the opulence she had envisioned. Rather, it was quite austere, with walls that appeared to be merely ordinary gray brick. The young master seemed to deviate significantly from her preconceived notions of the dragon kin, bold in her curiosity about this peculiar dragon clan. Alice stepped into the fortress, while the ever-smiling young master turned to cast a fleeting glance at the colorful dragon beside him. The colorful dragon's expression shifted, shaking its head with resolute determination. The young master's smile vanished abruptly, replaced by an unspoken aura of dominance in his gaze. The colorful dragon, overwhelmed, reluctantly turned and fled. "Leave the little monkey and them to me, little cat," the young master sighed, raising the corners of his mouth into a jovial smile as he entered the dragon fortress. "Mighty hero, please wait in the hall. I shall fetch some tea." I asked the decision to go with the snow lotus. "I have heard that while the snow lotus is quite delectable, it can also be combined with many substances to create deadly poison," Alice remarked, gazing at a painting before her with a smile. The young master, having had his thoughts perceived, showed no sign of embarrassment, maintaining his affable demeanor. "Is that so? I was unaware, indeed. The mighty hero is well informed. Then, let us drink something else. I shall prepare it." "Who is the lady in this painting?" Alice suddenly inquired. "Oh, that must be Princess Zuexwayu from back then," the young master mused, as if the title held little familiarity for him. "Truly beautiful, the legendary first beauty of the Silver Continent," Alice whispered, her voice barely above a murmur. Yet the keen hearing of the dragon kin caught her words clearly. The young master absent-mindedly replied, "Is that so? I believe you, mighty hero, are far more beautiful than she." Alice's eyes widened as she stared at the young master, who had just stepped into another room after speaking. It had been said that she was powerful, proud, and noble. This was the first time someone had directly told her she was beautiful. Meanwhile, in the tea room, the young master pondered over the array of teas before him, not in search of what to serve the hero, but contemplating how to escape this predicament. This hero was exceedingly formidable, her aura transcending that of mere mortals. "Why must I encounter such a situation? Indeed, I must devise a plan," he muttered, casually picking up a cup filled with a translucent liquid, his smile returning as he stepped back outside. "Ah, mighty hero, have you been waiting long? Here, this tea is quite excellent." The treasures in his father's stock were rare and precious. Any selection would suffice. As he had no intention of pursuing this matter further, Alice accepted the cup from the young master, inhaling the aroma, a peculiar fragrance that was entirely unfamiliar to her. "What kind of tea is this?" she inquired. "Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. It's from my father's stock, and I assure you, it's entirely safe. I swear on my honor," the young master replied, seemingly averse to any doubts cast upon him. "One ought to swear by the dragon's code," Alice mused internally, unaware that she had gone from confronting him with swords drawn to sharing tea and conversation. Nevertheless, she reasoned, it was likely of no great consequence. Although this dragon was indeed eccentric, it still retained some semblance of dragon pride. And with a smirk, Alice thought that poison would have no effect on her. She drank it down in one go. The wave of sweetness lingered in her throat, the taste exquisite, and she felt a sudden revitalization, banishing the fatigue from her earlier use of space communication magic. "This tea is delightful," Alice remarked, savoring the flavor. Although she was not well versed in teas, she could genuinely appreciate its quality. "I'm glad you like it," the young master nodded. "Excuse me, is there more of this tea? I would like to examine it closely," Alice pondered aloud. This tea had the remarkable capacity to invigorate her weary mind, and Alice, prideful of her accomplishments in alchemy, believed that if she could discern the ingredients, she could concoct a stimulating potion she had long sought. Her envisioned potion was not one that merely provided a fleeting boost like coffee or tea. It aimed to completely remedy the aftereffects of magic use. A significant breakthrough. While many wizards existed in this world, truly formidable ones were scarce, as the mental toll from high-level magic was often irreparable, leading to a shortened lifespan for powerful magic users. Though occasional use posed little threat, how could a wizard ever limit themselves to merely occasional use? "Ah, very well, please hand me the cup, and I shall see if there is more," the young master replied with a smile. "In the tea room, the same cup signifies the same tea. Otherwise, I would be at a loss." "Thank you, I appreciate it," Alice said, handing over the cup. As the young master took it, she noticed his hands were remarkably well kept, suggesting he placed great emphasis on appearance. How concerned he must be with his outward appearance, Alice mused. As for requesting something from someone she should consider an adversary, others might find it difficult to maintain their composure. But Alice Duafufeur was no ordinary individual. She had been honing her skills since the age of 9, and could easily discern that the young master did not regard such matters with any gravity. The young master retreated to the tea room, contemplating whether the young lady's hostility toward him had diminished. Could it be that sharing tea had softened her stance? Or was there something amiss with the tea itself? He examined the cup, inhaling its contents, when suddenly his expression shifted dramatically, and upon a second sniff, his face grew dark with dismay. Meanwhile, in the hall, if a stimulating potion could be developed, perhaps sparing this little dragon would be feasible. After all, only his father was known within the clan. Alice, inexplicably averse to bringing this young man to her family, recalled the fate of the lesser dragons captured by her clan. Realizing that aside from her father, only she opposed the notion of executing dragons, she felt a twinge of dissent. After all, the dragon-slaying clan. I must apologize. A familiar, unrefined grin suddenly appeared before Alice, even more obsequious than before. While that kind of tea still exists, I hope you refrain from consuming it. Alice, startled from her reverie, realized how embarrassing it would be if she were ambushed in such a distracted state. Yet, upon hearing the young master's words, her curiosity piqued. Is it because it is rare, and you wish to hoard it? No, that sort of thing isn't particularly rare. The young master's face flushed red. Then why? Alice pressed, keenly aware that it was related to the stimulating potion. Not only was she interested, but her family was also researching it. Unlike stamina potions, those for mental acuity were exceedingly scarce. Have you ever heard of dragon saliva? The young master took 2 steps back, as anticipated. Alice froze momentarily before her expression darkened, releasing a wave of murderous intent. What on earth is going on? Don't blame me. That was something I secretly placed in the tea room when I was very young. The young master's smile grew increasingly sycophantic as he retreated further. I honestly intended it for my father. I never expected he wouldn't return after that outing. Not returned. Alice's fury ignited as she grasped the weight of his words. You mean the wicked dragon has been absent for a long time? Chapter 4. Let us sign a contract to him. Before Alice could eliminate that master, let us rewind 19 years to a world beyond the 5 continents. From today onward, you shall serve as the steward of the Dorank family. We are aware of your origins. Yet the young lady does not mind. Thus we must heed her commands. A tall, imposing elder gazed at the man before him, who towered over him, his voice devoid of emotion. However, even though you have become the steward, do not think that I, as a senior servant, lack the authority to discipline you. Should you err, I will be utterly merciless. The man swallowed hard, anxiously observing the elder. I'll give you a scolding. Ha 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 ha. The elder suddenly burst into hearty laughter, slapping the man on the shoulder. You, my boy, are exceedingly fortunate. I have never encountered anyone as fortunate as you. Though the young lady is but 1 year old, her words are enough to compel even the head of the family. Thank you very much. Uncle Era, the man said, moved to the brink of tears by the elder's uncharacteristic joviality. 3 months prior, he had forsaken wealth and privilege, enduring great hardship to arrive here. It was that little girl who had saved him from near death in the desert. The only way he could repay her was by demonstrating his abilities as the empire's foremost noble educator. Being a steward was surely well within his capabilities, yet he wondered if he would truly have the opportunity to showcase them. Come now. The head of the family and the young lady are awaiting your presence. You are the first outsider to join the Dorank family, you know. How honored I am, the man replied, bowing gracefully in respect. There's no need for such formality in front of this old man. I can't stand it, Era chuckled. Leading the way to the Dorank family council chamber, thus, Lin Long, you shall become the steward of the Dorank family, dedicating your life to serve the family and care for the young lady. The head of the Dorank family was a strikingly handsome, middle-aged man. His eyes akin to a hawk soaring through the skies, sharp and penetrating, as if he could see through to the very essence of those he gazed upon. It was a commanding presence that one might only witness in the eyes of an imperial king, or perhaps even surpassing that of the king himself. If I were to speak honestly, the gaze of this man resembles that of the fearsome dragon I once encountered. Indeed, master of the house, Lin Long replied, kneeling as a gesture of loyalty. Tomorrow will bring great hardships. At that moment, Miss Dorank, the little girl seated beside the head of the family, interjected, Lin Long, You may withdraw for now. Lin Long raised his head to regard this seemingly one-year-old girl, who possessed a maturity surpassing that of many adults, and smiled. I am truly grateful for your care, Mississippi. Without you, I would likely have perished in that desert. Eh? Both the little girl and Aller were taken aback. Was this the appropriate moment for such words? Hey, Lin Long, it's time to take your leave. Aller stepped forward slightly, glancing at the head of the family, whose expression had subtly shifted, and whispered to Lin Long. Yet, Lin Long remained undeterred, continuing, It is a stroke of fortune to meet the head of the Dofufure clan, the Dragon Slayer lineage. I hail from the Golden Empire of the Golden Continent. You should be aware that the mortal realm is a forbidden territory for our Dofufure family, the head of the family stated, his tone unchanged, yet imbued with a chilling undertone. We are aware of the dragon kin's presence in the mortal realm, yet we do not intervene. I shall bear the consequences, Lin Long asserted, his voice unwavering. Lin Long. Aller abruptly pulled him aside, casting an awkward smile at the head of the family. Understood. I shall pretend I did not hear those words. Lin Long, you may leave, the head of the family said, casting a glance at his daughter before closing his eyes. Is life truly so? Lin Long, being led away by Aller, suddenly inquired. Aller halted his movements. The head of the family remained with his eyes shut. Days later, little dragon, will you not regale me with more tales? The little girl looked up at the towering figure of the man before her. I apologize. Young lady, a fate allows. I believe you shall meet someone who will narrate stories for you throughout your life. He will take good care of you. Lin Long squatted down, gazing at the prodigious little girl, who, despite her tender age, commanded respect yet retained an endearing innocence. After a moment's reflection, he smiled. You are the pride of Dofufure and destined to become a great hero. As for me, let me be the cornerstone upon which you tread your path. Upon finishing his words, Lin Long rose and turned to face the magic circle behind him. The vibrant hues and serpentine runes exuded a heart-stirring power. Is this truly the final act I can perform for my country? Lin Long closed his eyes and walked forward. Little dragon, do not depart, the little girl exclaimed, unaware of the concept of death or the purpose of the magic circle, yet sensing that this intriguing elder brother was about to leave her. I am ready. Lin Long did not turn to look at the little girl but instead smiled slightly at the head of the Dofufure family. Enter, was the last command he heard, delivered in a tone devoid of emotion by the head of the Dofufure family. 19 years later, at the entrance of the Death Dragon Forest on the Golden Continent. Is this the land you inhabit? Your country? A figure cloaked in black, wielding an enormous sword, murmured as he gazed upon the forest. Subsequently, the figure strode directly into the forest, deemed a forbidden zone by the Holy Church. This tale concludes here. Let us turn our attention to the conflict between dragons and heroes. Clarify the situation. What has become of the evil dragon? Alice's hand had already clutched the young master by the throat. Although her delicate fingers resembled those of a maiden, the unyielding strength they exerted was formidable. The young master felt as if he were on the verge of suffocation. While he anticipated Alice's fury, he had not expected it to escalate to this extent. Was there an underlying reason? Must you truly seek my father? Exhausted, the young master finally managed to utter. Indeed, Alice responded, her eyes devoid of emotion, as if it would be no surprise if she were to slay him at that very moment. Women can indeed be troublesome, he mused. Then I possess a method to locate him. The young master's voice strained with effort. Speak. Alice halted her movements, and after a prolonged silence, she released her grip. Cough. Is it really necessary? I merely drank. The young master started to complain, but the intensity of Alice's gaze compelled him to remain silent. My reasons extend beyond that. I have a compelling rationale for locating the evil dragon. Alice clearly wished to end the conversation. Tell me your method, and I shall spare you. In truth, Alice had completely lost any goodwill she once held for the young master. A person willing to betray their kin for their own life was not worth her sympathy, even if he belonged to the noble dragon lineage. What to do? Should I confess that I am merely deceiving her? The young master's thoughts raced, yet were quickly dismissed. This adversary was far too formidable, and most ideas he conjured seemed unfeasible. By the way, I still do not know your name. If he could delay for a moment longer, he aimed to buy enough time for the little kitten. Should this individual discover that he was utterly clueless regarding his father's whereabouts, he could easily annihilate the death dragon forest in a fit of rage. "There is no need for you to know," Alice replied, her tone decidedly unfriendly. Well, not disclosing your name would hinder my plan's execution. Trust me." The young master's eyes darted around, suddenly struck by a thought. "If I discover that you are deceiving me, then, boom!" The massive sword behind Alice emanated a terrifying aura, saturated with the intent to slay dragons. "How dare you?" the young master replied, feeling a wave of trepidation. "How can I navigate this predicament?" As if attempting to peer into the young master's soul, Alice scrutinized him for an extended period. "I am Alice Dofufure." The young master failed to catch her name clearly. However, Alice was indeed quite a pleasant name. "My name is Alice Dofufure." Boom! This was not a sound of overwhelming force, but rather a momentary void in the young master's thoughts. "Alice Dofufure, she is, you are of the Dragon Slayer lineage." Alice remained oblivious to the young master's hoarse voice, continuing with her expression unchanged. "I am Alice Dofufure, the current hero of the Dragon Slayer clan." "Now, reveal your name. It is a matter of etiquette." "My name is—" The young master's voice had become nearly inaudible. "Wait, this is quite an intriguing custom. Who taught you?" Alice did not respond immediately. A flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. "I cannot recall his name." "Oh, is that so?" The young master managed to prop himself up, forcing a smile. "Dolan." Alice turned her gaze toward him. "Dolan Kshianalu." Dolan translates to dragon in the Silver Continent. Dolan raised his head. "It was the name my mother bestowed upon me." "Mother?" Alice paused momentarily, then shook her head. "Now that you know my name, tell me your method." "Let us forge a contract," Dolan replied with a smile. "What?" Alice was taken aback. "Did you not understand?" Dolan pondered momentarily before clarifying. "It is to establish a master-servant bond, allowing me to become your steed, making you the sole dragon rider in this world." Alice interjected, completing his thought. "What are you thinking? As a dragon, you would—" "The master-servant bond designates one party as the master and the other as the servant. Should the master perish, the servant follows suit, and the servant cannot stray too far from the master. Consequently, servants often reside within the spatial confines created by their masters. This is a bond that intertwines their very souls. Unless compelled, no one in their right mind would willingly enter into such an agreement. Do not underestimate me. While I may not yet possess your strength, I am a bona fide pureblood dragon." Dolan's voice regained some confidence. "Moreover, if I recall correctly, in your realm, Dofufure signifies night. Does not the identity of a dragon rider sound splendid?" "How do you know that?" Alice inquired. Do not belittle the dragon kin. While you humans may believe that aside from the divine, only you possess a legacy of civilization in this world, I assure you, dragons share a collective memory repository. All dragons can access the knowledge known to others of our kind." Dolan's voice had fully returned to its former strength. "This is how our civilization is preserved. Memory inheritance." Alice exhaled deeply. "Though I have encountered it in ancient texts, hearing it from a dragon is indeed astonishing." "And then what?" "Becoming the dragon rider of the Dragon Slayer hero." Would such a title not resonate throughout the world, regardless of my father's whereabouts? He is unlike me. He is a pure dragon. Should he learn of one of his kin being used as a steed, he would undoubtedly come, especially if he knew it was his son. He would charge into the very heart of the Dragon Slayer's domain." Dolan explained. "What are you saying? Why would you do such a thing? Entering into a master-servant contract means your life is in my hands. If you possess such awareness, why betray your own father?" Alice felt utterly bewildered by the dragon before her. What could he possibly be thinking? Truthfully, I have always been a dragon who strays from convention. Although I have yet to meet other dragons, the dignity of dragonkind I witnessed in my father. Apologies, but I do not possess it. Be able to accompany someone as beautiful as you holds far greater significance to me than preserving dragon dignity." Dolan regarded Alice with newfound seriousness. With a tall and graceful stature, long golden hair, and a pair of enchanting eyes that exuded the majesty of a formidable being, He was undeniably a beauty beyond the ordinary. He spoke no falsehood. In his gaze, Alice surpassed even the legendary Snow Moon Princess of the Silver Continent. Although his recollection of the princess was now but a blur, he felt her beauty was eclipsed by Alice's radiance. "If that is the case, let us forge a contract," Alice declared, her eyes locking onto Dorank, suddenly struck by an unfamiliar sense of recognition. Boom! Beneath Durank's feet, a profound red magic circle erupted, continuously rising and expanding until the crimson light enveloped his entire being. This truly is a master-servant contract. At that moment, Alice finally believed. This fellow was indeed genuine. Just as the contract magic circle reached chest height, Alice stepped into it. Instantly, a brilliant golden light emanated from her, and the arcane runes of the magic circle transformed in that fleeting moment. "What?" Dorank gazed at Alice in astonishment. "Magic force is being forcibly guided," Alice replied, witnessing the bewildering expression on the dragon's face for the first time. When the participant's magical power far exceeds that of the caster, they can guide the use of magic. "What trajectory is this?" Dorank observed as the surrounding red light gradually shifted to blue, his astonishment deepening. An equal spiritual contract. An equal spiritual contract, akin to an oath but lacking tangible impact, could establish a platform for mental exchange between the two parties. Generally, this type of contract is employed by novices. For those of sufficient strength can create a mental platform independently. Thus, it is often regarded as somewhat superfluous, providing little in the way of binding restrictions, with even mental communication easily interrupted at will. Such a contract will suffice. As for a master-servant contract, Alice chuckled suddenly. "I have no intention of babysitting you. A troublesome dragon, for a lifetime." Dorank laughed in return. How absurd, to be so disdainfully regarded. "Cut the nonsense, let's establish the mental connection," Alice commanded firmly. As they both settled into concentration to finalize the contract, a subtle yet profound tremor coursed through the magic circle, unnoticed by either. Chapter 5. Unexpected events always arrive at the right moment when the gods created the continent and entrusted it to humanity. They recognized that there existed far too many beings that surpassed humankind. Following the conflict with the dragon race, they understood that humanity could not govern the continent alone. Therefore, the great gods bestowed upon humanity the power of contract magic. There are 5 types of contract magic: the master-servant contract, the equal spiritual contract, the oath contract, the vitality contract, and the prophecy contract. These 5 contracts represent the strength granted to humanity by the gods. Throughout millennia, this power enabled humans to conquer formidable races such as the elves and beast kings, unifying the continent. Moreover, the gods believed that the greatest hurdle for humans, the dragon race, had vanished from the continent 1,000 years prior, leaving behind a group of half-dragons with draconic blood. Unimpeded, humanity utilized the power of contracts to forge alliances with countless races, growing ever stronger. Eventually, numerous powerful individuals emerged, establishing humanity as the undisputed rulers of the world. Naturally, the gods were revered by all beings due to humanity's might, which was their ultimate aim. However, as the saying goes, what seems impossible will inevitably occur. 500 years ago, a faction among humans openly rebelled against the gods, plunging the world into chaos, but that is a tale for another time. Let us return to Dorank and Alice in the Death Dragon Forest, within a castle that shimmered with light. Alice," Dorank remarked, observing her with closed eyes, motionless for quite a while. He gazed at her troubled expression and quipped, "You haven't forgotten the incantation, have you?" "Not at all," Alice blushed slightly, then shot him an indignant glare. "Regardless, anyone can utilize this incantation. You can give it a try. That incantation involves continuous prayer to the gods. Do you think a dragon could articulate such words?" Dorank sighed. "Truth be told, I don't believe in the gods either," Alice replied, equally dejected. "I had forgotten that those from that world were precisely the humans who opposed the gods." An idea struck Dorank. "Then let us revert to the master-servant contract." He contemplated. Knowing that a master-servant contract merely required the servant to express loyalty while allowing the master to exert control over their soul. Never mind, let us forego the incantation. After all, the contract is merely a third-tier magic. Though miraculous, it should be possible to cast it without reciting the spell, Alice mused, possessing profound knowledge of magic. She understood that spells of the 6th tier and below could be instantaneously cast without incantation, provided sufficient magical energy was available. While the contract was said to be a divine gift, to Alice, the gods were merely another form of powerful beings. Thus, the essence of magic remained unchanged. Is that so? Very well, Dorank nodded, presumably sharing Alice's thoughts. Both were formidable individuals, and the silent casting of a 3rd-tier spell was easily accomplished. As expected, the magic circle, which had remained still until now, rapidly enveloped both the dragon and the person under their combined magical guidance. In an instant, they felt an indescribable sensation in their mental realms, as if a bridge had been constructed between their distinct spiritual worlds, allowing them to traverse each other's consciousness at will. The mental platform was established. Huff. Alice and Dorank opened their eyes, exhaling deeply. They exchanged smiles, and upon forming the equal spiritual contract, the nature of their relationship transformed. In truth, aside from the master-servant and equal spiritual contracts, the other 3 types of contracts, once signed, would forge an unbreakable bond of trust between the parties. While the equal spiritual contract lacked binding force, those willing to enter into such an agreement would no longer be adversaries. From this day forth, Dorank, you shall be, Alice began, but was interrupted by Durank's sudden mischievous grin. What are you thinking? She inquired. Nothing much, Dorank quickly composed himself, adopting a serious smile. From today, Alice Doferful, you shall become my knight. Dorank Shianalu, I will bestow upon you wings that allow you to soar through the skies and protect your body. Truly hard to believe you, Alice remarked, unfazed by Durank's declaration of loyalty. After spending some time with him, she had come to understand his character, a typical troublemaker, with few of his words worthy of trust. Indeed, he was a dragon. By the way, how long will this contract's magic circle last? The light shows no sign of diminishing, Alice queried, turning to observe the magic circle, which continued to operate, surrounded by an unyielding blue glow. Something feels off, Dorank mused, seemingly rifling through his memory for relevant knowledge. The magic circle should disappear immediately upon the contract's completion. Boom! Before Dorank could finish his sentence, an unexpected event unfolded. As the saying goes, look, did I not warn you? This unexpected occurrence has now happened. The colors of the magic circle beneath Dorank and Alice began to shift. The original blue remained, but other hues erupted forth. Red, cyan, gold, silver, any color one could imagine. The magic circle expanded at a visibly rapid pace. Hey, this seems rather precarious. Durank's expression changed. This is the contract magic circle. If something goes awry, indeed, Alice nodded, observing the brilliant light surging from the circle. We must avoid being enveloped by the light. If we can simply escape the magic circle's range, we should be fine. All right. Dorank shook his body and appeared at the edge of the magic circle. With one step, he could leave its confines. But, bang! Durank's forehead collided with the magic circle's luminescent barrier. He had assumed he could pass through effortlessly, only to find the barrier was not only tangible but also remarkably solid. What is this? Dorank glanced back at Alice, whose expression suggested she was enjoying the spectacle. Igniting his frustration, he raised his fist and struck with all his might. Boom! His punch, powerful enough to shatter walls, struck the barrier without so much as a tremor in response. In contrast, the barrier seemed to repel his attack, causing Dorank to stagger back a few steps. This is no joke. This is serious. Durank's expression shifted dramatically. He had not held back. Allow me. Alice stepped forward, extending her hands. Boom, boom, boom. Dorank did not catch a glimpse of Alice's actions, but the barrier suddenly reverberated with explosive sounds, indicating she had seemingly accomplished something impressive. Was that useless? Yet the barrier remained unyielding. This is bad. We cannot break through. Both Dorank and Alice stared at the barrier that completely encircled them. I'll try using the Dragon Slayer blade, Alice suggested. No. Let me handle it, Dorank interjected, halting Alice's movement to draw her weapon. I know the cost of using the Dragon Slayer blade, a treasure belonging to the Dragon Slayers. What do you intend to do? Alice asked. Hee hee. Speaking of which, You have yet to witness a dragon's true form, have you? Dorank suddenly chuckled. The true form of a dragon? Alice was taken aback. Ah 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 ah. Dorank suddenly lowered his head, and a series of cries erupted from his mouth. Then, with a thunderous roar, a wave of black light engulfed all the radiance emitted by the magic circle, expanding like a voracious black hole that seemed to devour everything. Alice felt the surging draconic aura emanating from the black light. She was momentarily entranced. This draconic presence far surpassed her expectations. Even that adult subdragon with 90% dragon blood appeared utterly insignificant in the face of Dolank's aura. Have our family and I underestimated the dragon race too much? Alice gazed at the being before her, seemingly perfect and divine. No, surpassing even the divine. His expansive black wings shimmered with countless naturally formed intricate patterns, while his glistening scales enveloped a slender and beautiful body. His eyes, filled with overwhelming dominance, looked down upon the world. Roar! Dorank raised his head and let out a mighty roar, then turned his dragon head towards Alice. This is the true form of a dragon. Alice, who had never known the meaning of inferiority, suddenly felt diminutive in Dolank's presence. The existence of such a being was truly overwhelming. Dorank, perplexed, regarded Alice, wondering what was troubling her. But it doesn't matter, he continued. Just watch. I'll shatter this damned barrier with a single swipe. Dorank lifted one of his dragon claws and chuckled. With a resounding crash, the barrier, which had previously shown no signs of disturbance, suddenly quaked violently under his strike. Teetering on the brink of shattering, yet it held firm. Ah, it didn't break. How embarrassing, Dorank declared. Let me try again. He exhaled 2 massive jets of air from his nostrils and raised his claw once more. This time, with such force, the barrier would surely shatter. However, Dorank, be careful. Alice suddenly regained her senses and exclaimed urgently, There's something strange about the magic circle beneath your feet. What? Dorank lowered his dragon head, and then the magic circle beneath him suddenly blazed with brilliant light. A vibrant spectrum of colors enveloping Dorank. What is this? Dorank opened his dragon mouth wide, gathering a mass of black spherical energy. Yet, it seemed he was too late. The colorful light completely enveloped his body. Though his head remained outside, it would soon be fully ensconced before the energy could coalesce. Dorank! Alice leapt up, her right hand unexpectedly gripping the dragon-slaying sword. Be careful! I will cut through the magic circle right now. Watch your feet. Dorank urgently relayed telepathically, his mouth occupied with the energy sphere. However, Dolank's warning came too late, and in her haste to save him, Alice was also ensnared by the radiant light bursting forth from the magic circle. Due to the size difference, Alice was swiftly enveloped, rendered powerless, with only the massive dragon-slaying sword remaining exposed. Damn it, take this. Dolank's eyes flushed with rage as he tilted his head back, directing the energy ball towards the barrier above him. But it was still too late. The colorful light surrounding Dolank's head suddenly expanded dramatically, sending tendrils of black light bursting forth, shattering the barrier. However, that was all. The black light vanished after breaching the barrier. Inside the dragon fortress, only a massive magic circle continued to glow, while within it lay 2 spheres of colorful energy, one large and one small, slowly drawing near. The dragon-slaying sword, cast aside by the colorful energy, flickered with a ghostly blue light, soon to be enveloped by the approaching hues. Chapter 6. The dragon and the hero flee. Approximately a minute later, Dorank and Alice sat on the ground, their bodies almost touching, nearly embracing. Yet they remained oblivious to this proximity, their energies depleted. What on earth just happened? The magic circle beneath them had vanished, resembling a typical contract magic circle known to Dorank from the repository of memories. However, they knew it was certainly not a magic circle for an equal spiritual contract, for in that brief minute, Dorank and Alice had forged an entirely new pact. Unlike the 5 contracts bestowed upon humanity by the gods, the magic circles for those contracts did not possess the ability to completely strip a being of their power. It must be because we didn't chant the incantation, and prior to that, we forcibly altered the magic circle with our magical energies, resulting in this situation, Dorank said with a wry smile. So, This means it's my fault. Alice glared at him with her beautiful eyes. That's not what I meant. Dorank hastily waved his hands, then looked at Alice. What should we do now? Don't even mention defeating my father. In your current state, you probably couldn't even take on a level 1 magical beast. Alice remained silent, but her trembling hands revealed the turmoil within her heart. In that peculiar magic circle and the spheres of colorful energy, the mental platform they had established began to unravel, uncertain of the nature of this strange, colorful energy. Both the human and dragon found themselves immobilized, yet strangely comfortable. As a result, I can no longer sense the dragon-slaying aura in my body. Alice attempted several times before finally conceding, realizing she had truly lost her power. I too. What on earth has happened? My draconic aura has vanished completely. Unlike Alice's dragon-slaying aura, which was cultivated, Dorank's draconic essence was innate to his being as a dragon. The fact that such power could be stripped away was unfathomable. If it weren't for the cost of losing all our power, this contract would surely surpass the 5 contracts granted by the gods. Alice paused, regaining her composure. Life-sharing. She raised her palm. Despite losing all her strength, including her physical power, her experience and consciousness remained intact. She could still sense the vitality radiating from her body, a vitality unlike that previously ravaged by the dragon-slaying sword. This vitality was immensely robust. One might say that Alice now felt her life force was akin to that of a mighty dragon. Casting a glance at the contemplative Dorank, she understood that the life-sharing aspect of the contract had intertwined her vitality with Dorank's as a dragon. What should we do now? Alice gently inquired. Noting that the dragon before her, usually so carefree, was now genuinely pondering a solution. I can think of 2 ways, Dorank mused after a moment. First, we could remain in this forest. After all, your consciousness still endures. And if you train, your progress will be significantly faster than during your initial training. As long as you reach a certain level of self-preservation, we should be able to navigate the human realm without too many issues. Dorank's voice trailed off. Then he shook his head. However, even with rapid training, it would still take a decade. Even if we are willing to stay in this forest for 10 years, that might not be feasible. Alice suddenly laughed. Let us not forget that this forest, excluding you and your father, is a 7-star danger zone. Living here without any power for 10 years is inconceivable. That shouldn't be too much of an issue, especially since Xiaoho and the others are. Dorank finally realized. Without his draconic aura, he had no way to prove himself as their young master. Losing his draconic essence meant he could not transform into his dragon form. In other words, he was essentially human. Although Xiaoho and Xiaomao were trusted allies who had seen his human form, the vast majority of the formidable magical beasts in this forest recognized beings by their aura. Moreover, whether he could earn the trust of his allies without his draconic presence was a pressing concern. After all, Alice's appearance meant that the young master could no longer transform into his dragon form. And he had lost his draconic aura. What kind of situation could lead to the loss of such power? It was unheard of. Then we must resort to the second option. Dorank raised his head, his eyes filled with determination. Since there is no record of this contract in the dragon race's repository, we must venture into the world to seek a solution. If the dragon race has no record of it, Alice said, a hint of worry in her tone, would humanity be aware of it? No. It is normal for the dragon race to lack records. In fact, aside from the knowledge of the 5 contracts, incantations, and basic details, the only notable contract made was by the legendary dragon with humanity, and even that is not well understood. In contrast, the significance of contracts in human history is self-evident, and their research into contracts has undoubtedly surpassed that of the dragons. Therefore, there is a possibility we may find a solution in the human world, Dorank explained. That makes sense. Alice nodded in agreement. So, the only problem before us is how to leave this forest. Dorank stood upright. I am aware that this forest is a habitat for powerful magical beasts, and I have methods to avoid them. However, I am not familiar with the weaker magical beasts that, despite their insignificance, are insurmountable for us at present. The magical beasts that are too weak to be noticed? Alice recalled the creatures that had been so intimidated by her aura upon entering the forest that they had foamed at the mouth. She sighed helplessly. It seems there are quite a few of those little fellows in this forest. As the dragon and human pondered their predicament within the dragon fortress, a massive horde of magical beasts had already surrounded the fortress outside. The collective aura of these beasts was so formidable that even the occasional bird soaring overhead would be terrified into plummeting to the ground. Did the young master and that woman go in and never come out? A massive serpent, marked by a large scar over one eye, slithered closer to the colorful dragon and inquired. "Indeed, my lord's spirit serpent," the colorful dragon replied, casting a worried glance at the dragon fortress. The spirit serpent, once the sovereign of the death dragon forest, had ruled as the strongest creature of the golden silver forest before the arrival of the great dragon, an 8th level magical beast. It was just a step away from becoming a 9th level semi-divine entity. "Humph. The young master will undoubtedly be safe," remarked the charming little brown bear standing beside the spirit serpent, pouting slightly. "Yes, I share your sentiment. The young master has always been extraordinarily clever. He will surely find a way to escape peril," nodded the bloodthirsty demon ape, a small monkey who had recently awakened and rushed to the scene. Do not be deceived by the charming appearance of this little brown bear. It is not merely a pet, but a formidable magical beast. Originally not a creature of the death dragon forest, it was brought back by the great dragon from the Misty Valley in the forbidden land of the Golden Continent and was tasked with training the young master in combat. It had never struck a blow in the death dragon forest, not due to a lack of skepticism from other magical beasts about its abilities, but because, during one of the great dragon's outings, a top human expert had ventured into the forest and captured a young magical beast. Upon learning this, the little brown bear single-handedly infiltrated the human realm and returned with the captured young beast. And shortly thereafter, all magical beasts taken by humans were returned. None knew what the little brown bear had done, yet they could not help but admire its prowess amidst the gathering of such powerful beasts. The colorful dragon and the bloodthirsty demon ape felt a sense of trepidation. That human was terrifying, capable of annihilating them with mere bloodlust if she so desired. Moreover, the colorful dragon and the bloodthirsty demon ape observed that the dragon fortress, forged by the great dragon himself, could not be opened from the outside once the door was closed, leaving them to wait, anticipating the one who would unlock the fortress to be the young man in black. "That rascal. I told him to scram, yet he brought a whole entourage with him," the colorful dragon lamented. Unbeknownst to the beasts, the young master they worried about and the human they feared were indeed together. Observing them with a magical artifact from the treasure trove, their teeth nearly grinding with frustration. "These can't even be called humans," Alice jested. "This is bad. We can't get out now." "Hey, you're quite the optimist. This situation is essentially a dead end. Although they haven't acted yet, they'll soon find a way in," Dorank retorted, exasperated by her lack of urgency. "Then what do you propose we do?" Alice sighed. "If I still had the strength to wield the dragon-slaying sword, its deterrent power could carve a path for us. If you still possess such strength, we wouldn't be here fretting." Dorank lowered his head. "It seems we'll have to find that." "That?" Alice inquired. "Ah, do you know of the 5th level magical beast? The Earth Mole?" Dorank replied. "Yes, the Earth Mole resides underground, reputed to move faster than a 7th level flying magical beast." Alice answered, "But in this situation, even the Earth Mole would be of no help. I noticed right when we entered. After you shut the door of the dragon fortress, you activated a barrier that prevents living beings from entering." At this point, Alice shot Dorank a disapproving glance. "You had quite a few tricks up your sleeve back then, with both the heavenly snow lotus and the barrier. If I'm not mistaken, that barrier should also be capable of attacking enemies within it, right?" "Hee hee." Dorank grinned mischievously. "Speak, what exactly is your plan?" Alice asked, observing through the artifact that the multitude of magical beasts was already seeking a way into the dragon fortress. "Actually, you may not know that the Earth Mole has another ability. It can dig tunnels up to 5,000 meters deep. I always believed that secret and vital places like the dragon fortress should have hidden passages. So when I was young, I snuck behind my father to create a small opening in the barrier, allowing the Earth Mole to help me dig a tunnel beneath the dragon fortress." Dorank explained. "You were quite the mischievous child," Alice remarked, exasperated by the dragon. Considering past events, this dragon was indeed something extraordinary, and the dazzling gem-like light emanating from the dragon fortress screamed, I am ostentatious. I am a nouveau riche. I revel in it. Shaking her head, Alice declared, "What are we waiting for? Let us go." "Well, regarding that childhood incident, I seem to have forgotten where the tunnel is." Dorank sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Subsequently, if anyone were within the dragon fortress, they would see the noble and powerful dragon slayer and the majestic and wise young master of the dragon clan, both crouched on the ground, poking and prodding every brick, muttering, "This isn't right. This isn't right either." Time ticked by, and over 3 hours had elapsed since the dragon slayer entered the dragon fortress. "Have you found a way into the dragon fortress?" the little brown bear asked, looking at the hastily approaching bloodthirsty demon ape. "Yes. Just now the earth mole informed me that there is a hidden passage into the dragon fortress, one that the young master had them dig long ago. It can directly bypass the barrier." The bloodthirsty demon ape's face was alight with excitement. "The young master truly has an uncanny ability to foresee things." The spirit serpent and the colorful dragon perked up, lauding the young master. The existence of this passage was incredibly fortuitous. As for whether the young master was truly prescient or simply meddling, they could not concern themselves with such matters. "Everyone, we must be cautious. Although the dragon fortress is a sacred place, we are here to rescue the young master. So we must remain vigilant if necessary. Do not hold back. Even if we must dismantle the dragon fortress, we will save the young master. This enemy is likely formidable, so be prepared to sacrifice for the young master." The little brown bear declared solemnly at the mouth of the hidden passage. "We vow to protect the young master to the death." The magical beasts roared in unison. "Now, since we do not know what tricks the humans may have up their sleeves, once inside, we will launch our attacks immediately. The young master is of the dragon clan, and besides us, no one else's attacks can breach his dragon chi protection. So unleash your might," the spirit serpent hissed. "Now, follow my command, charge." With a single command from the little brown bear, countless magical beasts surged into the hidden passage, followed by a cacophony of explosions. The passage was too narrow. If it weren't for the explosions, the larger magical beasts would have found it impossible to enter. The little brown bear and the spirit serpent, however, advanced unimpeded. Inside the dragon fortress, the ground erupted with a bang as the little brown bear and the spirit serpent burst forth, unleashing a flurry of chaotic attacks upon their surroundings. There is nothing. The little brown bear and the spirit serpent were taken aback, and the arriving magical beasts were equally stunned. They hurriedly scattered to inspect various areas, only to discover that within the dragon fortress there was not a soul nor a dragon to be found. Only the walls remained, the hidden passage's exit. That was close, too close. If we had emerged even a moment later, we would have been doomed, Dorank exclaimed as he lifted his concealed cloak, revealing himself and Alice. "Fortunately, I brought my father's items. Had I not carried this hidden cloak out, we would have been obliterated at the tunnel's entrance." "Indeed. We were fortunate," Alice remarked, glancing at the numerous spatial rings adorning Dorank's 10 fingers, her tone laced with sarcasm. Had he not dawdled, preparing to carry everything away after finding the tunnel's exit, they would not have nearly encountered the horde of magical beasts. "Let us go. The hardest part lies ahead. Escaping the death dragon forest," Dorank said, a sheepish smile on his face as he gazed down the path, his expression growing serious. "What's wrong?" Alice asked, observing Dorank's sudden stillness, puzzled. "Well, the truth is, I don't know the way." Chapter 7. The adventure begins. Mercenary group emerges. Half a day had passed since Alice and Dorank's escape from the dragon fortress. The advanced magical beasts of the Death Dragon Forest were in a frenzy, continually dispatching search parties, turning the forest upside down. Meanwhile, the one person and one dragon they sought were traversing the land cloaked in the hidden cloak. "Just how exceptional are you?" Alice sighed, glancing back at the timid Dorank behind her. "As a dragon, you are astonishingly directionless." "I can't help it. I always flew above the ground before. Walking on the ground is different." Dorank's voice lacked conviction, and his sense of direction had proven troublesome even in his past life, leading him into peril in a desert. "In any case, stick close to me. Straying could prove dangerous," Alice sighed, feeling a sense of uncertainty about their future. I seem to hear something ahead." Dorank suddenly perked up. having heard a strange noise while trailing behind Alice. Let us go check it out. I think I heard human voices. Dorank hurried to the front to listen closely and then turned back to Alice. I didn't hear anything, Alice replied, having listened as well but detected no sounds. Hee. The hearing of a dragon is several times that of a human, Dorank boasted with a grin. Although he had lost his dragon aura and could not transform, he still retained the characteristics of his kind. Is that so? Then that's good news. Let us go. If I'm not mistaken, what you heard is likely the sound of a mercenary group battling in a dangerous area. Alice analyzed, as the Death Dragon Forest. A forbidden area of 9 stars, it is impossible for human mercenary groups to venture deep. If I am not mistaken, we are nearing the outskirts of the Death Dragon Forest. It is truly fortunate that we have not encountered any magical beasts, Dorank exclaimed, raising his hands in jubilation. What is going on? Aren't these Yaler beasts supposed to be the most timid? The leader of the fire mercenary group, Sauce, bellowed as he struck down another charging Yaler beast with his heavy sword. We need to move quickly. This is highly unusual. There must be something amiss. But Captain, the mission? A bowman from the fire mercenary group hurried over. He was the eyes of the mercenary band, and everyone had been elated upon his sighting of the Yaler beasts. Yaler beasts are second-tier magical creatures known for their pack mentality and razor-sharp teeth, attacking with ferocity. A bite from them could easily pierce through a person. Normally, this type of magical beast was the bane of mercenary groups. Yet they had one fatal flaw, their cowardice. Although their initial assault was overwhelming, if one could withstand their onslaught and retaliate against a few, the Yaler beasts would flee to that point. It would be a matter of hunting down a few stragglers. As a fleeing Yaler beast was safer than a domestic pig, and their sharp teeth were highly valued materials in the market. However, now this group of Yaler beasts not only attacked with madness, but also continued their assault even after losing dozens of their companions. It seemed they were determined not to let them leave. What is more important, the mission or the lives of our brothers, Captain? Let us break through in one direction, urged Nono, the vice-captain of the fire mercenary group, feeling his magical energy dwindling. If they did not resolve this predicament soon, they would be in grave danger. All personnel, listen up, abandon the mission. We retreat. Sauce, who had once commanded an army, decisively issued the order. Leave a few warriors to hold off the Yaler beasts charging from the front. The rest clear a path behind us. Oh dear, this is quite dire, Dorank and Alice, cloaked in their hidden cloaks, observed from the sidelines. Although there are more Yaler beasts ahead, clearing the rear is indeed the correct choice. But Alice glanced at Nono leading the mercenaries into battle. Shaking her head, these mages and mercenaries are nearing their limits. Even if they clear the rear, there will likely be casualties. Should we lend a hand? Dorank asked, a round object flashing in his hand as he retrieved it from his spatial ring. What is that? Alice inquired curiously. Little Brown Bear brought it back from the human world. It is said to be a new creation from an alchemy master, Dorank replied with a mischievous grin. One of these can take out an entire squad of soldiers. Aren't you afraid it will affect those people as well? Alice remarked. Ah, I meant to help the Yaler beasts. Dorank feigned shock. Oh right, it will indeed affect the Yaler beasts. But those people are our guideposts. We can use them to leave the forest, Alice said, exasperatedly eyeing the eager Dorank. If we are to save them without harming the Yaler beasts, do you have a weapon of lesser potency? None left. This is the weakest one. I only placed it in the dragon fortress because it was amusing, Dorank shrugged, rummaging through his spatial ring. Then let us be straightforward. Give me any usable weapon, Alice sighed. Are you really going to save them? You are just an ordinary person now, Dorank exclaimed, astonished. Even without my powers. I have not lost my skills. I can handle second-tier magical beasts with ease. Accepting the sword Dorank tossed from his spatial ring, Alice remarked helplessly, could you switch it for another? This one is far too ostentatious. Indeed. A typical sword is about a meter long, but to enhance its potency, alchemy masters typically embed magical gems into the blade. The previous white crystal was a high-grade magical gem, but such gems are rare. Even a thumb-sized gem is sufficient for embedding. However, the sword in her hand was crafted from a much higher-grade rainbow diamond, its gaudy brilliance completely blinding Alice. Although its true power was unknown, its radiance could potentially dazzle foes, and herself as well. Had it not been for the hidden cloak, the entire forest would have been illuminated by its glow. "Ah, this is my favorite sword," Dorank exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "Look at the exquisite craftsmanship, the flawless brilliance. If you keep flaunting it, I will simply walk out there." Alice's expression darkened as she tossed the sword back to Dorank. The mercenary group was increasingly struggling, and the Yaler beast's ferocity exceeded their expectations. The rear path they had hoped to clear was now under siege. "Forget it, I'll handle it," Dorank said with a resigned smile. Truly a headache. The members of the fire mercenary group were on the brink of despair. These Yaler beasts had gone mad, and if this continued, casualties were inevitable. Suddenly, an astonishing scene unfurled before them. A young man clad in black and with black hair appeared out of nowhere, wearing a devilish smile as he charged into the throng of Yaler beasts, delivering a powerful punch that resulted in a thunderous explosion. The members of the fire mercenary group could hardly believe their eyes as Yaler beasts flew in all directions. Although second-tier magical beasts are not particularly formidable, how could one be so weak? Ora. Dorank grew increasingly exhilarated. Throwing punches left and right, the explosive boxing gloves were remarkably effective. While lacking lethal force, the explosive impact was immensely satisfying. Boom, boom, boom. Like a force of nature, the Yaler beasts were driven back, despite their orders to prevent all humans from entering the forest. This black-clad human was a demon. How could they possibly stop him? Roar. One Yaler beast emitted a mournful cry before turning to flee. Roar. With a leader in flight, the other Yaler beasts quickly followed suit in a panic. What a perfect opportunity. Let us pursue and take down a few. The bowman of the fire mercenary group shouted, ready to charge forward and wreak havoc, but he abruptly halted in his tracks. In front of him loomed a fist adorned with intricate traps, clearly not an ordinary boxing glove. "Don't get too greedy." Dorank's voice turned icy. "I will not allow you to pursue." What do you want, you scoundrel?" The bowman of the fire mercenary group, clearly hot-tempered, retorted angrily. "Do you intend to hog all the spoils?" "Rat, no impudence," Sauce urgently interjected, halting the bowman. He regarded the young face before him and performed a standard military salute. "Thank you for your timely rescue. Sir, however, if we do not hasten to pursue, those Yaler beasts will escape. We can divide any spoils with you." At that moment, Alice, cloaked in her hidden garb, approached the mercenary group from behind. "Leave the forest. Slaughter brings misfortune," Alice suddenly spoke. Yet she did not reveal her hidden cloak, causing the members of the fire mercenary group to look as though they had seen a ghost. "Who are you, my lady?" Sauce glanced around, his expression shifting before fixing his gaze back on Dorank. "Please, reveal your name. We would be grateful for your life-saving assistance." "There is no need for that. By the way, you are not to take a single Yaler beast you have slain," Dorank declared. "Why should we?" "These are our spoils." The bowman's voice rose in protest once more, this time even more caustic. "I have no reason to explain myself to you." Dorank ignored the crowd and walked directly to the Yaler beast he had knocked out earlier. Kneeling beside it, however, the members of the fire mercenary group were unaware that Dorank had merely incapacitated the Yaler beast, believing instead that the young man intended to hoard the valuable materials for himself. "We cannot linger here. The one who spoke earlier is stronger than I am, and I cannot detect his presence." No, whispered to Sauce, the vice-captain of the fire mercenary group. "Let us give these Yaler beasts to him. We should depart." Sauce contemplated before issuing the order. "Ah, splendid. Everyone is safe. I was worried I had struck too hard." Ignoring the departing group, Dorank exhaled deeply as he lifted a Yaler beast, then glanced at another Yaler beast killed by the mercenaries, sighing helplessly. "Let us go. We can follow that group to leave." Alice lifted her hidden cloak, looking at the dejected Dorank. "If possible, I truly wish not to leave." Following closely behind the fire mercenary group, Dorank turned to glance back at the now invisible dragon fortress, where only a faint glimmer fought against the sun. "I wonder what it will be like when I return next time." Casting another tender look at Alice beside him, Dorank's eyes softened. "But it is worth it, my lady. This time I will protect you with my life. Do not look at me with such a disgusting gaze, or I may feel an urge to pluck out your eyeballs," Alice suddenly interjected. Still staring ahead, it appeared the road ahead would be fraught with challenges. Dorank felt a wave of pessimism wash over him. Unbeknownst to him, a peculiar smile had crept onto Alice's face. Chapter 8. Encountering robbers, Captain. That person is too arrogant. Although he saved us, he only ambushed them, and the Yaler beasts are known for their cowardice. The bowman's voice was filled with indignation. Be quiet, rat. The vice-captain of the magician's brigade, Nuanualuo, halted the archer, saying, that fellow is no ordinary person. Even someone of great strength would be injured if they charged into a swarm of yarrow beasts. The memory of Dorank, who had approached them without a speck of dust on his black attire, darkened Nuanualuo's expression. Moreover, there should be an even stronger presence nearby. The woman who spoke earlier. Even I could not sense her aura. As the most powerful member of the brigade, Soth mused. Perhaps she is a disciple undergoing trials from some noble family. That woman is likely a skilled protector of her disciple, which would explain that man's arrogance. Aren't nobles always like that? Humph. Nobles, you say? The mercenaries wore expressions of disdain. Nobles, as the possessors of human power and authority, had never done anything for the common folk. On the contrary, the powerful nobles often regarded ordinary people as mere refuse. The members of the Blazing Fire Mercenary Corps had nearly all experienced oppression at the hands of the aristocracy. Sigh, mistaken for a noble, Dorank scoffed. How could that ignorant bunch of humans, who pretend to understand, even begin to compare with the esteemed Dragon clan? You are a disgrace to the Dragon clan. Calling you a noble would be an overstatement, Alice retorted with a roll of her eyes. A person and a dragon, cloaked in concealment, trailed behind the mercenary group. Due to the distance and the hushed tones of Dorank and Alice, the mercenaries were entirely oblivious to their presence. Don't say that. By the way, do you know where they are heading? Dorank inquired. It doesn't seem to be the same direction I entered from, but it should still be within the Silver Continent, Alice contemplated. After all, the only exits from the Death Dragon Forest lead to either the Golden Continent or the Silver Continent. The Golden Continent is far off, and given our half-day journey, there's no way we could reach it. The Death Dragon Forest is quite vast. Fortunately, we didn't heed those fools when they suggested building the castle in the heart of the forest, Dorank chuckled. Otherwise, we'd still be lost in there. If we were merely lost in the forest, it wouldn't be so bad, but I'm afraid, Alice pondered. Wonderful. I see the ruined city. Suddenly, one of the scouts from the Blazing Fire Mercenary Corps shouted. Looks like we've finally emerged. Let us go, Alice remarked as she caught sight of the desolate city, which appeared to be in chaos. Wait, something feels off. Dorank suddenly twitched his nose, his expression darkening. The scent of blood in the air is overpowering. Hey, what's this? Just as Dorank sensed something amiss, the Blazing Fire Mercenary Corps was confronted by a bald giant wielding a massive axe. What a plump sheep! The Blood Axe Bandit King. Soth's face changed dramatically. This bald giant was a notorious figure even in the lawless ruined city, one of the 7 undefeated powerhouses in the area. It should be noted that human cultivation levels are not as easily distinguished as those of magical beasts, which range from level 1 to 10. Human cultivation follows divine guidance, with varying focuses on magic, strength, and consciousness, resulting in different level names. For instance, warriors are categorized into junior, intermediate, and senior warriors. Magicians are similarly classified. This system helps differentiate professional levels and facilitates memorization. However, at certain elevated levels, the terminology becomes unified. Undefeated, peerless, extraordinary, saintly, and near divine. Those who reach such power are no longer truly human. The hallmark of the undefeated is an indomitable body, a force that could withstand the blows of 100 warriors for a day and night without faltering. Blood Axe Bandit King. We offer what we possess. All we ask is to be spared, Soth declared. Clearly recognizing the reality of the situation, the Bandit King's strength was beyond that of their small mercenary group. Although there was reluctance, these possessions were not worth sacrificing their lives over. That fellow reeks of blood, Dorank remarked with a smirk. With such little strength, are humans truly this weak? How can someone like him act so brazenly? Hee. Knowing when to yield is wise, be why the way. Are those 2 over there your companions? The Blood Axe Bandit King suddenly grinned, turning his gaze toward Dorank and Alice. What? The Blazing Fire Mercenary Corps froze, turning to look, only to find nothing behind them. What was the bandit king talking about? Oh no, we've been discovered, Dorank realized, the concealment cloak still holding strong due to its residual magic, making even a level 9 magical beast unable to perceive them. Hee, while I can't see you, I'm quite sensitive to the presence of living beings. As long as you're a plump sheep, I can sense you. The blood axe bandit king licked his lips. Come out, or I'll come for you. Hemph. Alice snorted coldly, revealing herself from the cloak. Ah, a woman. The blood axe bandit king was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter upon seeing Alice's face. Splendid. Is this not a beauty? There is also another person here, Dorank interjected helplessly. Are you ignoring me? Oh? I assent that the kid. The members of the Blazing Fire Mercenary Corps recognized Dorank and recalled the earlier woman's voice. So? You two were playing tricks together? Rat, a member of the mercenary group, called out, clearly annoyed. What do you think you're doing? Talking back? The blood axe bandit king glared, his undefeated aura mixed with the scent of blood overwhelming Rat, causing him to fall back in fright. Looks like you have quite a few good treasures. That invisibility cloak is quite the gem, the blood axe bandit king remarked, nodding in satisfaction. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he turned to the members of the Blazing Fire Mercenary Corps with a smirk. Such bad luck for you. If others found out I had such a marvelous treasure, it would surely cause trouble. Soth and Nunualuo's expressions changed drastically as they understood. The blood axe bandit king had no intention of letting them go. Outrageous. Let us go. Fully aware of the power of that treasure, they realized that the blood axe bandit king would never let them escape. Thus, they resolved to fight with all their might as for Dorank and Alice. They exuded no aura of cultivators. Their treasures must have been the reason they could fend off the yarrow beasts. Neither the Blazing Fire Mercenary Corps nor the blood axe bandit king took the duo seriously. Thinking they were merely the young masters and ladies of prominent families playing outside, stealthily bringing their family treasures along. It seems we have been overlooked, Dorank pointed to himself, managing a bitter smile. Give me your gauntlet, Alice stated with an impassive expression. Do you really need it? As long as I use this. Dorank produced the Roundmaster Alchemist's masterpiece, grinning. Alice shot him a glare and marched straight toward the chaotic melee. Hey, I was joking. I'll go. Dorank hastily called after her. Let me vent. Alice turned her head to Dorank, her gaze icy. Dorank suddenly realized that as the Dragon Slayer hero, he had originally set out with great ambition to find the evil dragon in the Death Dragon Forest, only to find himself stripped of power and fleeing in disgrace. A situation that the proud Alice Dofuful could hardly bear. Take it with you, Dorank concluded. Even though he wished to protect Alice from harm, he recognized that stopping her at this moment would be a mistake. Dorank rummaged through his spatial ring and produced an unremarkable dark longsword, tossing it to Alice. Catching the sword, Alice felt its weight exceed her expectations. The blood axe bandit king's eyes nearly bulged out as he observed the spatial ring. A spatial ring was a treasure that even those at the peerless level might not possess. This young man was laden with rings. Could he be a plump sheep, but also a great trouble? With a roar, the blood axe bandit king ceased his playful demeanor, aiming for a swift resolution to eliminate the mercenaries to avoid prolonged complications. As for Alice, a young lady from a prominent family wielding a sword, what could she possibly do? With a flash of red light, the giant axe struck, severing Soth, the leader of the Blazing Fire Mercenary Corps, from head to neck in a single blow. Captain. The others stared in disbelief. Their leader, a senior warrior, had been slain with a single strike. Damn it, die. Rat, enraged, drew back his bow. Take this. The arrow flew like a streak of light. Rat unleashed a shot driven by fury, its power surpassing his usual prowess. Even a senior warrior with formidable defenses would likely hesitate to take such a hit head-on. Not bad. That shot was quite splendid, the blood axe bandit king sneered, observing the arrow embedded in his shoulder. Damn it. Did I miss the vital spot? What was intended as a fatal shot struck only the shoulder. Gritting his teeth, Rat drew back his bow again. But do you think I'll give you another chance? With another swing of his axe. The blood axe bandit king cleared a path through the warriors in his way and charged toward our AT. Rat faced imminent death beneath the blood axe bandit king's weapon. The others were too stunned to react. Is this how it ends? Rat despaired, watching the axe blade grow larger before him. Yet, suddenly, a chilling sensation washed over the blood axe bandit king, as if a powerful magical beast were fixating on him. With a swift roll, he evaded to the side just in time, barely escaping the path of a sword light that struck where he had just stood. The blood axe bandit king, a woman of formidable presence, lifted her gaze to the newcomer, who had approached her without a sound, inexplicably positioning himself behind her. Despite lacking visible prowess, the aura emanating from his sword felt akin to the oppressive weight imposed by invincible warriors, yet it was not the source of the chilling sensation she had experienced moments before. Her eyes darted to the figure of Dorank, standing behind Alice. Was it this fellow who had just exerted such pressure upon her? Alice, too, turned to regard Dorank, recognizing that although he appeared indifferent to the fates of humans, he had indeed unleashed his aura to protect the archer moments earlier. But how could he possess such strength? It seems I've bitten off more than I can chew. Listen here, lad. Who exactly are you? The blood axe bandit king rose to her feet, fixing her steely gaze upon Alice and Dorank, her voice low and commanding. Pay attention, for I am. Dorank was about to boast of his own prowess when Alice interrupted him. Enough of the chatter. We have matters to attend to, she said with a serious expression. Humph. Very well. In an instant, Dorank grasped Alice's intent and replied in agreement. As for you, Bandit King, your strength is commendable, but should you attempt to rob me, it would only serve as a jest. The Blood Axe Bandit King regarded them both with suspicion. Such an aura could not be summoned by someone devoid of power. And this woman's swordsmanship was disturbingly uncanny. Had the man not intervened to save the archer, that lethal strike would have surely found its mark upon her. The Bandit King's instincts warned her that should that sword have connected, even her resilience would have availed her nothing. It appears I have underestimated the situation, the Bandit King mused, shouldering her axe. I shall take my leave now. She understood well that with these two present, the fire mercenaries would not dare to act against her. Humph, then we shall depart as well, Dorank remarked to Alice, entirely dismissing the Bandit King. A flicker of murderous intent crossed the Bandit King's eyes, only to be swiftly concealed. This man was undoubtedly a genuine expert. If he were merely a pampered noble relying on artifacts, he would have been intimidated long ago by her aura of menace. Watching as Dorank and Alice turned their backs on her, leaving the fire mercenaries in a state of shock and sorrow as they buried their fallen leader and comrades. By the way, your performance was quite impressive, Alice, now some distance away, suddenly remarked. Oh, really? I am, after all, a master. Pretending to be one is a piece of cake, Dorank replied with a smug grin. No, I mean, Alice halted, fixing her gaze upon the dragon. Your act of feigning a loss of power was truly convincing. Chapter 9. Entering the city woo. I assure you, it was no act. Dorank lamented, helplessly suspended from a tree, bound hand and foot. Alice, it seemed, possessed an unexpected talent for interrogation. Are you implying that despite having lost all your draconic energy, you still retain some power? Alice inquired, her finger thoughtfully resting on her chin as she scrutinized the dragon. Though the power I retain is weak, it may approximate the level of a second-tier magical beast, Dorank hastily nodded. This is encouraging news. At least it suggests we can indeed restore our strength, Alice responded. Yet she found it hard to believe Dolank's earlier revelation. You truly are only 17? Ah, indeed, a veritable 17 in fact. I have yet to reach human adulthood, Dorank replied with a cheeky grin. How is that possible? 17? Dragons mature at 500 years, so you are essentially a mere hatchling. How could you possibly attain near-divine power at such a young age? Alice exclaimed, astonished. I am a prodigy, after all. Besides, did you not acquire your strength at a similarly young age? Dorank countered. My circumstances were different. Without the Dragon Slayer blade, I would likely only be at the extraordinary level myself, and humans naturally cultivate their power at a much faster rate, Alice replied, her mind drifting elsewhere. Dragons are not merely magical beasts, Dorank sighed in frustration. However, it is true that while humans may cultivate faster, their potential has its limits, unlike dragons, who are destined to reach their peak. This is one aspect of dragons that humans envy. Furthermore, humans have considerably shorter lifespans than you. So even if a human strong enough to rival a dragon were to emerge, you would likely awaken from a slumber to find that individual has already perished, Alice remarked. Even if a near-divine or divine human were to be born, it is likely that by the time you dragons awaken, they would have already met their demise. Ah, when framed that way, it does seem that dragons possess formidable might, Dorank retorted, his playful demeanor returning. Yet, for now, the rulers of this continent remain human. Despite their strength, aside from you and your father, it appears that only lesser dragons exist upon this land, Alice recalled, suddenly curious. Though I suspect you may not divulge it. What truly transpired with the dragons? Why have they vanished from the continent? Oh, it's nothing of great consequence. I can share that with you, Dorank replied, shifting restlessly. Untie me, and I shall tell you. Alice regarded Dorank, who seemed nonchalant as she approached to untie the ropes binding him. Isn't this a matter of significant importance? Ah, to me, it is, Dorank said, stretching his arms, which had grown numb from being restrained for so long. In truth, it's rather trivial. It's just that a group of old fellows decided to go on a god-slaying mission. What? Alice froze, the revelation astonishing her. Had the entire dragon clan set out to confront the gods? However, not all of them. My father, for instance, appears to oppose this plan, which is why he remains among humans. The whereabouts of the other dragons have been unknown for a millennium, and their memories have not been shared, Dorank explained. I see. Alice's expression darkened. As a member of the Dragon Slayer clan, the natural enemy of dragons among humans, to learn that dragons still possess the power to battle deities was troubling indeed. Nevertheless, these matters are not ours to fret over. We have lost our powers, and regaining them is of utmost importance, Dorank declared, shaking his hand to draw Alice back from her reverie. Alice blinked, realizing the truth in his words. She was no longer the dragon slayer of old. Even the most insignificant dragon bloodline would pose a challenge for her now. Worrying further was futile. Let us move. We have wasted enough time, and the gates will soon close, Alice concluded. By the time they emerged from the Death Dragon forest, it was already afternoon, and the sky was beginning to darken. Typically, city gates closed around dusk. Ruined City. This was one of the few places on the Silver Continent that remained outside the jurisdiction of the Three Kingdoms. Moreover, due to its proximity to the Death Dragon Forest, none of the kingdoms were willing to send troops to maintain order, leaving only a handful of experts to monitor the area and occasionally oversee the city to prevent excessive chaos. The Seven Demons of Ruined City, a group of 7 powerful individuals, posed a significant threat. Without restraints, they would render the city incapable of ensuring even the most basic safety. Nevertheless, this lack of regulation made the city comparatively safer than its surroundings. It's so small. Human architecture pales in comparison to my dragon fortress, Dorank scoffed at the unimposing city gates. At the very least, the gate should be adorned with jade carvings. What is this wooden structure? Let us proceed, Alice replied, uninterested in engaging with the whimsical dragon. She stepped through the entrance, noting the absence of guards, which suggested free passage in and out of the city. Alice recalled her initial arrival at Dragon Forest City, when the guards had been taken aback by her weapon and profession, yet they had dutifully fulfilled their responsibilities. This is quite normal. If there were a military presence, how could the Bandit King have dared to commit crimes so close to the city? Dorank remarked, adjusting the wrinkled black attire caused by his bindings. Though I am not well versed in the powers of the Silver Continent, it is evident that this city is a lawless zone. Oh, by the way, Alice suddenly recalled something and turned to Dorank. You should hide those ostentatious rings of yours. Eh? Dorank glanced at his fingers adorned with lavish spatial rings, striking a flamboyant pose. Why, they look splendid, do they not? Do you wish for me to sever your fingers? Alice unsheathed her dark long sword, which she wielded with ease as for the Dragon Slayer blade. It would remain in Dorank's spatial ring until she could wield it again. Please, let me think of a solution. You know spatial rings cannot be placed within other spatial rings. What can I do if I do not wear them? Dorank pleaded, desperately trying to negotiate. Perhaps it would be best to simply remove them, Alice declared decisively, swinging her sword. I know. Dorank barely dodged the strike, retreating hastily while offering a sycophantic smile. I shall find a way to ensure you do not see these bothersome adornments. Then perhaps you should consider how to make yourself less visible, Alice retorted, sheathing her sword and speaking with a hint of indifference. You seem to have casually mentioned something quite hurtful about dragons, Dorank replied, feigning injury. Alice ignored Dolank's antics and walked directly into the city. However, at the city gate, she paused momentarily, glancing back with her peripheral vision catching sight of a tree behind Dorank. After a brief moment, she redirected her focus and continued onward. What should I do now? Dorank rose to his feet. Turning his back to the tree, Alice had noticed a signature wicked grin forming on his face. It seems I must devise a plan. Inside Ruined City, Alice observed the streets bustling with armed individuals wielding swords and staves. Realizing that safety was not guaranteed even here. Hey, I've taken care of it, Alice, Dorank announced triumphantly. Suddenly, Dorank's smiling face appeared before Alice, who remarked, as she observed Dorank's hands, which were concealed within his sleeves. A wave of amusement washed over her. You look more like a swindler this way. Hey, you're the one who told me to hide the ring, so why say that? Dorank retorted, hopping up and down in frustration, attracting the attention of several passers-by. Do you have any idea that this night's incursion is a treasure? Can an ordinary garment's sleeves stretch this much? I sacrificed my image all because I listened to your advice, Dorank continued without relent. Yes, Alice replied weakly, continuing on her way. After a while, she had distanced herself from the sulking Dorank, and at least from an outsider's perspective, they appeared to be merely two ordinary pedestrians. Observing that many people were pointing at Alice, Dorank suddenly realized that if he didn't buy her a black cloak, the likelihood of her encountering trouble was quite high. Sure enough, hey woman, a burly man, bare-chested, blocked Alice's path with a lewd grin. What a beauty! This is my lucky day. Just as I was heading to a brothel, I stumbled upon such a treasure. That poor woman is in trouble. This guy is a notorious thug in the chaotic city. Any woman he sets his sights on has no chance of escaping, a bystander remarked. Now, that's a classic villain stereotype, Dorank sighed, his hands still tucked in his sleeves. Should I step in to help? You better not act rashly, a passerby warned Dorank. I heard that guy is one of the 7 demons of the chaotic city, a subordinate of the Ghost Dark King. Your life is far more precious than any woman's. Dorank glanced at the speaker, a boy who appeared to be around 12 years old, with a dirty face and vacant eyes. Suggesting he was often bullied in the chaotic city, he had become accustomed to the ways of the world, giving him an air of maturity beyond his years, yet he still retained a childlike innocence, reminding others in such a city to be cautious. You misunderstood my intention, Dorank said, looking at the foul-mouthed brute and the increasingly grim-faced Alice. Ah, the little boy looked at the smiling man in confusion. I meant to assist that burly fellow. Listen, if you follow my lead in this chaotic city, you'll have power and influence, the burly man continued to prattle on. But you can only play a minor role, after all. Clang. The dark longsword was unsheathed, and with a swift arc, it cleaved toward the burly man's face. The strike was not fast, yet it carried an unavoidability, resulting in woe. A slender cut appeared from the man's face down to his abdomen, and he stood there frozen, as if possessed, his mouth twitching, seemingly wanting to speak but unable to utter a word. The onlookers gasped as Alice sheathed her long sword and continued walking. Looks like I can't help after all. Farewell, little chap, Dorank chuckled as he caught up with Alice, leaving the boy staring blankly at the coins that had suddenly appeared in his hand. He clearly lacks any aura of a practitioner. Yet with a single sword strike, he incapacitated a mid-level warrior by striking 7 vital points, a veiled woman in a nearby tavern observed, laughing suddenly. What an intriguing individual. Meanwhile, at the city gate, the boy who had just been beside Dorank was now staring down at a middle-aged man, his face filled with dread. Is this all the money you have for the ring? The middle-aged man asked calmly as he looked at the coins presented by the boy. I didn't steal anything, the boy replied, lowering his head even further. Impossible. How could you not steal anything? The man glared. Hand it over. That item is of no use to you. I truly didn't steal anything. His sleeves were empty, As if there was nothing at all, the boy murmured softly, "Then what is this money?" The man thrust several gold coins toward the boy. "Don't tell me this is what he gave you." "Why, yes." The boy nodded vigorously. "What a joke." The middle-aged man suddenly hurled the coins forcefully at the boy's face. The weight of the gold coins and the man's strength left the boy's face bruised. "Then you should have him give you the ring. Otherwise, you know the consequences." The boy's hands clenched into tight fists. "This city is truly something. Before even entering, I encountered a robbery, and now inside, I run into thugs, while I, on the other hand, meet a thief," Dorank lamented as he hurried to Alice's side. "A thief?" Alice looked at Dorank. "If it were you, the thief would have surely succeeded. Come on, what did you lose?" "Heh, unfortunately, my night's incursion is also a spatial treasure. He couldn't have stolen anything," Dorank boasted. "However, that little boy is quite interesting. So I gave him all the gold coins you gave me." "All the gold coins I gave you?" Alice suddenly halted her steps. "All of them?" "Of course. It was such a meager amount. I thought it was too little, but it'll have to do," Dorank shrugged. "Dragons are not a stingy race. Do you happen to have any money with you?" Alice pondered for a moment before asking. Durank's smug expression gradually faded. "Are you planning to sell dragon meat?" Alice's tone was filled with menace. Chapter 10. The Bard, by the way, Alice, Dorank covered his face, feeling that Alice had been rather merciless. "If we have no money, doesn't that mean we need to earn some? What do you think?" Alice retorted, still fuming from the earlier punches that had barely sufficed to vent her frustration. The lack of money signified much. Although she despised nouveau riche individuals, it didn't mean she was oblivious to the importance of wealth, especially after losing her powers, as her body was nearly equivalent to that of an ordinary person. As an ordinary person, money was essential. "I gave you 3 gold coins. Enough for us to eat for 3 months." Alice deliberately obscured her eyes with her golden hair, causing Dorank to feel an ominous premonition. "So? You have 3 days to earn 3 gold coins. Or I'll truly have to sell your meat," Alice declared, tossing her head back and smiling in the sunlight. A smile that seemed to represent the purest and most beautiful essence of the world. Yet it sent a chill down Durank's spine akin to a wintry December. Thus, "Damn it, I still have money on me. Why must a noble dragon like me be forced into labor? Is this what a knight should do?" Dorank wandered aimlessly down the street, observing the passers-by with fierce expressions, as if they all owed him vast sums of gold. After walking for a while, he paused. Speaking of work, he stopped in front of a tavern. "My intuition tells me I can find something here." The War and Chaos Tavern. The oldest establishment in the chaotic city was run by an elderly man with a grizzled beard. Known to many as Longbeard. It was said he had strong ties with one of the 7 demons of the chaotic city, which deterred most troublemakers. However, today was evidently different. "Is anyone here?" Dorank pushed the door open, revealing a dim gray interior to the tavern. Contrary to his expectations of raucous laughter and boisterous patrons, only the old man was seen polishing a glass behind the bar. While a crowd was gathered around, from which a girl's voice could be heard sharing a tale, it seemed there was excitement to be had. Eagerly, Dorank stepped into the crowd, using his height to clearly see that a young girl with green hair and a petite frame was the center of attention. Bouncing around lively, a beautiful girl, though it appeared her allure was not solely due to her looks. "And then, Annie, what happened to that night?" a sultry woman in the crowd inquired. "Well, that holy knight from 300 years ago. After battling the evil dragon, he rescued the princess who had been cursed and asleep for ages, and was then canonized as the greatest of the 3 holy knights, living happily ever after with the beautiful princess," the lovely girl exclaimed, eyes sparkling as if she had met the legendary holy knight herself. "So, she's a bard," Dorank realized after listening for a while, understanding that this Annie was a storyteller. Bards were a specialty of the Silver Continent, as the other 4 continents were embroiled in ceaseless warfare, rendering such a profession unviable there in his previous life as a nobleman from the Golden Continent, and even as the foremost noble educator. Dorank had never encountered a bard but was well acquainted with the profession, wandering from place to place, recounting various legendary tales to earn a living, an unimaginable scenario on the Golden Continent. Unbeknownst to him, Dorank and the others had listened to several stories. These are all quite fascinating tales, Dorank nodded, then shook his head and asked the green-haired girl, why is it that in every story, the dragon race is depicted as evil, always abducting princesses? Huh. Annie and the others looked at him with expressions of astonishment, as if he were a monster. You don't know about the incident 19 years ago when the evil dragon kidnapped Princess Shueyue? That doesn't mean all dragons behave this way. One cannot refute the truth. The matter concerning my father is widely known. How naive. How utterly naive. And, who had initially prepared to share a new tale, bounded in front of Dorank, gazing up at the man who only reached her chest, and earnestly declared, I possess extensive knowledge about dragons. The malevolent dragon from 19 years ago was a quintessential representative of its kind, its behavior aligning perfectly with the established characteristics of dragons. No, it was merely an anomaly among dragons. Many within that realm held reservations about it, Dorank corrected her. How do you know? And retorted, her eyes blazing with indignation as she confronted the man who dared to contradict her. Because, Dorank began, preparing to expound eloquently under the scrutiny of the gathered crowd, when suddenly a chill ran down his spine. Dorank, a voice, filled with fury yet strikingly calm, emanated from behind him. You were tasked with finding employment, and here you are, playing around. Alice, allow me to explain. Dorank quickly turned, donning what he believed to be his most amiable smile as he faced her. I have indeed secured a job here. Is that so? Alice's eyes brimmed with skepticism. What kind of work? That, Dorank gestured towards Anne, is to share stories alongside that bard. And had yet to grasp who this striking girl was when she heard Dolank's unilateral decision and quickly interjected, That's not happening. I have no desire to tell stories with you. Don't you wish to learn about dragons? I am an expert on the subject. No one among humans knows more than I do. Dorank suddenly leaned closer to Anne, whispering, If Alice discovers I've been here listening to your stories for so long, my fate will be dire. Humph, then you must remember to tell me how you came by your knowledge of dragons, and replied thoughtfully, This sister here, my name is Anne. Noticing Dorank nodding slightly, and smiled as she approached Alice. Sister, you are so beautiful. Are you the girlfriend of this fool? Alice, casting a blank expression at Dorank, who was grinning widely, replied, If that were the case, I would rather perish. Dolank's smile faltered, wounded. Hee, I knew it. That fool doesn't he deserve someone as lovely as you? Anne's smile grew brighter. However, that fool is indeed supposed to tell stories with me. Is that so? Then I hope you take good care of this imbecile, Alice said to Anne with a smile, before her expression turned serious as she glared at Dorank. Mouthing, I heard everything you just said. Be prepared. Dolank's smile was on the verge of collapse. Hey, and continue with the story. What happened to that great mage who trespassed into the Forbidden Land? A voice from the audience called out. All right, here we go. Well, if you wish to hear my stories, come closer, and instructed Dorank. Then, Alice. Dorank looked at Alice pitifully, resembling a small puppy on the verge of abandonment. Go ahead. Meet me at the place I just purchased. Alice handed Dorank a piece of paper before turning to leave. What? You came to tell me you found a place to stay? Dorank examined the words on the paper. Ah, this place seems rather strange. Hey, come on, learn how to tell a story, and called out. Stop saying hey. Hey, my name is Dorank. He scratched the back of his head and approached. Dorank, you truly have a fascination with dragons, even your name reflects that, and remarked, clearly aware that in the Silver Continent, Dorank sounded like dragon. Now, let us continue. I assure you, my storytelling prowess is unparalleled. Dorank suddenly laughed. Just don't let your apprentice starve the master. Humph, how arrogant. Allow me to show you that you are still a novice on this path, and replied with a grin. The old man at the counter, polishing a cup, lifted his head to glance at the animated Dorank, then peered outside, chuckling softly. Meanwhile, outside the tavern, a veiled woman stared at the establishment for a moment before turning away. Nighttime. Who would have thought you possessed such talent? Did you conjure those stories yourself? And asked, sipping her recently ordered drink, her surprise evident. Indeed, and I devised them long ago, Dorank replied, raising his glass towards Anne. Shouldn't it be time for me to receive my share of the earnings? Well, here you go, and appeared quite generous in this regard. Eh? Is this all? Dorank stared at the gleaming silver coin before him, speechless. After all that storytelling, he was rewarded with merely 1 silver coin. 1,000 silver coins would barely convert into a gold coin. The road ahead for Dorank was long and arduous. This is already quite generous. I only earned 10 silver coins in an entire afternoon and shot Dorank a glance. You only shared stories for a little over an hour. Giving you a silver coin is already quite accommodating. Alas. I must take my leave, Dorank said, flicking the silver coin before pocketing it in his sleeve, bidding farewell to Anne. What a peculiar person, and remarked, watching Dorank depart with a sigh. Hee. The old man looked at and chuckled. Miss, it seems you rather enjoy the company of this eccentric fellow. He's quite interesting, and replied, finishing her drink and turning to the old man. Uncle, do you think what he said about dragons is true? Are they truly that fascinating? On the street. Where on earth is this place? Dorank, holding the piece of paper and surveying the deserted street, reluctantly admitted to himself that he had lost his way. Chapter 11. The first night of the hero and the dragon inside a humble, dilapidated dwelling. Consolidate your strength, elevate your spirit, immerse your soul. The continuously transcending body will reveal to you the elevation of your realm, the master. Instructing his disciple, chanted incantations with an air of serene authority. Master, I still cannot feel it. The young disciple sighed in resignation after much effort. Master, is this truly the divine cultivation technique you spoke of? He gazed at the figure who had suddenly appeared before him days prior. Claiming to be a pinnacle human warrior, a master of both magic and martial arts, invincible in both the mortal and divine realms, yet having lost all power due to treachery, initially resolved to give up. He recognized within the disciple a rare gem, possessing an even greater innate talent, and believed that with proper guidance, he could forge an existence far stronger than his own. Do you doubt me? This technique may be challenging to grasp, but once mastered, it will lead you to a smooth path, propelling you directly towards divinity, towards a superdivine status. The master spoke earnestly. Master, the disciple looked at him with admiration. My child, the master smiled benevolently. Just as the duo was dreaming of a bright future, an unexpected calamity struck. Boom! A figure plummeted from the sky, crashing through the roof and landing squarely upon the master. Ah, what a close call! The disciple stared, dumbfounded, as the newcomer stood up, dusting off his clothes before inquiring, Excuse me, could you direct me to Dalhuandi? Dalhuandi? The disciple, noticing the blood seeping from the rubble beneath the newcomer, quickly replied, Are you seeking the Dalhuandi Inn? You're heading the wrong way. It should be that direction. That way? Thank you very much. The newcomer expressed gratitude and departed, muttering under his breath, Even flying and still lost? Furthermore, the duration of flight is quite limited. Disciple, save your master. A weak voice emerged from the debris, revealing the master's apparent blood loss. I'm coming, master. The disciple, jolted from his stupor, rushed to assist the master as for whether the master could be rescued. And whether the young man would succeed in mastering the superdivine technique, that is a tale for another time. Outside the crumbling dwelling, Dorank observed the direction he had just come from. Now I know the way. Surely, I want to be mistaken again. Boom! A black shadow swept across the darkened sky, yet none were aware. Dalhuandi Inn. Is this the place? Dorank, fatigued, surveyed the inn, which bore a name fitting for the chaotic city, yet was in an utterly dilapidated state. At last, I have found it. Given the dreadful decor, it should be quite inexpensive. Excuse me, is anyone here? Cough, cough. Upon entering, Dorank was choked by the dust that greeted him. What on earth is with the dust? He quickly covered his mouth and nose, retreating to the entrance, perplexed by the cloud of dust that filled the room. This does not appear to be a place where anyone resides. Could it be that I have erred again? Just head up to the second floor. Suddenly, Alice's voice floated down from above. Dorank looked up to see that the lights on the second floor had illuminated at some point. Is this considered unlawful trespassing? Following the wall, Dorank ascended to the second floor, where chaos reigned, though it was far better than the ghostly first floor. Spotting Alice seated on the bed, clad in only a thin garment and meditating. Dorank inquired, "What have you done here?" "I investigated. 3 years ago. This place was abandoned. This is merely a rational utilization of resources," Alice replied, opening her eyes. "Indeed." Dorank nodded helplessly. "So where should I sleep?" "Sleep?" Alice looked at him with amusement. "In such chaos, you can still manage to sleep? It is a bit messy. But it's nothing. I'll tidy it up tomorrow. I'm quite exhausted today. If I can sleep on a bed, I prefer the floored. Don't argue with me about it." Under Alice's icy glare, Dorank immediately declared with conviction and, almost before Alice could react, swiftly cleared a clean spot before collapsing into slumber. "Hey, aren't you going to rest?" Dorank placed his hand behind his head as a makeshift pillow. "Occupying the bed without resting is such a waste. The cultivation technique I practice allows me to replenish my energy while meditating, serving as a substitute for sleep," Alice replied. "Oh, how convenient," Dorank remarked with a hint of admiration. "But don't push yourself too hard. I am fine. What about you? Aren't you going to cultivate?" Alice inquired. "Dragons never cultivate. Our strength naturally increases over time," Dorank yawned. His eyes half closed. "Many of my lazy kin sleep for 500 years, and upon waking, they are already godlike." What a terrifying race! Alice remained silent. After all, the more she learned about the secrets of the dragon clan while being with Dorank, the more she marveled at their extraordinary nature. With their extraordinarily long lifespans, unparalleled talents, shared memories, and the ability to enhance their power simply through sleep, Alice felt an inexplicable sense of frustration as a human. "By the way, Alice, would you like to hear a story?" Dorank suddenly asked. "Ah." Dorink's abrupt shift always left Alice momentarily speechless. "I am now a wandering bard, a bard. Would you like to hear my tales? It's free." Dorank suddenly became animated. "Not interested. Oh. How disappointing." Dorank sighed dramatically. "Time for sleep. Oh, by the way, what now?" Seeing Dorank seem to suddenly remember something, Alice asked with a hint of exasperation, "Why do you have so many questions?" "This is important," Dorank replied, his expression serious. "Speak. Is it appropriate for two individuals of the opposite sex to be alone together like this?" Dorank inquired. "It's fine. To me, you are merely a pet, hardly a man," Alice answered directly. "How hurtful," Dorank exclaimed exaggeratedly. "Didn't you say you were tired? If you have nothing else to do, hurry up and sleep." Alice suppressed her urge to stand up and give him a beating. "There's one more thing." Dorink's expression returned to seriousness. "Alice, would you mind if I sleep naked?" "Get out." Alice's rationality finally snapped. Moving to another room, Dorank lay on the bed, looking quite helpless. "Alice, really? I clearly taught her about propriety between the sexes, even though she's only a year old. She should remember such things. Yet, why did I feel a strange sense of loss after moving out?" In the other room, Alice was cultivating, but her mind was restless. "Why do I feel oddly familiar with this foolish dragon?" Moreover, this afternoon, I happened to visit the tavern again and heard Dorink's stories at the door. Was it a coincidence? That story seemed so familiar. Alice Doffifer, a paragon of the Doffifer family, had shown maturity far beyond her years since childhood. Accompanied by her remarkable talents and extraordinary memory, she could recall almost everything she had seen or heard. Additionally, her cultivation aptitude was among the strongest in her family's history. For her, familiar things must have been encountered before, but she could never have met this dragon. Yet, that story was unmistakably familiar. Thus, one human and one dragon, each lost in their thoughts, spent their first night in the chaotic city. The next morning, awakening from a deep meditative state, Alice opened her eyes, suddenly taken aback. She recalled that yesterday this room was cluttered with trash, the corners filled with cobwebs, and there was a lingering odor of decaying wood shavings. But now, the floor sparkled as if polished, the walls appeared revitalized, and a pleasant fragrance filled the air. What happened? "Ah, you're awake." Just as Alice was lost in thought, the door swung open, and Dorink's voice filled the room. Alice turned to see him dressed in a perfectly tailored tailcoat and trousers, with a red tie. "What are you wearing?" Alice inquired. "This is a butler's outfit. The night has its perils, and it's quite normal for a magical item to alter one's appearance. It is evident that you wouldn't take care of yourself, so as a noble dragon, I cannot allow my knight to live in such squalor, Dorank rambled on. Butler? Alice suddenly recalled something, scrutinizing Dorink's face as if trying to uncover something. What is up? Have you finally noticed my handsomeness? Dorank paused, looking at Alice, who was staring intently at him, and narcissistically commented, Does the butler also handle breakfast? After contemplating for a moment, Alice asked, Of course, what would you like to eat? Dorank replied with a radiant smile. No? I'd rather eat out, Alice said skeptically, eyeing Dorank as if coming to a realization. She declared, Poor butler dragon. Watching Alice leave, he turned to the table where a hearty breakfast for two had already been prepared. Eating a double portion alone is a rather dismal affair, he sighed. Accepting reality, just as he was about to dig in, a graceful figure approached and took a plate of breakfast from in front of him. Upon reflection, it's better not to waste money right now. Dorank stared blankly at Alice, then suddenly burst into laughter. Frugality is indeed a virtue. Chapter 12. Ascending Realms, War and Chaos. In the tavern, an old man with a long beard was wiping glasses, his murky eyes observing the new bard who was captivating his audience. Particularly Annie, who was enraptured by his tales, shaking his head with a smile. And then, when the holy sword was severed by the demon king, humanity fell into despair. A young man in black stood atop a platform. Surveying the captivated crowd, he accepted a drink from Annie, wetting his throat before continuing. At that moment, the great dragon clan intervened, appearing before the demon king with an invincible presence. In that instant, the heavens and earth trembled. And the might of the nine-headed mythical dragon was so overwhelming that even the demon king struggled to withstand it. However, at this point, the young man suddenly tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, staring at the ceiling with a sorrowful expression, halting his tale. But what happened next? The intrigued audience and Annie pressed eagerly. What follows is a closely guarded secret. The young man suddenly wore a mysterious expression, reminiscent of the elderly priests explaining the greatness of the gods to their followers. To continue would tempt fate. We must wait until tomorrow. Words like fate and heavenly will did not exist in places where Silver Continent inhabitants worshipped gods. However, the young man had previously mentioned that in certain parts of the continent, people revered the heavens more than the gods. Such unfamiliar concepts made his stories feel refreshing. So, here are 10 silver coins. Can I touch upon the heavenly will? A man dressed as a mage placed 10 silver coins on the table, glancing at his girlfriend's wistful expression. Are you insulting the heavenly will with this mundane currency? The young man suddenly looked at the mage as if deeply insulted, causing the mage to feel as though he had committed a grave error. Just as the mage prepared to retract the offending coins, the young man burst into laughter, quickly snatching the 10 silver coins away, and remarked with a sigh, But ignorance is no sin, and since you are genuinely sincere, I shall inform you. This guy, Annie observed Dorank, who had seemingly touched upon the heavenly will countless times throughout the day, sighing in exasperation. Just yesterday, he had only become a novice bard, and today he was overflowing with riches. He truly had a knack for being a swindler. Yet, genuinely, his stories were indeed captivating. At least, Annie had listened to his tales all day without feeling bored. That night, in the second floor of the chaotic tavern. What happened here? Dorank exclaimed, eyes wide as he surveyed the disheveled room before his gaze landed on Alice, who sat on the bed. I made progress in my cultivation today. I couldn't contain myself, so I decided to try something. Alice's cheeks flushed slightly. She felt rather embarrassed for having turned the room into chaos after Dorank had just tidied it up that morning. Then you should clean it up too, Dorank replied, exasperated. Isn't that the butler's job? Alice's face grew even redder. And what? Dorank asked, puzzled. It's nothing. This place was all bought by me. It's already generous of me to let you stay here as a servant. And you still have so much to say. Hurry up and get to work. Alice suddenly raised her voice, her demeanor resolute. Bought servant? Dorank felt that there were many points to critique in that statement. Yet he was too intimidated to voice them. He couldn't afford to offend her. By the way, speaking of which, I had quite a fruitful day today, Dorank suddenly recalled, proudly pulling out a silver coin from his spatial ring. Just one? Alice looked at him disdainfully. Just watch. Dorank wiggled his fingers, pulling out one coin after another, a total of 500 silver coins. What do you think? As Alice gazed at Dorank, whose face was brimming with a desire for praise, she suddenly realized that if she actually complimented him, he would probably boast to the heavens. Do not forget that our agreement stipulates 3 days for 3 gold coins. You currently possess only half a coin. Do you not? Alice's voice was devoid of compassion. No worries. Today was merely an experiment with this method. Tomorrow, I shall explore numerous ways to earn. It appeared that Dorank had fully immersed himself in the world of bards. Suit yourself, Alice sighed. Do you truly not wish to hear the tales I have to share? Dorank persisted. Perhaps another time. For now, you can either tidy up the room or return to sleep and refrain from disturbing me, Alice replied. It is not beneficial to remain cooped up indoors all day, Dorank remarked. Mind your own business, Alice retorted. Her eyes still closed. Speaking of which, Alice, have you noticed? Dorank, while organizing the room, suddenly adopted a serious tone. We have been under surveillance for the past 2 days. Ever since we emerged from the Death Dragon Forest, Alice continued meditating with her eyes still shut. However, there is no hostility, so let them be. Once you attain invincibility, it will matter not, Dorank said, lifting the bookshelf that Alice had shattered and tossing it out the window before standing up. Well then, the cleaning is finished. I shall take my leave. Thank you for your efforts, Alice said, opening her eyes to survey the now gleaming floor, nodding in satisfaction. Outside the chaotic inn, beneath the bookshelf that Dorank had just discarded, a groan could be heard. Did that fellow truly discover me, or was it mere coincidence? It was the second morning since arriving in the chaotic city. After finishing breakfast, Dorank swiftly changed out of his black attire into a cleaning outfit, cleared the table, and bid Alice farewell before stepping outside. Watching Dolank's retreating figure, Alice suddenly murmured in confusion, "Is it just my imagination? Or does he seem somewhat different from yesterday?" After pondering for a moment, Alice picked up the dessert Dorank had just prepared for her and sampled it. It was quite delicious in the Tavern of War and Chaos. "What does this fellow mean?" and exclaimed angrily at the bearded man, observing the letter Dorank had sent through an intermediary. As a newcomer, he is already so audacious as to take a day off on the second day. Does he not realize that he is being watched? Yet still goes out? My lady, fret not, my old man has seen countless people. Although this lad appears unremarkable except for his exceptional talent as a bard, my instincts tell me he is not as simple as he seems. The bearded man replied, though the demoness has taken action. Her objective seems to be the girl who arrived on the first day, not this lad. That foolish woman, the demoness, and scoffed, then quickly shifted the topic, seemingly unwilling to discuss the woman further. Uncle, what of the mercenary group that emerged with him from the outskirts of the Death Dragon Forest? Fearing the Blood Axe Thief King might pursue them, they seem to have disbanded, the bearded man responded. However, the key lies with him, and that girl. It has already been 2 days since the Dragon Slayer hero entered the Death Dragon Forest, and the beasts within have exhibited unusual behavior during this time. These two, having never been seen before, emerging from the forest suggests they know something. Yet their strength is lacking. That fool is likely weaker than a mid-tier warrior. The Death Dragon Forest is a forbidden zone. How could they possibly enter and exit safely? And remarked, how then do you explain their victory over the Blood Axe Thief King? He is a genuine invincible level warrior, the bearded man sighed. Although the information is vague and does not specify how they triumphed, it is evident that they are not as simple as they appear. We are in a tumultuous time, and matters on that front remain unresolved. In any case, we should maintain contact, if it truly involves the Dragon Slayer clan and the dragon race. We cannot afford to be idle, and sighed as well. By the way, my lady, when do you plan to return? Time is drawing near. The bearded man suddenly inquired. I do not know. If I can delay my return, I shall. Anne's expression changed, her voice dropping as if recalling some unhappy memory. Meanwhile, outside the chaotic city, Dorank gazed at the mountain bandit stronghold before him, a wicked smile creeping across his face. As the saying goes, easy money is often found in the shadows, and black market dealings are the easiest way to earn, provided one lives to see the profit. finally free from those watchful eyes, which had followed him from dawn till dusk without a hint of annoyance. In truth, Dorank had not fully explained to Alice that the dragon race is indeed capable of cultivation. It is simply deemed unnecessary, as their strength is perpetually in a phase of enhancement. For dragons, even a newly hatched member possesses the strength of a 6th-tier magical beast, and prior to reaching maturity, their strength grows at an impressive rate, at least impressive in the context of their several thousand-year lifespan. It is worth noting that 6th-tier magical beasts are equivalent to extraordinary warriors, while 7th, 8th, and 9th tiers correspond to the realms of the extraordinary, saintly, and divine. Dragons inevitably reach the 10th-tier divine level by the age of 500. But this does not imply that dragons can only attain divine status upon reaching that age. This misconception arises from humanity's lack of understanding of dragons. A dragon can achieve divine status at 500 years of age without cultivation. Yet if they do engage in cultivation, boom! Dorank smashed open the entrance of the bandit stronghold with a powerful fist, his grin widening as the startled bandits rushed out in a panic. In the annals of dragon history, the fastest dragon to reach divine status did so by the age of 20. Alice was not wholly incorrect. The sensation of ascending through the ranks of cultivation is intensely powerful. A feeling that is difficult to articulate, akin to being filled with an overwhelming energy that begs for release. Alice's tendency to create chaos in her room can be regarded as a relatively subdued expression of this urge. While Dorank, having cultivated for 2 nights, had reached the level of a 3rd-tier magical beast, equivalent to a mid-tier warrior. The bandits served as the perfect outlet for his pin-up energy. Bang! The bandits who charged out had barely begun to hurl insults at this troublemaker when a flash of black lightning darted past them, and the immense force instantly shattered their ranks. Dorank unfurled his wings. Although he could only manifest them temporarily and they were not true wings, they still filled him with delight. The bandits, being merely slightly stronger than ordinary men, could not perceive his movements or silhouette, rendering the display of dragon wings inconsequential. Swiftly weaving through the bandits, his speed far exceeded the standards of a mid-tier warrior. Courtesy of his dragon wings, the battle commenced and concluded in mere moments. Having once possessed the strength of a near-divine being, Dorank's mastery over his power was exquisite. His visit was intended solely to release the combativeness that had arisen from his recent ascension, and he had no intention of indiscriminately slaying. Thus, the majority of the bandits were merely knocked unconscious, with only a handful, the more capable ones possessing some combat energy, remaining to struggle. Yet, they were only slightly more resilient. After all, they were merely a small bandit group, lacking any formidable experts. Before long, Dorank had thoroughly cleared the entire stronghold. "Ah, what a relief!" he exclaimed, pausing for a moment, before casting his gaze toward the chaotic city. A hint of gravity in his eyes. Since yesterday, he had sensed a faint, elusive aura of danger within that city, a sensitivity inherent to dragons. This was precisely why Dorank had been so diligent in his training over the past 2 days. Best to return now. I still have work to do this afternoon. Shaking his head, he deemed further contemplation futile. The watchful eyes would likely soon discover his whereabouts. Seizing the opportunity to return, he could still make it in time for the afternoon storytelling session. Patting the space ring containing the treasure amassed from the bandit stronghold, Dorank whistled cheerfully as he strolled back. Chapter 13, Combat. Being located on the fringes of the forbidden zone known as the Death Dragon Forest, the mercenary guild in the chaotic city offered many tasks related to it. The Death Dragon Forest, one of the world's 4 forbidden zones, is a place most people are reluctant to venture into. However, the forest harbors many unique treasures, resulting in extraordinary rewards for gathering tasks. The outer regions of the Death Dragon Forest are relatively safe, attracting numerous mercenary groups and adventurers seeking their fortunes, much like the previously mentioned Flame mercenary group. Dragon Spirit Ghost Grass? I recall seeing some by the roadside when we left, Alice mused, resting her chin on her hand in contemplation. Presently, Alice was within the mercenary guild of the chaotic city, having just applied for an F-rank mercenary status and declined numerous invitations to join various mercenary groups from those drawn by her beauty, such as Legendary Strongman, Iron-Blooded True Man, and Century's Good Man. They were all like starving wolves, and in comparison, Dorank seemed quite endearing to her eye in this world. The profession of mercenary is the most accessible. Nearly anyone can become one. resulting in a bustling crowd within the mercenary guild. Alice briefly counted and estimated there were nearly 1,000 people present before her. Fortunately, the guild was spacious enough. Otherwise, moving about would have been quite inconvenient. Externally, the mercenary guild resembled a 3-story sword, with the ground floor serving as the hall. Given the peculiar nature of mercenary tasks, a wide and tall room was essential. Due to its shape, the ground floor hall is vividly referred to as the sword body hall by the mercenaries. The second floor is known as the sword guard, which is the part of the sword that protects the hand. This is where the administrative offices of the mercenary guild are located. And most of the high-ranking staff can be found here. As for the sword hilt on the 3rd floor, Alice was uncertain. It appeared to be the most significant location of the mercenary guild. Due to its striking resemblance to a sword, the mercenary guild's building was also referred to as the sword pavilion. From an exterior vantage point, one could observe a large character Xing inscribed at the blade of the sword pavilion. It was said that this character represented the original definition by the guild's founder, to traverse the world freely as a mercenary. Alice found herself in the mission area of the 1st floor, known as the sword body hall. Her presence there was a consequence of Dorank's remark that staying cooped up at home was unwise. However, she likely would not admit it herself. Furthermore, Alice was preparing to earn some money to purchase a black robe, as being harassed daily when stepping outside had become quite bothersome. "Hello, I would like to accept the 2-star task of collecting dragon chi ghost grass," Alice stated as she approached the task counter of the mercenary guild. Addressing the smiling attendant, "Certainly, please present your mercenary badge," replied the attractive attendant, who was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Alice. Such beauty was usually treasured by mercenary groups, and it was rare to see someone like her accepting tasks. Especially in this chaotic city, beautiful women were a scarce resource, often claimed by various powerful factions. "I apologize, but I have not joined a mercenary group. I possess only a personal mercenary badge," Alice explained as she handed over the recently acquired badge. The F-grade badge was a magical item that could verify the owner's mercenary information. Observing the series of zeros on Alice's badge, 0 completed tasks, 0 failed tasks, the attendant's voice brimmed with uncertainty. "Are you certain you wish to take on a 2-star task?" Typically, if such a novice sought a 2-star task, the attendant would refuse, for the guild was known for its humanity. It would assess the task's difficulty against the mercenaries' capabilities, as tasks were meant to be accomplished, not to lead mercenaries to their demise. Yet, Alice's calm demeanor was striking. She exhibited none of the eagerness or bravado expected from a newcomer. Thus, the attendant hesitated on whether to refuse her. Alice nodded. "In fact, you might consider attempting a 1-star task first. The task for Dragon Chi Ghost Grass is located within the Death Dragon Forest, and ordinary mercenary groups would not venture there lightly." The attendant thought it prudent to decline her request, fearing that such a beautiful girl might encounter danger due to her negligence. A 1-star task? Alice recalled the 1-star tasks she had seen in the mission area, such as delivering messages, and sighed. "I'm sorry, but I still wish to accept this task." Outside the mercenary guild, having just accepted the task, Alice stepped through the main doors of the sword body hall, only to suddenly halt as she beheld a veiled woman before her. "Ah, at last, we meet," the woman remarked. Despite her masked visage, her voluptuous and alluring figure revealed her to be an extraordinarily captivating woman. "Do you need something?" Alice replied with a cool demeanor, as if she had anticipated this encounter. "I hope to have a conversation with you. Do you have a moment?" The veiled woman removed her mask, revealing a beautiful face, and smiled. "Allow me to introduce myself. You may call me the Enchantress." Alice regarded the smiling yet menacing Enchantress. "I do not believe I have anything to discuss with you." "Oh, do not be so certain. I believe we share a common language," the Enchantress replied, her smile unwavering, though the pressure of her aura intensified. Unbeaten level. Alice was acutely aware of the aura surrounding the woman before her. Thus, the Enchantress's identity became clear. She was one of the 7 demons of the chaotic city. An increasing number of onlookers began to take notice, not solely due to the beauty of the 2 women, but because many recognized the Enchantress as one of the 7 demons. In this city, apart from those hidden masters, the 7 demons, who had achieved the unbeaten level, were regarded as the most formidable beings. What has this woman done to warrant a personal visit from the Enchantress? Mercenaries whispered amongst themselves, particularly those who had previously invited Alice to join their group. now breathing sighs of relief in their eyes. Anyone who attracted the attention of one of the 7 demons was effectively sentenced to death. Just consider the fiery fire mercenary group, and it was clear that the 7 demons were the ultimate authority in this realm, untouchable by ordinary folk. Yet, was Alice merely an ordinary person? "Step aside," Alice said, seemingly unfazed by the murmurs surrounding her, casting a calm gaze at the increasingly exuberant enchantress. The enchantress's smile faltered. At the same time that Alice encountered the enchantress, Dorank was facing trouble outside the city. Upon seeing the bald brute approach him with an axe and not uttering a word, Dorank wore a resigned smile. "How generous of you. How long has an unbeaten level expert been waiting for me here? Kid, I am unaware of your tricks, but few who have crossed me have left this place unscathed." The Blood Axe Bandit King swung his axe forcefully, grinning menacingly. "If you can escape under my axe, you might be considered a notable individual. Hand over your spatial ring, and I shall allow you to die with some dignity." "I didn't expect you to possess a sense of honor," Dorank remarked, twisting his neck, the bones cracking audibly. "However, I have no intention of revealing my name to you." "Ha, then don't say it. I can't remember the names of the dead anyway." The Blood Axe Bandit King laughed heartily. Suddenly recalling something, he retrieved a round object from a satchel behind him and tossed it toward Dorank. "As for this fellow's name, I've already forgotten." It was a bloodied human head, its features unrecognizable, yet Dolank's keen eyes, reminiscent of a dragon's gaze, quickly identified it as that of Rat, an archer from the fiery fire mercenary group. "You only killed one," or Dolank's tone shifted suddenly, losing its previous levity. "One. I slaughtered their entire family yesterday." Ha. The Blood Axe Bandit King failed to react in time. His body propelled backward by a tremendous force, not even comprehending Dolank's action. Boom! Dorank delivered a kick that sent the Blood Axe Bandit King crashing into the ground. With a flap of his dragon wings, Dorank appeared before the recovering Blood Axe Bandit King. "You scoundrel!" the Blood Axe Bandit King exclaimed, though he was stunned by Dolank's strength. However, it was hardly surprising. The disparity in their power levels was vast. A punch was thrown, and both Dorank and the Blood Axe Bandit King were sent reeling from the impact. Yet, the outcome was one that the Blood Axe Bandit King could not accept. He had been struck back by a middle-tier warrior. Despite being prepared for the encounter, "I despise death," Dorank said, feeling a sweetness in his throat as blood uncontrollably trickled from the corner of his mouth. He struggled to stand, for his body was not that of a dragon, and the Blood Axe Bandit King's punch had indeed injured him severely. "Kid, I will enjoy carving you into pieces," the Blood Axe Bandit King declared, unscathed, for his unyielding body was no jest. Regardless of Dolank's remarkable gifts, a middle-tier warrior's strength was no match for an unbeaten level. The axe blade drew near, yet Dorank appeared oblivious, calmly reaching into his sleeve. "But I loathe witnessing death even more." Dolank's eyes filled with murderous intent as he locked onto the approaching unbeaten expert. A sinister smile crept onto his face. "For it drives me to lose control. Chattering nonsense, I'll cut off your tongue and use it to brew wine." The Blood Axe Bandit King's axe was now inches from Dolank's face, the fierce wind whipping Dolank's hair about. Just a slight further descent would be sufficient to cleave the head of this insufferable brat in two, and at this moment, he had abandoned any thoughts of the spatial ring. He intended to slay this fellow. However, he had not noticed that Dorank was now clutching a round object, a masterpiece of an alchemist, capable of annihilating an entire mercenary group. Boom! Deafening explosion resonated where Dorank and the Blood Axe Bandit King stood, uprooting the surrounding earth and sending clods of grass flying, revealing the brown flesh of the earth beneath. Alice, who had drawn her dark-hued long sword, suddenly froze, sensing an ominous feeling. Being distracted can be quite perilous. "Young lady," the enchantress's figure appeared before Alice, her left palm swiftly striking towards her. This strike from the unbeaten level enchantress was delivered without restraint. Had it connected, Alice's life would likely be forfeit. "O benevolent spirits of the heavens, protect the one before me, elven shield." A melodious female voice resonated behind the enchantress, enveloping Alice in a layer of green light. The enchantress halted her movement and turned to face the source of the voice. "Oh dear. Annie dear, What brings you to this place in such a cheerful mood?" Though the enchantress spoke with a smile, there was no warmth in her eyes. Chapter 14. The Arrival of the Masters. Of late, Alf had been experiencing a streak of bad luck. As the leader of a mountain bandit group, one might expect him to have the freedom to act as he pleased, but ever since the merchant forces in the chaotic city had inexplicably grown stronger, life had become increasingly difficult. As a newcomer among bandits, his group was considered weak even among their kind, and the profits from merchants' plunder were now less than the losses incurred, making life quite challenging indeed. This morning, I convened a meeting with the officials and resolved to abandon our life as mountain bandits to pursue a career as mercenaries. However, before the meeting could conclude, we were besieged. That black-clad scoundrel was undoubtedly a devil. Despite his claims of not being a mountain bandit, he unleashed a relentless assault upon us. I was bewildered by his extraordinary speed, as if he possessed wings, making it impossible for me to land a blow on him. "Ah, I must escape from this place," I exclaimed, shaking my head, which had endured several blows. Glancing around at my dazed comrades, I sighed, "Let us discuss this later." After ensuring the safety of my brothers, I pondered why I had awakened so early. Yet it appeared they would remain unconscious for some time. Observing our second-in-command, reduced to a state of utter stupor from my own hand, I felt a sense of helplessness. Just as I managed to relocate the last of my subordinates to the still intact inner chamber, I was suddenly startled by a deafening explosion. What on earth? I rushed outside to witness a peculiar black cloud ascending into the sky not far from where we stood. Driven by curiosity, I approached the site of the explosion, only to be confronted by a sight that defied belief. Where there should have been a plain, a massive semicircular crater now lay before me. Its radius easily measuring 50 meters. Had some great sorcerer unleashed this chaos? As the dust and smoke began to clear, I was astounded to find two figures lying within the crater. One, a familiar black-clad demon from our previous encounter, and the other, none other than the infamous King of Thieves. Though I was not dim-witted, the implications of their presence left me pondering. Either they had both been attacked, or they had engaged in combat. The King of Thieves was one of the notorious 7 demons of chaos, an undefeated powerhouse. Even if the black-clad demon possessed formidable strength, he was unlikely to surpass the level of a high-ranking warrior. Yet here they were, both bloodied and sprawled in the crater. I could not abandon the King of Thieves, for he had shown me great kindness in the past, despite his notorious reputation for bloodshed. He had treated the mountain bandits well, perhaps for reasons unknown. After all, he had once saved me from the clutches of a mercenary group. Ah, the youth of today, so impulsive in their actions. A sudden, elderly voice interrupted my thoughts. Turning swiftly, I beheld an old man clad in garments adorned with strange symbols, stroking his beard with a smile. "Such trivial matters nearly cost you your life. Who are you?" I demanded. Though my own prowess was modest, I had learned to identify individuals in a place like Ruined City. This old man exuded an aura that suggested he was either a lunatic or a master sorcerer. My instincts leaned towards the latter. I stood in shock as he vanished from my sight, only to reappear in the center of the crater, not beside the two figures as I expected, but rather on the opposite side due to the force of the explosion that had thrown them apart. Indeed, only an imbecile could create such a phenomenon, he murmured, inspecting a piece of blackened debris in the crater. Could it be that this foolish child is a disciple of a true idiot? In that case, I must intervene. Lifting his gaze towards the unconscious figure of Dorank, the elder sighed, "The vision of fools grows ever dimmer. His skill may be commendable, yet his power is woefully insufficient." I watched, bewildered, as the old man approached the black-clad demon, seemingly intent on taking him away. "Old man, there is another here," I called out, recognizing the elder's formidable capabilities and his potential to save lives. "The little bandit has a good heart." "Yet I shall not save that one," the elder replied without glancing back. "But he is still alive, is he not?" I implored, for I was indeed compassionate. Throughout my years as a bandit, I had never taken a life. This inclination had rendered my efforts at robbery rather lenient, leading the local populace to fear me little. Such was the nature of Ruined City, where even bandits struggled to thrive, and now I aspired to become a mercenary. I have 3 principles in life. I do not save murderers. I do not save saviors. and I do not save women. The elder lifted Dorank's limp form, his expression grave as he assessed the injury. This is dire. Had his constitution not been robust, he would be utterly shattered by now. What nonsense, I cursed inwardly, though I dared not voice my thoughts aloud. And how can you ascertain whether that black-clad fiend has killed? The truth of his deeds cannot escape my gaze. The elder produced a peculiar hat-like object and placed it upon Dorank's head, which then consumed him whole. Indeed, it devoured him, reducing his form to a mere pulp, blood seeping from the hat, albeit in small quantities. What madness! This is not salvation. This is murder. Ah, this little one is extraordinary. It seems the ancient medic hat struggles with this one, the elder remarked, picking up the hat that had fallen to the ground, his expression one of astonishment. Are you serious? It just obliterated him. Where is the struggle in that? I thought, utterly speechless. Over there. If you do not hasten to take that bald man for treatment, he shall not survive another 5 minutes. The elder's hand flicked, and the hat vanished from sight. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to me and said, however, even if you bring him to a healer, the chances of recovery remain slim. Well then, I must take my leave. What? I exclaimed, raising Dorank in haste, desperate to plead with the elder once more. Yet when I looked up, I found myself alone, save for the pool of blood left by Dorank's dismembered form. Curse it! What manner of being was that? King of thieves, I shall find a doctor at once. I realized that the bloodied figure of the king was no longer movable. I had to act swiftly. Ah, is this not the undefeated human? My luck is truly remarkable to encounter such a delectable treat, I thought as I prepared to depart, only to be seized by a sudden tremor as a chilling darkness enveloped me from behind. How could this be? There had been no one there moments before, and the voice was not that of the old man. Who could it be now? Turning around, I was confronted by a sight that nearly shattered my sanity. A monstrous figure, covered in hair, hoisting the king of thieves with one hand while reaching towards him with the other, tearing off his head and stuffing it into its maw. Food, the creature proclaimed, swiftly devouring the king of thieves. Licking its lips as it turned to me. Though it is slightly lacking, it shall suffice as a snack. Ah! I screamed, scrambling to flee. This was a monster, a true abomination. I had to escape. Yet, my thoughts were naive. Post-meal exercise is ill-advised. Do not run from your snack. A massive, hairy arm seized my shoulder, and the creature's voice slithered into my mind, a sound colder than ice, as if from the depths of the abyss. Indeed, it was a demon. The creature laughed, and its grip tightened. The sickening sound of crunching bones echoed in the air as I collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, my gaze drawn to the carnage strewn about me. Little one, how does it feel to have narrowly escaped death? A drunken, short old man approached, holding a gourd of liquor, grinning as he regarded me. Come, let us have a detailed discussion. In Ruin City, huh? Alice and Annie had just arrived at the city gate when they spotted a beautiful woman clad in blue armor standing before them. Annie gasped in astonishment. Sister, what are you doing here? Annie, the armored woman replied, momentarily taken aback. So you have come to your uncle's place. Her gaze then fell upon Alice beside Annie. And who might this be? This is Alice. Sister, you're just in time. We were preparing to leave the city. Please take her with you. Annie attempted to slip away, but the armored woman had already closed the distance, grasping her collar with a playful smile. It seems you've been away from home long enough. Do you still wish to run? Alice, right? I advise you not to leave the city just yet. Producing a brilliant golden rope from her spatial ring, she bound Annie tightly, then turned to Alice, who bore a look of concern. Dorank, what on earth has happened? Alice had not heeded the armored woman's warning. For due to their contract, she sensed Dorank's life force waning perilously. It was hard to believe he had not encountered a dire fate. The vitality of a dragon was typically boundless, akin to an endless ocean. Yet now it felt as meager as a single cup of water. Though she was unfamiliar with the particulars of this new contract, in recent days, she and Dorank had gradually deciphered its effects. Primarily, it allowed for the sharing of life force, a sense of each other's vitality, and a vague awareness of one another's location, though distance diminished that connection. Now, however, She could no longer feel Dorank's presence at all. Gazing at Alice, who still wore a frown, the armored woman contemplated for a moment before saying, "If you are in a hurry, I can take you out tomorrow." "Tomorrow? No, that won't be necessary." Alice sensed for a long while, noting that Dolank's aura had indeed weakened significantly for a brief moment, yet it was now growing stronger, seemingly in the process of recovery. With her current capabilities, Alice pondered what assistance she could offer him, and let out a sudden sigh, raising her gaze to the death dragon Lin. Perhaps she was the cause of his troubles. Suddenly, Alice turned to look at Annie, who was still writhing in her bindings. And after a moment's thought, she said, "Annie, I accept your invitation, but I need to stay here for a few more days." "Really?" Annie exclaimed joyfully upon hearing this, then turned to the woman in blue armor with an ingratiating expression. "Sister, I have completed my family mission." "So, family mission?" The armored woman was taken aback, then glanced toward Alice, who was already walking into the city. "Are you referring to her?" Yes, sister, do not underestimate her. Although I assisted her, she managed to defeat that detestable enchantress," Annie replied, her face filled with indignation when mentioning the enchantress. "Oh, a mere junior warrior? How intriguing," the armored woman remarked with a smile, though it quickly vanished. However, there are more pressing matters at hand. Chapter 15. The Ghostly Doctor's 3 No Saves. It's so dark. Where am I? Dorank gradually regained his senses, discovering himself standing in an exceedingly dark space. He looked around in confusion. Is this the realm of the dead? How strange. Why can I still feel my vitality? My son. A powerful voice suddenly erupted from above Dorank, accompanied by a blinding red light. Dorank raised his head, but it seemed he had been in the dark space too long. The red light prevented him from opening his eyes, obscuring the figure that spoke. "My dear friend," just as Dorank attempted to discern the source, the red light vanished, replaced by a dazzling golden light and a youthful voice. "What now?" Having just acclimated to the red light, Dorank was momentarily blinded by the golden radiance. Fortunately, the eyes of a dragon adapt swiftly. "Yet, kid, it's time to wake up." This time, the voice brimmed with impatience, yet no light appeared. "Ugh." Dorank abruptly opened his eyes, greeted by a vast expanse of blue sky and white clouds. "I am still alive?" Rising to his feet, Dorank stared in astonishment at the scenery before him. Verdant mountains, fluffy clouds, babbling brooks, and green grass gently swaying in the breeze. He glanced at his palm. "I distinctly remember being struck by a peculiar hat." How can you still recall fainting?" As Dorank muttered to himself, an elderly man clad in an odd, rune-embroidered robe sat nearby, regarding him with an expression akin to that of a curious beast. "Ah, it's you, old man. You used that hat to knock me out." Dolank's reaction was swift, and he immediately launched a punch at the elder. Bang! The punch landed, sending the old man flying. Dorank stared in disbelief at the elder, who should have been a formidable master. "Kid, show some respect to your savior." Rubbing his face where he had been struck, the elder rose and sat beside Dorank once more, continuing in an irritable tone. "Now tell me, how did you know I saved you?" "You saved me?" Dorank recalled that the willpower of the dragon race was formidable. He had endured the magical array of Dofurful without faltering, proving his strong will. After being blasted away by that alchemist's creation, Dorank had not actually fainted. He simply found himself unable to move, lacking even the strength to open his eyelids. "The ancient medical hat, one of my proud treasures." The elder snapped his fingers, and the peculiar hat appeared in his hand. It can reshape a person's body through spatial magic and completely heal bodily injuries, though it may cause some pain. That some pain had knocked Dorank unconscious after the explosion, demonstrating just how formidable this artifact was. "Kid, your willpower and physique are quite impressive." The elder chuckled after hearing Dolank's words. "It seems that fool stumbled upon a treasure. By the way, kid, why would your master allow you, so lacking in strength, to descend the mountain?" "Master, what are you talking about?" Dorank queried, perplexed. "Oh, aren't you that fool's disciple?" The elder appeared equally bewildered. "Then where did you acquire that explosive device?" "Explosive device?" Dorank understood. It was the creation of that alchemist. It seemed this elder not only recognized that alchemist, but also mistook him for the elder's disciple. That item was given to me by someone else. I do not know who created it. Dorank scratched his head. Speaking honestly, only a few could obtain that fool's creation, and they are all from the Silver Continent. Are they ruffians or, hey, kid, who was it that gave you that item? The elder mused aloud before abruptly asking. I do not know their name. This was also the truth. He genuinely did not know the name of the little brown bear. Forget it. Whoever it was, they must be one of those FEW'd. By the way, kid, what is your name? The elder pondered before continuing to inquire. Lin Long, Dorank replied, looking at the elder. The name Dorank itself means dragon, and if he were to inquire about his surname, this master should recognize the name Xianalu. He was not foolish. Revealing his identity as a dragon in this situation would undoubtedly pique the elder's interest in dissection. I am the chaotic city lord's mansion of Luandi City. The lord of Luandi City, an undefeated level master and one of the 7 demons of chaos, known as the Demon Blade King, wore a grim expression as he regarded the woman before him. So, you have failed. Do not speak to me in that condescending tone. I am quite displeased as well, the woman retorted, her tone filled with hostility. Although the person before her was stronger, both being undefeated level, neither was intimidated by the other. Humph. The family is already displeased with our lack of gains here, and now we find that a member of the Tianlan family has taken one away from us. The Demon Blade King contemplated, asking, even with that witch's assistance, isn't it still possible to capture a junior warrior? Is she truly that formidable? If she were an ordinary junior warrior, would we have sought her out? Indeed, this woman was one of the 7 demons, the enchantress, who had previously blocked Alice at the entrance of the mercenary guild. All right, it is my fault. I should not have taken my anger out on you. The Demon Blade King sighed after a moment of reflection and then suddenly smiled at the enchantress. Will you forgive me? Seeing the Demon Blade King rise and approach her, the enchantress understood his intent. Sure enough, the Demon Blade King's hand slipped directly into her clothing. After a moment, the enchantress glanced back at the Lord's mansion, a flicker of disgust in her eyes. Even if your strength surpasses mine, in this situation, I could easily take your life. Consider this a minor punishment. Within the Lord's mansion of Luandi City, the Demon Blade King lay on the ground, convulsing. That wretched woman. She actually poisoned me. Meanwhile, the enchantress strolled down the street, in high spirits. The Demon Blade King's status within the family was higher than hers. She had previously dared not offend him, but now it was different. He remained oblivious to the family's dissatisfaction with his performance in Luandi City. Agents had already come to replace him. It was merely that the new leader had yet to arrive. Ah, the enchantress mused. When suddenly, a drunken little old man staggered into her path. If she did not move aside, he would likely topple directly onto her. The enchantress subtly shifted a few steps to avoid this lecherous old man. Yet, oh dear, my apologies. The old man stumbled forward, leaning his head against a nearby post before reluctantly straightening up, his cheeks flushed as he belched, addressing the astonished enchantress. Senior. Alf rushed over from behind, stopping in his tracks, staring in shock at the enchantress. Anyone mingling in the vicinity of Luandi City would undoubtedly recognize the undefeated enchantress, one of the 7 demons. Oh dear, young lady, I am terribly sorry. I was drunk. The little old man's gaze continued to roam over the enchantress. Yet she could tell he was merely toying with her. Hee, it's quite all right, the enchantress smiled, waving her hand dismissively. Completely oblivious to the little old man's presence and perceiving his earlier movement, this old fellow was undoubtedly skilled. Now was not the time to stir up trouble. After the enchantress walked away, Alf regained his composure. Though he had witnessed this old man effortlessly knock out that strange figure with a single punch, it did not necessarily mean he was stronger than the 7 demons. After all, when that strange figure appeared, the Blood Axe Thief King was already on the brink of death, rendering it impossible to gauge that monster's true strength. Hee, this is the place. The old man suddenly halted, turning to smile at Alf. Come on in. Looking at the dilapidated little wooden house, Alf was at a loss for words. It was situated in the most prosperous area of Luandi City. This fellow was remarkably sharp. Observing the astonished gazes of passers-by, Alf lowered his head and hurriedly followed the old man inside. However, upon entering, Alf quickly realized his error. Although the exterior appeared to be a mere run-down wooden shack, the moment one stepped inside, it felt as if the very fabric of space had shifted as he crossed the threshold. It was akin to passing through a veil of water. A shiver coursed through his body, and the surroundings began to blur. Then, with his mouth agape, Alf beheld a scene reminiscent of an opulent palace, where 9 golden dragon-shaped columns supported the overhead beams, and the floor seemed to glimmer as if crafted from pure gold. Well, here we needn't fear eavesdroppers. Speak freely, the diminutive old man declared, plopping down onto the resplendent floor, clutching a wine gourd, his disheveled appearance starkly contrasting the grandeur of the surroundings. After taking a swig, he glanced at the still-dazed Alf and chuckled softly. If that lad knew I brought someone into his palace, who knows how long we'd be at odds. Oh, indeed. Alf snapped back to attention and respectfully approached the old man, recounting the events in detail without omitting a single aspect. Initially, the old man listened with a nonchalant demeanor to tales of the black-clad demon's intrusion and subsequent rampage through the stronghold. However, when he heard the elder's proclamation of the 3 no-saves, his expression shifted dramatically, and he stared at Alf in disbelief. Senior, what is the matter? Alf inquired, observing the old man's sudden change in demeanor. The ghost doctor's 3 no-saves, you young rascal, the old man sighed. That elder you mentioned, if I am not mistaken, was certainly by your side during your pursuit. What? Alf leapt up in shock. Humph, do you understand what kind of entity was after you? Any human aware of it knows they cannot afford to let it slip away, the old man remarked, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Then why did he not intervene? Alf stammered. Did he not mention it? The 3 no-saves. You were in his presence when you declared your intention to save that bald bandit, weren't you? No saving those who do not save others, the old man replied with a smirk. Perhaps he lost interest upon sensing my arrival. How can this be? Alf could hardly forget the terror of that moment, and now a burgeoning feeling of anger welled within him. Humph, why should he save you? Frankly, I am not here to rescue you either. The old man took a sip from his wine, fixing Alf with a serious gaze as he spoke deliberately. In this world, no one can be relied upon. The only one you can trust is yourself. Chapter 16. 2 diverging paths, I say. Jean, are you aware that there is an absolutely stunning beauty eagerly awaiting my return? Your incessant refusal to let me leave is quite exasperating, Dorank remarked, gazing at the silent figure before him, who was clutching his sword and remaining tight-lipped. It was as though he were talking to a brick wall. He had already spoken for over half an hour and was at least hoping for some semblance of a response. Oh, well, that was a somewhat respectful reaction. The man returned to his gaze towards the heavens. Could you refrain from disrupting me while I decipher this magic array? Dorank seized the opportunity to adjust the trajectory of the magical formation. Oh, the man nodded, but then stepped forward, reverting the trajectory back to its original course. For heaven's sake! Dorank could no longer contain his frustration. The tension in his mind snapped. 3 days prior. Hey, old man, what on earth do you want? Dorank shouted furiously at the ghost doctor, staring at the magic array beneath his feet. I've stated my intention to leave. What gives you the right to confine me like this? I don't care what you think. I do as I please, the ghost doctor replied, smiling at Dorank. Linlong, be my disciple. You must be dreaming. I don't have 10 years to waste learning your so-called ghost medicine, Dorank immediately retorted. What nonsense, to claim he was a prodigy and then demand a decade of his life for instruction. If he had 10 years, he could ascend to godhood. Linlong, trust me, your talent is extraordinary, truly unparalleled. You are undoubtedly the most gifted individual I have ever encountered, and why ghost medicine emphasizes both the body and willpower. Your constitution is exceptional, the ghost doctor insisted, genuinely considering taking Dorank as his apprentice. While examining Dorank's physique, he had discovered it surpassed human limits, and the medical arts he practiced were ideally suited for Linlong, whose potential matched the ghost doctor's standards. I recognize my own exceptional talent, but I truly do not wish to learn any medical arts, Dorank replied, exasperated. Did this man, a supreme master, truly need disciples? And to imprison him for refusing? Humph. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to become my disciple in this world? The ghost doctor's expression darkened as he prepared to chastise the audacious youth, only to be interrupted by Dorank. Fine, fine. I understand you are formidable. There are countless individuals who wish to be your disciple. With just a word, you could fill the silver continent. Dorank parroted the old man's earlier claims, then dug at his earwax, giving the ghost doctor a disdainful look. Your rhetoric leaves much to be desired. You keep repeating the same few phrases. The ghost doctor paused, taken aback by the young man's audacity. You're only refusing to become my disciple because of that so-called super beauty waiting for you. Aren't you? He suddenly deduced. What else? You expect a beautiful woman to wait for me for a decade, and during that time, I must live with you day in and day out. The disparity is simply too great. Dorank complained. Listen here. If you refuse to be my disciple, I will go on a rampage in the Chaos City. If that beauty dies, at least you can rest easy, right? The ghost doctor began, but abruptly halted, scrutinizing the young man before him, who now exuded an entirely different demeanor from moments ago. You dare. Dolank's eyes, once indifferent, now glinted with a sense of danger. The ghost doctor understood that should he act on his threat, it would lead to a no-holds-barred confrontation. Although he had no fear of Dolank's threats, such actions would contradict his desire to take on an apprentice. You little rascal, the ghost doctor narrowed his eyes, I in his presence. Even the most formidable of beings would not dare act so brazenly. He would need to teach the boy a lesson. With a subtle gesture, he unleashed a surge of magical energy. The magic array blazed to life, and Lin Long felt a sudden weight pressing down on him, as if an immense mountain had been placed upon his shoulders, causing him to collapse to the ground, unable to stand upright. Ugh! He struggled to prop himself up, yet the sound of cracking bones echoed in protest. Sweat poured down his face like a river, quickly soaking the earth before him. Well, you're certainly holding up well, the ghost doctor observed, watching as Dorank trembled, teetering on the brink of collapse, yet gritting his teeth to endure. I know your willpower is strong, but if you continue like this, you may harm your body. The ghost doctor placed his hands behind his back, and Dorank instantly felt a wave of relief, collapsing onto the now-drenched ground, gasping for air. I'm not threatening you. I'm merely informing you. No matter how strong your talent may be, that is for the future. Do not act arrogantly toward those stronger than you in the present. You cannot afford it, the ghost doctor stated. Casting several beams of golden light, Dorank recognized this as a basic holy light spell capable of restoring stamina. However, as the golden light coursed through him, he was astonished to find his body rejuvenating at an astonishing rate, nearly instantaneously filling him with boundless energy. How could this be? Just days ago, he had been on the verge of godhood, and he knew that a basic holy light spell could only replenish a fraction of one's energy, akin to restoring a person who had run several kilometers back to their normal stamina. Yet, the effects of the ghost doctor's holy light spell exceeded his wildest expectations. Only an idiot or a genius could enhance a basic spell to such an extent. An idiot would deem the spell ineffective, as it was generally only learned by those with some talent among common folk for practical purposes. This is why individuals who could improve basic spells were often referred to as geniuses, as they had been honed through countless trials. To enhance such a spell was undoubtedly a stroke of genius. This ghost doctor was even more formidable than Dorank had anticipated, at least within the Dragon Clan's memory archives. He had not encountered any mages capable of elevating a basic spell to this level. Of course, perhaps a god-level adult dragon could achieve such a feat, but they would rather sleep than engage in such tedious work. Noticing Dolank's astonishment, the ghost doctor scoffed, "You're surprised. My ghost medicine far surpasses this by 100-fold. Magic, while wondrous, is not the true path. Yet, I suspect you are not yet ready to accept this notion." No, I can accept it. Having delved into the origins of magic through the Dragon Clan's archives, Dorank realized that, although he had never heard of this ghost doctor, he was likely not as simple as he seemed. At the very least, this knowledge was likely unknown among humanity, except perhaps those from the anti-divine realm. Magic does not belong to humanity, does it? How do you know that? The ghost doctor's expression shifted abruptly. This revelation had only been shared with a select few. Could it be that someone among them had disclosed this information? Ah, the one who gave me that strange orb mentioned something along those lines. About the Dragon Clan, Demon Clan, and Human Clan, Dorank hastily replied. Sensing the atmosphere had soured, it seemed this topic was a taboo among the ghost doctor and his peers. Which fool is it? The ghostly physician looked up at the sky, then suddenly burst into laughter, a guffaw that sent chills down Dorank's spine. Don't let me find out who it is. Such nonsense should never reach my ears. Kid, I'm stepping out for a bit. You should reflect on your situation here, the ghostly physician remarked, glancing at Dorank, who was seated on the grass after regaining his stamina. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. This magic circle beneath your feet is merely a 5th-level spell. If you can decipher it before I return, I shall permit your departure. As Dorank watched the ghostly physician vanish, a smile crept onto his face. The ghostly physician was indeed cunning, granting him an impossible hope. For a mid-level warrior to decipher a 5th-level spell was inherently unfeasible, yet, considering his proximity to a near-divine dragon lineage, it was not entirely out of reach. Just as Dorank was about to commence his task, he heard the sound of footsteps on the grass nearby. The old man had returned. Turning to look, he beheld a figure clad in white as snow, with hair cascading like a waterfall, fierce eyebrows like swords, and fiery eyes. An ostentatiously dressed swordsman stood beside him, fixedly gazing at him. Who? Dorank arched an eyebrow, clearly discerning this was the old man's doing. He did not believe this individual had been present moments ago. Despite having lost the dragon's aura, a peculiar contract allowed Dorank to sense life energy remarkably well, which was why he and Elise had managed to escape the Death Dragon Forest, albeit unknowingly avoiding danger at the time. Previously, he had only sensed the ghostly physician's vitality, as well as his own. Golden Empire, Zhao Zhong, the swordsman in white stated expressionlessly. By the command of my master, I cannot allow you to leave. May I inquire who your master is? Dorank's eyes twitched. Zhao's family, what a familiar name. How could it be entwined with the ghostly physician? The ghostly physician. 3 days later. At the Tianlan family's branch on the Silver Continent. This was the only 7-star danger zone in the Silver Continent, the Ghostly Marsh. Unlike the Golden Silver Forest, which had its level raised due to the Wicked Dragon, this place lacked powerful magical beasts but was filled with inexplicable oddities. Strange incidents frequently occurred in the Ghostly Marsh. For instance, someone once reported seeing a small wooden house within the marsh, inhabited by an ordinary-looking couple who invited him to dine. However, upon returning, the mercenaries accompanying him claimed to have seen no such household, only witnessing him sink into the marsh at an unimaginable speed. Had it not been for a quick-thinking mercenary, that individual would have been lost forever. Moreover, this marsh harbored a peculiar phenomenon dubbed demonic fog by adventurers, which could appear at any time and in any place, enveloping the area in various shades of mist. Those who inhaled the fog exhibited bizarre behaviors, yet the nature of these behaviors remained a mystery. Those who knew were unwilling to speak, and those who did not dared not investigate. Today, the Ghostly Marsh welcomed 3 beautiful guests. All these happenings are our doing, whether it be the demonic fog, illusions, or this marsh, Annie proclaimed, puffing out her modest chest with pride as she spoke to Elise. Then, with a sudden air of regret, she sighed, it's a pity that we are only rated as 7 stars. Those old fools from the Holy Church lack vision. Speak less. No one thinks you're mute. The armored woman shot a glare at Annie, delivering a light punch to her head. Ouch, Annie whimpered, rubbing the spot and casting a forlorn glance at the armored woman. Elise, do you still insist on not joining our family? The armored woman, after casting a disdainful glance at Annie, turned seriously to Elise. You must understand that while we respect your opinion, your refusal to join our family. At least the contract permits it, does it not? Elise replied, looking at the armored woman, a hint of melancholy stirring within her. It had been 3 days without any sign of Dorank. Was it due to that contract? Why did she feel a twinge of worry? If you insist, the armored woman said, observing Elise, who clearly seemed preoccupied. With a sigh, she added, then let's go. Raising her hand, the 3 vanished. Chapter 17. The Ghostly Physician's Past. Kid, how goes your deciphering of my magic circle? Is it proving to be a challenge? Days later, the ghostly physician's figure reappeared, ready to mock the audacity of the kid who should have been confined within the magic circle when he was taken aback by the scene before him. "Oh, old teacher, you've finally returned." Dorank, who should have been trapped within the magic circle, looked up at the ghostly physician with a radiant smile, eagerly waving his hand in greeting. Such warmth could easily mislead one into forgetting that this young man had previously threatened him. As for what he had intended to call him, that was but a slip of the tongue, and in his hand was a goblet. "Teacher." Upon seeing the arrival, the snow-white-clad Zhao Zhong hastily set down his object and rose to welcome the ghostly physician, only to be pulled back by Dorank. Observing the latter's cheerful demeanor, Zhao Zhong's expression shifted, and he fell silent, looking down. What on earth transpired? The ghostly physician stared blankly at Dorank, who was now brimming with excitement, while his esteemed disciple Zhao Zhong appeared wilted, like a frostbitten eggplant, his complexion a mix of purple and white. "You actually deciphered the magic circle? Ah, teacher, you are too formidable. A mere magic circle had me perplexed for half a day." Dorank feigned a sense of awe. "It was merely an ordinary fifth-level confinement circle. Yet, under your unparalleled might, it somehow evolved into a labyrinth of complexity akin to a seventh-level spell. I was almost at my wit's end." This boy, the ghostly physician narrowed his eyes, having detected no magical aura emanating from him, confirming that he was not a mage. From the previous battle, the ghostly physician discerned that while Dorank possessed astonishing strength and peculiar skills, his power was still at a mid-level. Initially, he had thought a fifth-level confinement circle would suffice to contain him. But after Dorank's defiance, he had unleashed a modified seventh-level confinement circle. This array not only served to confine but also to impose illusions. If one were not careful, a weaker individual could easily perish within its confines. He had presumed that Dorank would rely on willpower and illusions to counter it, unable to find a solution to the magic circle, yet he had never anticipated that he would truly break free from it. Fixing his gaze on the utterly ashamed Zhao Zhong, it appeared that the situation was linked to his foremost disciple. "Zhonger, explain what transpired." Though he yearned to directly inquire of the boy, and the fact that he was now affectionately calling him teacher raised suspicions. It would be unwise to ask him outright, and clearly, any information obtained from him would be unreliable. "Teacher, Zhao Zhong hesitated, seemingly burdened by an unimaginable secret. "Speak up. If that boy over there gives you the eye again, do you believe I won't break your legs and pluck out your eyes?" The ghostly physician suddenly interjected, glancing at Zhao Zhong. "Well, teacher, you wouldn't really want to inflict such harm on your disciple, would you?" Dorank interjected, a sheepish grin on his face. "Oh, are you questioning my medical skills? Worry not. Even if you were reduced to a single hair, I could still bring you back to life," the ghostly physician retorted, though his expression betrayed no hint of amusement. "Very well, I shall sit still," Dorank declared, plopping down on the ground with a sulky expression as he glared at Zhao Zhong and the ghostly physician. "All right. Speak." The ghostly physician turned back to Zhao Zhong, curiosity brimming in his eyes. He was quite familiar with this disciple. Although he was rather rigid, he executed his orders with unwavering diligence. He had explicitly instructed him to keep a watchful eye on Dorank, ensuring he did not leave the circle, intending for Dorank to experience the torment of illusions. The ghostly physician had not believed that the boy truly possessed the capability to break the array. Even if, hypothetically, he had some connection to that fool, it would be reasonable for him to possess some artifact to dismantle the magic circle, thus the assignment of his foremost disciple to supervise. However, he had not expected that the boy would still manage to escape. He had presumed that this obedient disciple would promptly divulge the reason, but once again, the ghostly physician found himself mistaken. Zhao Zhong remained tongue-tied and reluctant to explain. "Teacher, it would be better for me to speak. Zhao Shixiang cannot articulate it," Dorank suddenly interjected. "Then go ahead," the ghostly physician replied, casting a glance at Zhao Zhong, who appeared to be suppressing something. At that moment, Zhao Zhong's expression changed dramatically, wanting to intervene but halted by the dissatisfaction evident in the ghostly physician's eyes. "Ahem, it's nothing much. Just asked a question that Zhao Shixiang couldn't answer, and I took the opportunity to break the formation. That is all," Dorank stated with a smile. "What question led to breaking the formation?" The ghostly physician chuckled, intrigued. If this boy had indeed posed a question that stumped his steadfast disciple, then breaking the formation wouldn't be such a significant feat after all. All right, teacher, your nickname is the ghostly physician who saves not three, the legendary first divine physician of the past decade, Dorank replied with a slight smile. Your three not saves refers to not saving those who save others, not saving those who kill, and not saving women, correct? And what of it? The ghostly physician inquired with keen interest, as the boy seemed to know something of significance regarding the first divine physician of the last decade. In your three not saves, the first one, not saving those who save others, but aren't you a savior yourself? Have you never saved yourself? Dorank pressed on. Of course, regardless of the injuries I sustain, I shall never tend to my own healing. This is the crux of the matter. The ghostly physician glanced at Zhao Zhong and inquired, his eyes betraying a hint of perplexity towards his disciple. This question had stumped him, yet surprisingly, he noted that Zhao Zhong's complexion had worsened, as if his response had been a misstep. Indeed, no, it is certainly not so simple, Dorank interjected, shaking his finger. To save is not merely a matter of healing wounds. For instance, dear teacher, why must you cultivate? Cultivation is cultivation. What need is there for explanation? The ghostly physician appeared impatient, feeling this lad was merely toying with him. Was your journey of cultivation entirely smooth? Dorank continued to smile. How could the path of cultivation be devoid of trials? Naturally, one must endure tribulations. What exactly are you implying, young man? At that moment, the ghostly physician suddenly grasped something, his expression shifting. Then, who assisted you in overcoming these tribulations? Dorank queried. Who, if not oneself? Yet, Dorank's question, though not particularly profound, indeed contradicted the physician's principle of three no saves. Every time he navigated a crisis, it was through self-rescue. Undeniably, one saves oneself. You do not save those who save others, yet you have breached this principle, have you not? Dorank remarked. The ghostly physician fell silent. For him, these three principles held significance, representing three individuals, himself and the principles he had upheld for 30 years, which he had believed would never be broken. Unbeknownst to him, he had overlooked the most ordinary yet prevalent truth, that in matters as simple as sustenance, one continually saves oneself. Victory. Dorank silently cheered. In truth, the ghostly physician's deep regard for these three rules was knowledge he had possessed from his past life. The name Zhao Zhong triggered a recollection of his previous existence as Lin Long, and the legendary figures of the Golden Empire, the national master Lin Fengxue, alongside the renowned general and the imperial physician Zhao Wujia, collectively known as the Golden Triad. This was the lore of the Golden Empire embedded in Lin Long's memory. Lin Fengxue, the national master, possessed astonishing prowess and once fought against fate itself for the Golden Empire, rescuing an emperor captured by three god-level experts during a war unknown to ordinary folk, and heavily injuring those three before departing. The Golden Empire's general, clad in a menacing mask, was a figure whose true visage had never been seen. Even his closest confidants were unaware of his appearance. Yet, his military achievements were formidable, maintaining a relentless pressure since the onset of war across the three continents. Many nations had contemplated assassinating this legendary general, but every attempt, whether by masters of the heavenly slaughter list or renowned warriors, met with failure and death at the hands of his forces. Finally, there was the imperial physician Zhao Wujia, also known as the medical emperor. Although not particularly powerful, his medical skills were unparalleled, capable of performing miraculous feats. It is said that upon passing the Golden Empire's military camp, he witnessed a decapitated body and was overcome with sorrow, demanding the general return the corpse for burial. After discovering it belonged to his dear friend, the general, happy to oblige, handed over the head and body for a proper burial. However, the medical emperor intervened, and as the onlookers wondered what he intended, he displayed extraordinary medical prowess, causing the heavens and earth to resonate as if something forbidden was being born. Even the invincible general found himself retreating from this overwhelming force. When calamity struck, countless lightning bolts transformed the military camp into a hellish realm. The general and his men fought valiantly to save their troops. Yet the might of the calamity was insurmountable, and in an instant, A camp meant to conquer the world for the Golden Empire was reduced to nothing. The national master Lin Fengxue and the general, who had been nearby, turned their attention to the source of the calamity, the imperial physician. What they witnessed chilled them to the bone. The decapitated friend of the medical emperor stood unharmed beside him, his icy gaze fixed upon the two. On that day, the circumstances remain unclear, yet the medical emperor vanished, the national master Lin Fengxue retreated, and the general perished in a single day. The Golden Triad, the pride of the Golden Empire, crumbled. The Golden Empire issued a decree for the medical emperor's execution, denoting their wrath. However, the truth was far more complex, known only to the uniquely positioned Lin Long. The surnames in the Golden Empire differed from those in other continents. With their surnames placed at the forefront, only the Golden Empire followed this convention, Zhao being the imperial surname. "Isn't that right, Master Zhao Wujie?" Dorank inquired with a smile. Chapter 18. Memories. Let us rewind 30 years to the Golden Empire, where Lin Long was but 7 years old. In the Lin Mansion. "Young master, please refrain from wandering about," an austere old steward admonished, his deep voice continuing. "Today, we shall learn the etiquette of noble dining." "Firstly, how tedious," Lin Long protested, tugging at the opulent garment reserved for the nobility, resplendent in colors and gold-threaded embellishments. His expression revealed his disdain as he glared at the steward. "Why must I wear such a revolting outfit?" "Young master, this garment represents your esteemed status." The steward paused his lesson on dining etiquette to elaborate on the origins and significance of the glorious attire. For goodness sake, spare me," Lin Long cried, clutching his head in despair. Outside the estate, a middle-aged man stood at the entrance, gazing at the gilded plaque, silent and contemplative. "Excuse me," a guard approached, suspecting the man's demeanor. "Is there something you need?" Nothing of consequence. Simply pretend you have not seen me," the middle-aged man replied with a smile before turning to depart. The guard mused, recognizing a familiarity in the man's visage. That afternoon, within the Golden Empire's royal palace, "Your Majesty, the general has successfully breached the second defensive line of the Azure continent. Our forces have achieved a great victory," the chief steward reported excitedly, holding a dispatch from the front lines as he addressed the ruler seated upon the throne. "Good. Relay my orders to send rewards to the frontline soldiers and inform the general that further advancement is unnecessary. Merely maintaining control will suffice." The king's expression bore no sign of excitement, as such matters were well within his grasp. "Moreover, there will be a grand banquet in the capital today, for a person of great significance will be arriving." "A person of great significance?" The chief steward looked puzzled, unaware of any influential figures scheduled to visit that day. "That will be all. You may leave," the king indicated, clearly uninterested in elaborating further. "Yes. Back at the Lin Mansion. Understood. I shall convey that," the steward affirmed to the envoy from the palace. "Our young master will certainly attend on time." "Indeed. It is imperative that young Master Lin be present, for Duke Lin is currently away," the envoy, evidently familiar with the steward, remarked with a smile. Almost everyone in the Golden Empire knew of the relationship between the Lin and Zhao families. Although one served as a minister and the other as a king, their ties were far more intricate than mere titles. Tio put it bluntly, either family could ascend to the throne with a simple word exchanged. This was no jest. In the past, a treacherous minister wielded immense power, gathering a faction of influential officials and rendering the emperor powerless. The Lin family, a formidable opponent to the minister, became a thorn in his side. To eliminate them, he resorted to underhanded tactics, framing the Lin family with accusations of treason. Just when he believed the emperor would dispose of the Lin family, he was met with an unexpected response. The emperor, grinning, swiftly issued a decree proclaiming that the Lin family would inherit the throne. The treacherous minister was left dumbfounded. The subsequent events unfolded seamlessly, with the head of the Lin family ascending to power and skillfully navigating the treacherous waters of court politics, ultimately eradicating the faction of traitorous ministers. The Zhao family, meanwhile, enjoyed a brief reign as Zhao Wang, until, "Zhao Wang, heed my words. The emperor has decreed that Zhao, who has enjoyed himself, shall return to the throne." The messenger's expression was a mix of incredulity and amusement. Zhao Wang accepted the decree with a reluctant expression, begrudgingly taking up the mantle of emperor once more. while the Lin family returned to their estate. From that point on, the Golden Empire found itself with two kings, and the relationship between the Lin and Zhao families became well known. "Hey, Linlong, are you prepared to become a mage or a warrior this time?" Inquiring the sullen Linlong, who sat adorned in his glorious attire beside the throne, was the young Prince Zhaofeng. Linlong finally loosened the painfully tight collar of his garment, gasping as he responded to his childhood friend. "I have no desire for bloodshed. It is far too tedious." "What then do you intend to do? Become an emperor?" Zhaofeng asked curiously. The newly appointed martial champion nearly choked on his drink, startled by what he had just heard. He glanced at the nearby martial generals, confident they too had heard Linlong's words. Yet to his surprise, they continued to drink and converse, seemingly oblivious to the exchange. The martial champion was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the situation, realizing that the rumors circulating among the populace were indeed true. "The emperor will spare me. I would be subjected to my father's wrath otherwise." Linlong waved his hand dismissively. "Moreover, my father's intention is for me to lead a quiet life as a nobleman, but as you know, I am not suited for such a life. Then it follows that you still wish to seek medical knowledge from my uncle, Zhaofeng," who was slightly older than Linlong, placed a hand on Linlong's shoulder. "Give it up. My uncle does not accept disciples from our family or yours. Besides, who knows where he is training at the moment?" "No worries. I plan to run away from home in a few days," Linlong replied with a grin. Hey, are you out of your mind?" "If caught," Zhaofeng paused, then urged, "your father will undoubtedly contact my father. Have you forgotten about our family's techniques?" "It's fine. I have my own plans," Linlong said, casting his gaze aside. Suddenly, he spotted someone and quickly ceased his chatter, rising to his feet. "We welcome your majesty." At that moment, all the martial and civil officials stood up, bowing respectfully. The emperor of the Golden Empire, Zhao Wudi, responded, "Rise, my esteemed ministers." His voice was calm yet exuded the authority of an emperor. He continued, "Today's banquet serves two purposes: to celebrate our military's great victory on the Azure Continent front and—" Zhao Wudi nodded as a middle-aged man stepped forward from behind him. Notably, the man's face bore an uncanny resemblance to Emperor Zhao Wudi. "Congratulations on your return from training, Imperial Physician Zhao Wujia." Zhao Wudi beamed. "Welcome home, dear brother." Oh. Linlong exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Although he had never met Zhao Wujia, it did not diminish his admiration for this legendary figure, widely regarded as the greatest physician in the world. "It is the Imperial Physician." Everyone was taken aback, since attaining the title of the world's greatest physician nearly a decade ago. Zhao Wujia had not made an appearance. However, this did not lessen his reputation. On the contrary, the medical techniques he had left behind had baffled countless esteemed practitioners, forcing them to concede his unmatched status. His fame had only grown, and now, with his return, the power of the Golden Empire seemed formidable indeed. The Golden Triad, the mightiest force, Lin Fengxue, the esteemed ancestor of the Lin family, the most powerful shield, Zhao Wujia, the world's foremost healer, and the strongest spear, the undefeated general of the Golden Empire. The convergence of these three figures signified the Golden Empire was poised to launch its most formidable offensive yet. As most present knew that Zhao Wujia's recent endeavors were aimed at developing a technique for resurrecting the dead. This was a path of defiance against fate. Few believed Zhao Wujia could succeed. But today's reappearance suggested otherwise. Zhao Wujia regarded the crowd, nodding gently. Long live the Imperial Physician. Those present were pillars of the Golden Empire. The notion of resurrection was something they all understood the implications of. In the context of war, what could be more invincible than an immortal adversary? As for the shout of "Long live," it held no exclusive claim to the emperor. Even the emperor himself would likely not mind. "Uncle Wujia." Zhaofeng dashed over excitedly. Although Zhao Wujia had been away for 10 years, he still maintained connections with the Zhao family, and Zhaofeng had met his uncle before. Yes, little Feng, Zhao Wujia, who was clearly not one for many words, simply lifted Zhaofeng and ruffled his hair, then fixed his gaze on Linlong, who had joined them. "You are from the Lin family." Zhao Wujia was well aware that anyone of Linlong's age who accompanied the prince must belong to the Lin family. No, I am Linlong, esteemed senior Zhao Wujia," Linlong's expression was stiff, clearly unable to approach his idol with the ease he had imagined. Nodding at Linlong, Zhao Wujie set Zhao Feng down and addressed Zhao Wudi, "Your Majesty, I shall take my leave." "Haha, my brother has worked hard in his training. You should rest well," Zhao Wudi replied, somewhat resigned to his brother's aversion to festivities, and allowed him to depart. After a brief farewell to the assembly, the imperial physician vanished from the banquet. Nevertheless, the atmosphere only grew more jubilant. The arrival of the imperial physician had illuminated the path for the Golden Empire's dominance over the world. If anyone present felt disheartened, it was likely just Linlong, who lamented the missed opportunity for conversation. What a splendid chance! Linlong snatched the food from Zhao Feng's hands and devoured it voraciously. "Hey! Hey, hey!" Zhao Feng exclaimed, watching his food rapidly diminish as he hurriedly attempted to reclaim it. Thus, the banquet continued, filled with laughter and merriment. In the following days, the Golden Empire was preparing for war, while other empires pondered how to counteract the return of the imperial physician. As for Linlong, he busied himself running to the palace, yet he could not catch sight of Zhao Wujie. "I heard my uncle might have gone to the front lines. He should return in a few days," Zhao Feng remarked, drenched in sweat from training. "All right, I will head there now," Linlong replied, his eyes gleaming as he retrieved a peculiar puppet from his spatial ring. "Ah, so fast, so fast. You dare to take my belongings," Zhao Feng suddenly cried out. "Hee, I am off." Linlong tossed the puppet into the air, which suddenly expanded into an enormous humanoid creature. This was the So Fast number 3, a marvelous contraption crafted by the Golden Empire's renowned alchemist. Said to traverse the continent in a day, a household essential, albeit one that consumed substantial resources. Linlong climbed aboard So Fast number 3, and waved to Zhao Feng, "Let us go, so fast no." 3. In an instant, both Linlong and the puppet vanished from Zhao Feng's view, who was left exasperated. The distance between the imperial capital and the military camp was considerable, yet thanks to the puppet, they arrived in less than 3 hours. "Hee, we will be there soon. Should I directly take a master?" Linlong mused while aboard So Fast number 3, when suddenly he spotted someone standing along their path. "Is that Zhao Wujie?" "Oh no, So Fast number 3, stop." Although he was unsure why Zhao Wujie was there, he feared missing the opportunity. But how could So Fast number 3 halt? Whoa. Linlong watched as So Fast number 3 zipped past Zhao Wujie, who seemed to raise a hand at that moment. Was he signaling for Linlong to stop? What to do? He was hopelessly directionally challenged. So fast number 3 wouldn't stop until they reached their destination. At that time, Linlong was unaware that this encounter with Zhao Wujie would lead to a remarkable scene in the military camp. If there were a deity of fate, even they would marvel at the forces of destiny at play. As the recollection faded, Dorank gazed at the ghostly physician before him. Over the course of 30 years, Zhao Wujie had aged considerably, his aura and demeanor having undergone significant transformation. Had it not been for the name Zhao Zhong, Dorank would never have connected the ghostly physician to the former imperial physician Zhao Wujie. Linlong, the ghostly physician's gaze was intense, as if recalling something significant. Zhao Zhong, meanwhile, looked on in confusion at the two. Chapter 19. Heir of the imperial physician and heir of the ghostly physician Tianlan family, Silver Continent Division, Combat Room. This was an exceedingly simple yet vast space, even with hundreds engaged in battle. There was ample room. Yet today, despite the room being filled with people, only 2 were actually fighting. Wow! Suddenly, a scream pierced the air as a young swordsman was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Alice expressionlessly retracted her wooden sword, scanning the stunned boys and girls beside her, seemingly in search of her next opponent. However, it quickly became evident from their retreating gazes that they had lost all fighting spirit. How impressive! Without relying on chi or magic, her raw combat power is terrifying, the armored woman exclaimed, having heard of Alice's prowess from Annie, but witnessing it firsthand for the first time. Those defeated by Alice were not mere amateurs. They were promising talents from various regions, some even capable of fighting above their level, like the one who had just been sent flying. "All right, let us call it a day," the armored woman declared, observing the defeated fighters who had lost even their will to battle. While these individuals were not crucial to the family, it was not right to subject them to such humiliation. After all, as talented individuals, their pride, though it might lead to arrogance, also propelled them forward. A glance at those defeated revealed that most of their pride had been significantly diminished. Such individuals would either rise from the ashes or fall into despair, the armored woman pondered. However, she knew all too well that the latter outcome was far more common. Hearing the armored woman's words, Alice turned and walked away, seemingly feeling no need to linger any longer. "Well, did you gain anything from this?" the armored woman inquired. Having observed Alice engage in numerous battles, it would be absurd to think she had not gleaned any insights. "Their battle awareness is terribly lacking," Alice replied, lifting her gaze. "Well, compared to you, they fall short by a significant margin. But among peers, they should be considered quite capable," the armored woman mused. "Moreover, most of them have been focused on elevating their realms and should have reached advanced levels by now. As for their realms..." Alice discerned the voice of the armored woman. "You need not worry." After uttering these words, Alice disregarded the armored figure and strode directly into a small chamber. "Why is she returning to the prayer room again?" The armored woman was taken aback. In recent days, aside from exploring various training, combat, and analysis rooms within the division, Alice had spent the majority of her time in the prayer room. The prayer room served as a place for supplication to the divine. In the Silver Continent, where humanity resides, the majority uphold faith in the gods. Although the Tianlan family does not worship deities, most of the prodigious individuals or guest scholars they encounter are believers. Thus, the existence of the prayer room is indeed necessary, for matters of faith are not easily altered. However, the armored woman pondered, she could not perceive Alice as a devotee of the divine. Inside the prayer room, Alice gazed at the divine statue atop the altar and closed her eyes. Soon, her golden locks began to float as if stirred by a gentle breeze, and both the statue and Alice's form became enveloped in a faint golden radiance. The light gradually flowing from the statue towards her. The dragon-slaying clan and other hidden sects possessed secret arts, and at this moment, Alice was employing one such technique to seize divine power. This art could extract the essence of a god's strength, representing the pinnacle of its ability. However, typically, it allowed for the acquisition of merely a minuscule portion of divine energy entwined around the statue. This divine energy was imperceptible to ordinary individuals. It was, in fact, a manifestation of human strength, known as the power of faith. The spiritual force of individuals could be transformed, and the power of faith was its tangible representation. Coiling around the statue and gradually amalgamating into genuine strength, ultimately transmuting into a thread of pure, albeit feeble, divine energy. Do not underestimate this thread of divine energy. It is the power wielded by deities. While it may have seemed inconsequential to the previous Alice, to the current Alice, this thread of divine energy was immensely formidable. She was preparing to convert this divine force into her own strength. Although there is a hint of overreaching ambition, she was in dire need of regaining her power. This method undoubtedly would elevate Alice's strength in a short span. "Dorank, what are you doing?" A face with a mischievous grin suddenly appeared in Alice's mind, and she found herself smiling at the mere thought of Dorank. Meanwhile, when Dorank uttered the name Zhao Wujia, the ghost doctor had already whisked him away to an uncanny realm. Observing the surrounding ashen scenery, Dorank recognized the location, disturbed space. It was a man-made, unstable domain, yet it bore the advantage of eliminating bodies without the need for burial. Every word you utter from this point will determine whether your life persists. The ghost doctor's figure materialized behind Dorank, his icy voice echoing like the wails of spirits from the depths of hell. Though Dorank had never encountered such spirits, he had his suspicions. Yet, until confirmation, he was not inclined to accept it outright. "Master, you must have already suspected, have you not?" Dorank was unfazed by the murderous intent in the ghost doctor's words. "Did you not say, 'I see'? Lin Sure, Lin Long." The ghost doctor murmured for a moment, indeed recalling something. Gazing at Dorank, he spoke softly, "So, it follows that the reincarnation technique you possess." "Yes, master," Dorank nodded affirmatively. "In other words, you truly perished in the real world," the ghost doctor realized with clarity. "Indeed," Dorank seemed lost in deep contemplation. "I initially believed I had succumbed." Yet I never anticipated. Thus, the prophecy of Lin Fengshue holds true, the ghost doctor remarked quietly. What did you say, master? Dorank did not catch the ghost doctor's words. Nothing. Very well. I comprehend the sequence of events now. So this is destiny. Suddenly? The ghost doctor laughed. Ha ha ha, Feng Guiming, you plotted your entire life without ever realizing the truth. Though Dorank was oblivious to the reason behind the ghost doctor's laughter, he sensed that the latter had seemingly unraveled a self-imposed constraint. After a while, the ghost doctor regained his composure and turned to Dorank, saying, Come here. It seems I need not face death after all, Dorank quipped. That may not be certain, the ghost doctor replied. In any case, begin by explaining the situation to me. In the outside world, Zhao Zhong first observed the two vanish, only to witness their sudden reappearance, seemingly altered in some manner. Lin Long, the ghost doctor beamed at the young man before him. Or rather, the youthful dragon. Are you not afraid that by divulging everything to me, I might, out of curiosity regarding your draconic form, dissect you? Master, had I realized it was you earlier, I would have disclosed everything long ago, Dorank replied nonchalantly. However, Master, while I was Lin Long in my past life, I am Dorank now. You may regard me as a different individual possessing Lin Long's memories, thus I would prefer if you called me Dorank. Zhao Zhong appeared bewildered. The sudden disappearance of these two individuals and their subsequent reappearance had left him in a state of confusion, and he could not comprehend their dialogue. Lin Long? Dorank? The ghost doctor fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, Dorank smiled and regarded Zhao Zhong. Although Zhao Zhong remained expressionless, he sensed that the latter wished to convey something. Dorank? Ha, indeed, you are Dorank, the ghost doctor suddenly exclaimed, as if coming to a realization. Moments later, the ghost doctor removed a ring from his finger and handed it to Zhao Zhong. Master? Zhao Zhong was momentarily taken aback. He had never seen the ghost doctor remove this ring since he began following him. Within it lies the 9 volumes of ghost doctor techniques. From this day forth, you shall be the sole inheritor of my ghost doctor legacy, the ghost doctor stated, looking at his disciple, who had never defied him. This is the transference ring, a magical artifact that can only be unlocked once one's strength and abilities meet the requirements. As your power increases, the seal will gradually lift, granting access to the next volume of ghost doctor techniques. But Master, did you not say that I am not suited to inherit your mantle? Zhao Zhong recalled something, and was about to inquire when Dorank interrupted him. I say? Zhong, since Master wishes to pass on the ghost doctor techniques to you, why refuse? But should it not be you? Zhao Zhong was acutely aware of how much the Master favored the jovial young man with black hair, leaving him confused as to why the Master would suddenly change his mind. Me? Dorank laughed, raising his right hand, revealing a ring on his middle finger identical to the transference ring Zhao Zhong possessed. I am the heir of the Imperial Physician. So please guide me, Ghost Doctor Heir. Imperial Physician? Zhao Zhong was utterly lost. Very well, you two may now embark on your journey of cultivation in the world. This realm is about to become quite intriguing. And I shall no longer confine you young ones, the Ghost Doctor chuckled. Lest you curse me behind my back. Zhao Zhong was astonished. Ever since the Ghost Doctor took him in, he had never encountered a teacher like this. Although he did not know how to express his emotions, he was, in fact, an exceedingly perceptive individual, and he could sense the profound change in his master. That's the spirit. Now, Master, we shall take our leave, Dorank grinned, pulling Zhao Zhong along. Leave it to me, I assure you. I shall not sell him out. Zhao Zhong found himself at a loss. He seemed reluctant to part from his master, yet the master urged him to venture into the world, leaving him with no choice but to follow Dorank's lead. Watching Dorank stride away without a backward glance, he noticed Zhao Zhong, although expressionless, seemed to wish to say something. The Ghost Doctor suddenly felt an odd sensation from this day forth. Shall the Ghost Doctor also meet his demise? He mused with a light chuckle. The brave have already set forth on their journey. Should we old-timers not pave the way for them? Press on. Valiant heroes of the Golden Empire. The Ghost Doctor's figure dissipated from sight. Old Man's disciple. Chapter 20. An unexpected turn of events in this world. There exist 2 types of individuals who can induce a headache in those acquainted with them. One type is known as the directionally challenged. I ask you, Zhong, are you familiar with the way? Dorank, who had been striding confidently ahead, suddenly halted with a sheepish expression, surveying the unchanging expanse of the grassland around him, and awkwardly spoke out, "Is it truly this vast?" Zhao Zhong maintained his stoic demeanor, unchanged from their first meeting. However, Dorank sensed that this fellow was lost in thought and had not registered his words. Zhong. After confirming that Zhao Zhong was indeed daydreaming, Dorank inhaled deeply and then shouted, "What are you doing?" Zhao Zhong snapped back to reality, regarding Dorank with his usual impassive expression. Do you know the way to Chaos City?" Dorank inquired. "Chaos City?" Zhao Zhong clearly had no knowledge of it. "What about Death Dragon Forest?" Dorank pondered. It was conceivable that they were quite distant from Chaos City, and given the nature of such a place, it was plausible Zhao Zhong might not know of it. However, Death Dragon Forest was one of the world's 4 forbidden zones, so he should have some awareness. "I know of Death Dragon Forest." As expected, Zhao Zhong nodded in affirmation. "Excellent. We shall head there," Dorank exclaimed, as if he had found a beacon of hope, hastily continuing, "Let us go." Zhao Zhong, reflecting on the ring on his middle finger, took decisive steps forward. "How wonderful!" "Wait for me, Alice," Dorank thought to himself, nearly bursting into a cheer. However, in Wolfert Town, within the Sword and Ale Tavern, Dorank sat face to face with Zhao Zhong. Zhao Zhong maintained his usual cool demeanor, while Dolank's expression was nothing short of spectacular. "You say this is the Red Continent?" After a long pause, Dolank's complexion shifted slightly, and he weakly replied, "Indeed." Zhao Zhong, still reserved, nodded in agreement. "You mean to tell me you just arrived at the Red Continent?" "That seems rather implausible," Dorank exclaimed, rubbing his forehead. There was indeed a vast expanse between the Red Continent and the Silver Continent, separated by the Golden Continent. If only there were something like a fast travel device. But Dorank had long since searched through the items he brought from Dragon Castle, only to find nothing of use. The one item that could be deemed useful was a running assist device that supposedly allowed for incredible speed. "However, I am hopelessly directionally challenged," Dorank sighed, realizing he needed Zhao Zhong to lead the way, yet there was only one assist device. Furthermore, Dorank glanced at Zhao Zhong, whose expression remained impassive yet contemplative. It seemed impractical to have this flamboyant fellow sprinting clumsily down the road with the assist device. All right. Walking to the Silver Continent would be asking too much and would consume an excessive amount of time, Dorank reasoned. Thus, let us utilize the spatial gate. It would save us a great deal of time. "Oh," Zhao Zhong responded indifferently. "That's good," Dorank exhaled in relief. Then turned to Zhao Zhong and asked, "Brother, how much money do you have? The cost of using the spatial gate is considerable." "Money?" Zhao Zhong replied with an unmistakable inquiry. "Don't tell me you're broke." Dorank raised an eyebrow. "Money," Zhao Zhong reiterated with the same tone. Dorank fell silent, surveying the drinks and dishes on the table. "Thank you for your patronage." He retrieved the meager sum he had taken from the bandit camp, only to discover that most of it consisted of currency from the Silver Continent. With very few coins that were universally accepted across the 5 continents, he handed over his solitary gold coin and received a pile of silver coins in return. Dorank felt a wave of despair wash over him. It appeared that even after traveling from the Silver Continent to the Red Continent, his financial woes remained unchanged. As for Zhao Zhong, he had the audacity to point at the pile of silver coins in Dolank's hand and remarked, "Oh, what a profit." For heaven's sake, encountering such a common-sense idiot was truly exasperating. When a common-sense fool and a directionally challenged individual collide, it leads to chaos. "Are you working?" Zhao Zhong queried with his usual cool demeanor. "Yes. Working to earn some coin," Dorank proclaimed proudly from the center of the Sword and Ale Tavern. "Allow me to showcase the prowess of this bard." Zhao Zhong nodded with interest, subsequently finding a spot to sit and watch Dorank. Clearing his throat, Dorank prepared to begin his performance when suddenly, the tavern owner approached with an unfriendly expression. "You are a bard?" "Indeed, fear not. Owner, I am unlike others. I will not charge you an invitation fee," Dorank waved dismissively, "but please step aside. It will get quite crowded here soon." Just then, he noticed the tavern staff surrounding him, each wearing a fierce expression, and sensed something was amiss. "What is going on? Are you all trying to secure a good spot to hear my tale? That seems rather inappropriate." "Get lost," Since you were a guest earlier, I won't resort to violence, but if you continue to be oblivious, the owner abruptly interrupted Dorank, speaking with a menacing tone. People like you, with nothing of value to offer, are not welcome here. Dorank suddenly recalled that while bards held some status on the Silver Continent, they were regarded with disdain in the Red Continent, a place where war and might reigned supreme. In a land where individuals only spoke of dreams and legends, could they truly save a nation tormented by the ravages of war? In the Red Continent and beyond, bards were unequivocally loathed. Consequently, Zhao Zhong gazed at Dorank with a bemused expression, as if something flickered in his eyes. Outside the Sword and Ale Tavern, a grand cathedral stood as the tallest structure in Wolfert Town. The three great powers, the Mercenary Guild, the Mage Association, and the Holy Order, each bore their distinct emblems. The sword represented the Mercenary Guild, with every mercenary's badge shaped like a sword, and the guild's buildings echoed this design. Making the sword the guild's emblematic symbol, the five-pointed star represented the Mage Association, while the Holy Order's emblem resembled an equilateral triangle, with each side displaying a different color: red for punishment and sin, blue for redemption and hope, and white for death and rebirth. This emblem was known as the Divine Ring. The architecture of the cathedral was unremarkable, yet it exuded a sense of purity. The first floor housed statues of deities, frequented by women and the elderly who prayed for precious peace, kneeling before the statues and gently kissing their divine rings. The holy priests of the cathedral would then recite scriptures, using divine language to cleanse the sins of the world. The second floor was typically reserved for the staff of the Holy Order, with no unauthorized persons allowed entry. Today, the first floor of the cathedral remained unchanged, bustling with activity, while on the second floor, a young girl with her face obscured by white veils held a crystal ball, her eyes devoid of life, as if lacking a soul. Behind her stood a group of priests adorned in pristine white robes. Anyone observing would be astonished to realize that these individuals were not the novice priests of Wolfert Town. Their robes were embroidered with the Divine Ring, signifying their noble status. Only those recognized by the Holy Order as archpriests or higher could wear the Divine Ring on their robes, and the more esteemed holy priests had the Divine Ring embroidered on both shoulders. Among them stood 3 archpriests and 1 holy priest, individuals of considerable stature, as archpriests could preside over a church in a city, while holy priests were core figures within the headquarters. Yet, here they stood in this small town, respectfully positioned behind the girl, indicating her status was far superior to theirs. "I see them," the girl suddenly spoke. As the crystal ball in her hands began to emit a brilliant light, those two entwined with the threads of fate. The reflections within the crystal ball depicted none other than Zhao Zhong and Dorank inside the Sword and Ale Tavern. L'Enfante, the holy priest adorned with the divine ring on both shoulders, turned to an archpriest and said, "You should test them. Go all out." With the intent to kill, the girl instructed. "Yes, my lady," replied the archpriest named L'Enfante, bowing before vanishing from the room. At the entrance of the Sword and Ale Tavern, Dorank looked up at the sky, exclaiming, "What should I do? I only know this one way to earn money," feeling utterly lost. Zhao Zhong's expression remained unchanged, suggesting that he would likely never alter his demeanor in this lifetime. Dorank mischievously mused. Suddenly, Dolank's expression shifted. He sensed an impending danger, a murderous intent approaching him. However, he managed to smile, thinking, "You underestimate me. Such threats cannot reach me." He shifted his stance, raising his gaze toward a certain direction. Just as a crossbow bolt hurtled toward him, he effortlessly dodged it, thinking his posture must have looked quite impressive. Yet, without warning, a powerful force struck Dolank's shoulder. Before he could react, Zhao Zhong had yanked him away. And then, boom! Dorank was forcefully hurled by Zhao Zhong into a pile of clutter. The crossbow bolt embedded itself in the ground, precisely where Dorank had just been standing. "Be careful. Something is coming," Zhao Zhong remarked coolly, observing Dorank, who was now covered by a basket, and added, "I saved you. No need to thank me." Dorank suppressed the urge to lash out in anger, looking at Zhao Zhong with a strained smile. "Well, I truly appreciate it." "No need." Zhao Zhong extended his hand, seemingly offering to help Dorank up. Dorank placed his hand atop Zhao Zhong's, but just then, here it comes again. This time, Dorank, having learned his lesson, quickly stood up, preparing to leap backward, but, wow! This time, Dorank was thrown even more brutally by Zhao Zhong. Still holding onto his hand, he was unceremoniously tossed backward. Thud. After flinging Dorank, Zhao Zhong drew his sword. With a flash of the blade, he cleaved the incoming crossbow bolt in two, causing it to fall to the ground. Get up. We need to find out who did this, Zhao Zhong said, glancing in the direction from which the bolt had come. Then turned to Dorank and added, this was to save you. Don't take offense. Suddenly, however, Zhao Zhong sensed an even more overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupting behind him. It was the presence of a dragon. Zhao Zhong. Dolank's furious roar echoed through the air. Humph! Zhao Zhong turned his head, letting out a soft chuckle. Yet, the laughter was too faint for the enraged Dorank to hear. Chapter 21. The Crystal of Light. Zhong, do you think our frantic dash through the streets might attract too much attention? Dorank suddenly remarked. After all, how many times have we dodged ambushes now? Indeed, the pedestrians had long stepped aside, casting astonished glances at the two individuals. The bolts of crossbow fire had come at an astonishing speed. Only those with keen observation and formidable strength could discern the scene clearly. To the onlookers, it appeared as though two men, one clad in black and the other in white, were foolishly sprinting through the thoroughfare. The man in white seemed relatively normal, merely running, while the one in black twisted and turned inexplicably. Was he dancing? What they were oblivious to was that these two individuals were currently under attack from the High Priest of the Holy Church. Asa High Priest, Lon Fendot's prowess was indisputable, standing at the pinnacle of invincibility. In terms of realm, he surpassed even the Blood Axe Thief King. Utilizing a magical crossbow, the arrows he loosed were nearly impossible for anyone below the rank of intermediate warrior to evade. And even advanced warriors would struggle to escape unscathed. Yet, the two before him presented a curious case. While the man in white was not a concern, his concealed aura suggested he was at least of advanced caliber. The man in black, who was evading all attacks and sprinting with a speed rivaling Zhao Zhong's, perplexed Lon Fendot. The latter radiated an aura unmistakably of intermediate level. How could he possess such extraordinary strength? Then we must hasten, Zhao Zhong declared, releasing his grip on the sword's hilt. His speed surged suddenly, transforming him into a bolt of lightning that left Dorank trailing behind. Not bad. Let's unleash it, dragon wings. Dorank chuckled, and suddenly, a pair of black dragon wings manifested behind him. Compared to their previous encounter in Chaos City, the manifestation of these wings was far more pronounced. Upon closer inspection, one could even see the reflective scales glimmering on the wings. This was a testament to Dolank's continuous improvement over the past few days, illustrating the terrifying potential of the dragon lineage. With a sound akin to an explosion, the air was violently displaced as Dorank took to the skies with astonishing speed. The onlookers, who had been watching the two run in a frenzy, were now rendered speechless as they suddenly vanished from sight. Zhao Zhong, momentarily taken aback, realized that his disciple's speed matched his own. How was this possible? The disparity between them was supposed to be significant. However, while Zhao Zhong merely blinked in surprise, Lon Fendot was utterly dumbfounded. As the High Priest of the Holy Church, he had encountered numerous prodigies, but it was exceedingly rare to witness such velocity from someone at the intermediate level. This was an extraordinary speed, bordering on the miraculous. This is troublesome. They are gaining on me. As he retreated while firing magical crossbow bolts, Lon Fendot recognized that his undefeated speed was no match for these two young men. If he wasn't careful, he would soon find himself face to face with them. This speed. A holy priest on the second floor of the church was equally astonished. They are entangled with fate. The young woman's expression remained unchanged. Those who possess one of the 7 fragments are not to be judged by common sense. Then can we confirm it's them? Inquired one of the remaining 2 high priests. Yes. Let Lon Fendot continue for now. Even a wielder of a fragment cannot defeat him with anything less than invincible strength, the young woman stated calmly. However, if they exhibit power surpassing that of invincibility, indeed, then I will personally step in to eradicate them, replied the holy priest with a slight bow. Meanwhile, in the streets, following the aura of the assailant, Zhao Zhong and Dorank weaved through alleys before suddenly halting their movements. Dorank glanced around and suddenly grinned, retracting his dragon wings. Addressing the figure before them, he remarked, "It seems this fellow prefers to remain unseen. choosing such a secluded spot. Indeed, they had stumbled upon a dead end, surrounded by tall buildings devoid of windows. This meant that if they kept their commotion to a minimum, they would likely go unnoticed. Of course, it was not the assailant who would remain hidden. The two men racing through the streets had already been memorized by the onlookers. However, by the time Zhao Zhong and Dorank reached the latter part of their flight, their figures had become indistinct to the crowd. "Greetings," Lon Fendot said softly as he stood within the dead end. Turning to face them, he was a remarkably handsome middle-aged man, adorned in a pristine robe of the Holy Church, marked with a divine insignia that clearly revealed his identity. "It's no wonder you chose such a place. After all, it is not particularly honorable for a high priest of the Holy Church to resort to underhanded tactics." Dorank initially paused, then inquired. "But we have not provoked the Holy Church, have we? May I ask the reason for your actions? Did your deity inform you that we are heretics?" As for Zhao Zhong, he maintained a stoic expression, watching Lon Fendot closely. "Haha, if the deity had given such instructions, you would have been purified by now," Lon Fendot replied with a faint smile. "Oh, is that so?" Dorank chuckled. "If I am not mistaken, a high priest shouldn't be found in a small town like this. What brings you here?" "Nothing of consequence, but I have a few questions to pose to both of you." "I wonder if you could spare a moment," Lon Fendot stated. Dorank remained silent, merely pulling Zhao Zhong closer and whispering, "Hey, Zhong, have you offended the Holy Church?" Zhong cast a sidelong glance at Dorank and responded in a monotone, "I thought they were here for you." "Well, that makes it curious. High Priest, do inquiries necessitate violence?" Dolank's eyes began to brim with hostility. Indeed, he abhorred killing, and Lon Fendot's unwarranted malice had already provoked him. "The first question, your origin." Lon Fendot seemingly ignored Dolank's words and calmly posed his query. It was evident that he was not inclined to indulge in lengthy discussions. After all, although their speed was remarkable, their auras remained unchanged. Moreover, Lon Fendot knew well that a far more powerful holy priest was observing this encounter. Even if these two possessed some peculiarities, he had little faith that an extraordinary holy priest would struggle against two youngsters under 30. Furthermore, he believed that he alone was more than sufficient to handle the situation. However, it soon became apparent that his calm demeanor could not be maintained. Dorank immediately discerned that Lon Fendot had no intention of answering his questions and turned to leave. As for Zhao Zhong, he had already made his way to the alley's exit. "Ah, I shall take my leave then, esteemed high priest," Dorank waved dismissively, nonchalantly following Zhao Zhong. "Hey, Zhong, slow down. Without your guidance..." Boom! Lon Fendot acted instantaneously, fully aware that although this contradicted his plans, he could not allow them to escape. As for whether his intervention would result in their demise, he could not guarantee that. A burst of radiant white holy light erupted, enveloping Dorank and Zhao Zhong in a brilliance surpassing that of sunlight. Yet, this light did not affect the surrounding buildings, seemingly harmless. However, the sounds of explosions echoed incessantly within the sphere of light. To defy the will of the deity is to invite divine punishment. The high priest placed his right hand upon the divine insignia on his shoulder, performing a formal gesture of the Holy Church. "Divine punishment, you say?" A voice, strikingly flat, resonated from within the sphere of light. "What?" Lon Fendot stared in disbelief at the sword poised between his brows, held by the white-clad man. The sixth-tier magic, Brilliance of Light, was one of the few powerful destructive spells in the light magic repertoire. Even those with the unyielding body of invincibility rarely emerged unscathed. Moreover, one of the spell's effects was its blinding radiance, capable of stealing the vision of even the most formidable foes. Yet now, the sword that had drawn so close before he could react indicated that this silent man possessed strength that far exceeded his expectations. The brilliance of light he had meticulously prepared was utterly ineffective against him. Furthermore, the murderous intent emanating from this man signified a genuine desire to kill. No amount of invincibility could withstand his blade. "This is bad," observed the holy priest watching from the church, his expression shifting dramatically as he vanished from sight. The young woman, her eyes still devoid of emotion, seemed to anticipate the unfolding scene, her unchanged demeanor hinting at her foreknowledge. "Why are you stopping me?" Zhao Zhong, with his sword leveled at Lon Fendot, suddenly inquired. "Huh?" Lon Fendot faltered, initially believing he would soon feel the sword piercing his skull. The question posed by Zhao Zhong left him utterly perplexed. However, he soon grasped the situation. Zhao Zhong's right hand, gripping the sword, was now held by another hand, Dorank's. "Let us go." "Why the heavy killing intent?" Dorank emerged from the brilliance of light, stating, "I do not wish to witness death in my presence." Lon Fendot quickly comprehended why they had remained unscathed within the brilliance of light. He observed that Dolank's other hand held a square crystal radiating an even more dazzling light than the spell itself. He recognized the object, the light magic crystal, one of the legendary treasures capable of nullifying light-based magic in the headquarters of the Holy Church. There were only a few earthly marvels. Ranford had been fortunate enough to witness the enforcement team of the Holy Church utilize the fire magic crystal to successfully enact divine punishment upon a rebellious fire archmage. An archmage, a title only attainable by those of near-divine caliber, was rendered a mere jest in the face of the fire magic crystal. Absolute power, absolute magic, an insurmountable nightmare for sorcerers. Impossible. How could you possibly possess such a treasure? Ranford exclaimed in shock. "There's no need to elaborate," Dorank replied curtly, his dragon wings manifesting as he whisked Zhao Zhong away, vanishing from Ranford's sight. With the disappearance of the brilliance of light, a figure materialized before Ranford. "Ah, my lord." Ranford, having narrowly escaped disaster, hurriedly bowed in reverence. For the newcomer was none other than the holy priest who had just vanished from the second floor of the Holy Church. "What brings you here?" the holy priest inquired, his expression one of astonishment as he regarded Ranford, as though his presence was an anomaly. "I apologize, my lord. I let them escape," Ranford confessed, a look of remorse etched on his face. "Their strength surpassed my expectations. Let us return." The holy priest pondered for a moment, seemingly unfazed by Ranford's words, before suddenly turning to glance at the spot where the brilliance of light had erupted. "Yes." Ranford and the holy priest vanished into the alleyway. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the Holy Church, a flicker of shock crossed the previously impassive countenance of the holy maiden. It was as if something utterly incomprehensible had occurred. In the crystal ball she held, the reflected image showed a man lying on the ground, his head pierced, precisely the figure of the Archbishop Ranford, who was now hurrying towards them. "The prophecy has gone awry," the holy maiden murmured, bewildered. Outside Wolfert Town, Zhao Zhong walked ahead with a stoic expression, while Dorank stared intently at him. After a prolonged silence, Dorank finally spoke. "Are you certain you wish to walk there?" His tone was heavy, as if fearful of raising his voice. "Indeed," Zhao Zhong nodded. "Do you realize how long the journey will take? That's 2 continents we must traverse." Dorank was on the verge of losing his composure, having just pulled Zhao Zhong away only to have him say, "Let us walk to the Death Dragon Forest." Chapter 22. The Inheritance Space. Furthermore, I will be posting 6 updates today, albeit rather late. If anyone feels tired, please do not force yourselves to stay awake in this world, apart from the Silver Continent protected by forbidden grounds. The other 4 continents are embroiled in ceaseless warfare, leaving the common folk in abject misery. For them, the existence of war leads to displacement, destruction of families, and countless lives lost. During wartime, the number of those who take their own lives out of despair is staggering, some having witnessed their loved ones perish before their eyes, while others find no meaning in continuing to live. In short, war brings about a spiritual and psychological devastation. The desperate masses yearn for a refuge, a reason to endure. During such times, the Holy Church stands as the people's greatest source of spiritual solace. The divine shall save their souls, cleanse their sins, and bring an end to their nightmares. In essence, before the divine, the trivial suffering of humanity pales in comparison. Thus, people gradually began to follow the Holy Church and embrace faith in the deities. The Holy Church, in turn, grew ever more powerful, transforming into a force that transcends any nation. Its branches are scattered across the globe, and one can find a church in nearly every populated area. However, the true headquarters of the Holy Church is known to very few in this world. For the headquarters does not exist within this realm, but in an alternate space known as Zayubagia. Zayubagia, the name of the divine messenger who presides over grace and punishment under the great supreme deity. The Zayubagia space is the headquarters of the Holy Church. How did the mission fare? Delis. The Pope, the pinnacle of power in this world and the divine representative, sat at the highest seat, gazing down at the masked girl standing below. Though the Pope appeared quite aged, almost on the verge of death, he exuded a sacred aura that seemed to brim with vitality, creating an intriguing contradiction. As foretold, one of the bearers of the 7 fragments has indeed manifested, the girl, the holy maiden previously seen in Wolfert Town. Replied. Creation, destruction, protection, miracles, the past, the future, and the present. Although I cannot yet ascertain which of the two it is or what fragment they possess. The legendary report mentioned that one of them wields the light magic crystal. The Pope turned his gaze towards the holy priest kneeling beside the holy maiden and inquired. Indeed, that was the light magic crystal. Even the 6th-tier magic, brilliance of light, could inflict no harm, the holy priest Aristo responded. The light magic crystal? Its possessor will undoubtedly pose a significant challenge for us. A man clad in silver armor, standing beside the Pope, interjected. What is your perspective, Arbiter? The Pope asked. Divine punishment must be administered. Light magic is the magic of the gods, and the light magic crystal should not be wielded by non-believers. The armored man spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Very well, let us delegate this matter to the Arbiter's office. The Pope considered for a moment before nodding. Remember, the fragments must be returned intact. Aristo, Delis, you may withdraw for now, the Pope instructed the two below. Yes. Outside the Pope's chamber, Delis and Aristo exited in succession. Once outside the Grand Hall, Aristo suddenly asked, Holy Maiden, should we really keep the matter of the prophecy's failure from the Pope? The power of the prophetic contract cannot fail. That is the essence of truth, Aristo continued. It is the divine's gift of contractual power. You speak too much. Aristo. Delis interjected abruptly, interrupting Aristo's intended elaboration. Do you wish to question the power of the gods? I would never entertain such thoughts, Aristo hastily denied, fully aware that doubting the prophetic contract equates to doubting the deity who bestowed it upon humanity. Should he falter, he would find himself deeply embroiled in a discussion on faith with the Arbiter's office. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. Let us leave it at that. Delis closed her eyes. Recalling the scene she had witnessed earlier, the figures of the black-clad Dorank and the white-clad Zhao, who, she pondered, had altered the fate that the gods had long since decreed. Meanwhile, Dorank and Zhao, the subjects of the Holy Church's interest, were currently in a city on the Red Continent named Slaughter. Slaughter City? Isn't this? Dorank mused contemplatively. Zhao glanced at Dorank with mild surprise, taken aback that this directionally challenged individual was aware of a city on the Red Continent. Zhao himself, apart from knowing the general direction, was unfamiliar with the towns along the way. What a detestable name. I may not know much, but it's evident that this is not a pleasant city, Dorank remarked earnestly. Zhao rolled his eyes. It seemed that Dorank was indeed oblivious. He hadn't even realized that during his time with Dorank, his expressions had begun to diversify. Let us enter the city. Noticing the sky growing darker, Dorank addressed Zhao. After passing through the guards at the city gate, they stepped into Slaughter City. Although it's called Slaughter City, it appears rather ordinary, Dorank observed, surprised by the throngs of people and the commonplace architecture lining the streets. Seeing Zhao's nonchalant demeanor, Dorank pondered before asking again, Tell me, Zhao, what prompted your decision to walk to the Death Dragon Forest? To gain experience, Zhao replied. Why this sudden inclination? Dorank inquired. Then you can walk alone, Zhao swiftly retorted, as if anticipating Dolank's question. Actually, gaining experience isn't a bad idea, is it? Ha, Dorank hastily added. He was joking. The journey would only take a few months at most, considering their pace. If Dorank were to travel alone, reaching their destination within a lifetime would still be uncertain. By the way, we didn't earn anything in Wolfert Town. I only have a handful of silver coins left, while it might last for another month. Still, Dorank expressed his concern. That magic crystal you have, is it worth selling? Zhao suggested, believing he had made a good point. Selling it wouldn't even cover the cost of this city, Dorank sighed, rubbing his forehead. Then why not sell it at a discount? Zhao continued to propose. Forget it. I can manage for another month. Dorank felt that continuing the conversation with Zhao Zhong would yield no fruitful advice. That night, I'm so full, Dorank exclaimed contentedly as he lay on the bed, gazing at Zhao Zhong, who was seated on the floor in meditation. Aren't you going to sleep? Zhao Zhong nodded, then disregarded Dorank, entering a deep state of cultivation. So serious. Let me take a look at the items my teacher left me, Dorank mused, observing the spiraling aura surrounding Zhao Zhong. He realized that Zhao Zhong's strength was not merely a product of talent. The circulating aura indicated that he was deeply engrossed in his training, with at least 3 rings of energy manifesting around him, each enhancing his cultivation efficacy. Dorank recalled the moment in Wolfert Town when the Archbishop's brilliance of light had erupted. In truth, at that moment, Dorank had not yet produced the light crystal, while Zhao Zhong had already cleaved through the brilliance of light with his sword and, with astonishing speed, lunged towards the unsuspecting Lan Fendot. If it were not for the fact that the brilliance of light had indeed influenced Zhao Zhong, he might have been too late to even attempt to stop him. A peerless level, is it? Dorank mused, gazing at Zhao Zhong and that aura of killing intent. Indeed, the prowess exhibited by Zhao Zhong at that moment was undeniably that of true peerless combat strength, and not merely that of a novice entering the ranks of the extraordinary. Zhao the madman, I increasingly anticipate the expression on your face when we meet, Dorank thought to himself, having discerned Zhao Zhong's identity during the 3 days he was confined by the ghost doctor. Or the imperial doctor, despite being significantly older in mental age. Raising his right hand, he regarded the legacy ring adorning his middle finger with a faint smile, and with a gentle stroke of his left index finger. He uttered a soft hum. Suddenly, Dorank's consciousness wavered, only to be restored moments later. However, the scenery around him had dramatically transformed. What was once the walls of an inn now revealed a row of bamboo groves beside him, along with a stone chessboard and 2 stone stools before his eyes. The space of legacy is unexpectedly charming, Dorank remarked with a smile, recalling his teacher's words that all things within the legacy space were indeed legacies. Approaching the chessboard, he observed a game in a stalemate. As a noble, he was no novice in the art of chess, and he could tell that the black side was doomed to lose. A deadlock, Dorank sighed after pondering for a while without uncovering a solution, shaking his head and shifting his gaze towards the row of bamboo groves. If I were to say that this bamboo grove conceals mysteries, would something peculiar occur? Dorank self-deprecatingly mused, yet he remained at a loss as he scrutinized the bamboo. What does this space truly signify? Dorank pondered. A bit bewildered. Was it that his strength was insufficient? In that case, he ought not to have even qualified to enter the space. Being able to access the legacy space indicated one's capacity to receive such a level of inheritance. With a long sigh, Dorank opened his eyes, gazing at the legacy ring on his right hand, utterly devoid of any clues. Indeed, he had exited the legacy space after spending a considerable amount of time within, yet had discovered nothing. Where is Zhong? Dorank lifted his head, only to suddenly realize that Zhao Zhong, who should have been meditating on the ground, was nowhere to be found. Somewhere in the city of slaughter? Zhao Zhong regarded the figure before him, his demeanor far from the usual calmness. On the contrary, a rage that Dorank had never witnessed before flickered across his face, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of killing intent. Well, it has been a while, Zhong, the person said, seemingly unfazed by Zhao Zhong's intense aura, smiling instead. Feng Ruyu, Zhao Zhong's hand had already halted at the hilt of his sword. Chapter 23. The Anniversary Festival. What brings you to point your sword at me upon our reunion? Old friend? The boy named Feng Ruyu smiled, his attire a stark contrast to Zhao Zhong's simple white garments. He was adorned in a lavishly extravagant crimson ensemble, embellished with gold and silver trimmings. Additionally, dozens of jade pendants hung from his waist, and his diamond-studded boots only added to his ostentatious appearance, while in his hand, he wielded a jade fan. Indeed, a jade fan, and if Zhao Zhong was not mistaken, it was a particularly rare 7-colored spirit jade, a magical gemstone capable of changing hues in specific environments. He exuded an air of opulence, commonly referred to as wealth. The jade fan also demonstrated remarkable durability, for it successfully blocked Zhao Zhong's sword at the very artery of Feng Ruyu's neck, preventing Zhao Zhong's blade from advancing any further. Zhao Zhong remained silent, opting instead for a sudden shift in his swordplay, executing a thrust at an exceptionally cunning angle aimed at Feng Ruyu's heart. Clang! The jade fan once again appeared before Zhao Zhong's blade, effortlessly parrying the attack. Clang, 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 clang. In an instant, Zhao Zhong and Feng Ruyu exchanged countless blows. Yet regardless of how Zhao Zhong altered his assault, the jade fan consistently manifested just in time to intercept his sword's edge. Oh dear, how perilous! I hadn't anticipated your strength had escalated to such heights, Feng Ruyu exclaimed as he abruptly leaped backward, dodging Zhao Zhong's lethal strike, his voice tinged with admiration. However, to Zhao Zhong's ears, it sounded particularly grating. Ah, Zhong, I have finally found you. Just as Zhao Zhong prepared to launch another offensive, a voice suddenly echoed from above. Feng Ryu smiled and looked up, where a man clad in black was perched atop the roof, observing the two. How despicable, to ambush so sneakily, Feng Ryu quipped, and despite his quick reflexes, he still managed to receive a minor cut on his waist from a swift strike. He gazed at Zhao Zhong in astonishment. You've changed. The old you would never resort to such tactics. Your carelessness is fortunate you did not perish, Zhao Zhong replied coldly. Haha, indeed. But let us cease hostilities. I have no desire to continue this fight, Feng Ryu said, wholly unconcerned about his wound, suddenly raising his hand to grasp Zhao Zhong's sword mid-strike with a smile. He actually caught Zhao Zhong's sword barehanded. Dorank, watching from the rooftop, was momentarily stunned. How could a peerless level Zhao Zhong strike be caught with bare hands? All right, let us conclude our greetings here. I merely wished to see you, yet I did not expect to be discovered. With Feng Ryu gripping the blade's edge, a jade pendant at his waist suddenly shimmered, prompting Zhao Zhong's expression to shift as he quickly withdrew his sword. If you truly wish to fight, how about we have a proper duel at the anniversary festival on the Golden Continent a month and a half from now? Feng Ryu proposed with a smile. It seems you have been away long enough. It is time to return and see what has transpired. With that, a multitude of brilliant lights erupted beneath Feng Ruyu's feet, enveloping his figure entirely. Then, farewell, my brother. Feng Ruyu's laughter resonated amidst the radiance, and by the time Zhao Zhong's sword cleaved through the light, Feng Ryu had vanished completely. Who on earth is he? Dorank unfurled his dragon wings and leaped down from the rooftop, directing his gaze at Zhao Zhong. Feng Ryu, Zhao Zhong replied, seemingly indifferent to Dorank's inquiry, gripping the sword with increasing force until the veins on his hand bulged. Feng Ryu, is he a member of the Feng family? Dorank pondered, suddenly recalling a certain legendary family within the Golden Empire, a clan entwined with prophecies and destinies. The Feng clan. Zhao Zhong paid no heed to Dorank, who had fallen into contemplation. He sheathed his sword and turned to depart. Your expression is quite grim. It appears there are matters here that I am unaware of, Dorank remarked with a slight smile. Following closely behind. The anniversary festival, By my calculations, it is nearly time. As Zhao Zhong and Dorank made their way towards the Death Dragon Forest in the Silver Continent, within an exceedingly dark space, a terrifying demonic voice reverberated. 7 fragments herald destruction, resurrect and reclaim nightmares. In the chaotic city of the Silver Continent, a drunken dwarf stood at the city gate, taking another swig of liquor. His expression one of impatience as he gazed towards the distant Death Dragon Forest. So slow, so slow. Meanwhile, within the Death Dragon Forest, a ragged young man lay hidden behind a tree, gasping for breath. Damn it. They are pursuing me too fervently. There's no way I can. A thunderous roar erupted from behind him, indicating the presence of a formidable beast. Have I been found again? Startled, the young man darted from behind the tree, fleeing forward. Almost simultaneously, as he vacated his hiding spot, a colossal claw crashed down, uprooting the ancient tree that had stood for centuries. A minotaur emerged behind him, its blood-red eyes fixated on the fleeing figure, emitting a fearsome bellow before leaping forward. The minotaur, a powerful creature known as a level 5 beastmaster, could rival even the terrifying level 6 beasts in sheer strength. The city gate of the chaotic city. The drunken dwarf grumbled, Alf, this guy is too slow. He is merely a level 5 beast, and this lad is far too inexperienced. In the treacherous 7-star danger zone, within the ghostly marsh, a member of a mercenary group sighed, "Why did the leader accept such a task? This is the ghostly marsh, after all." Even though they had dispatched a team of advanced professionals, the dangers of the 7-star danger zone posed a significant risk. "Not to worry. Our mission is merely to provide support on the outskirts. The real danger lies with the leader and vice-leader, who must venture deep into the ghostly marsh. If something goes awry, don't jinx it. The leader and vice-leader are undefeated powerhouses, with them leading." "Failure is not an option," another mercenary interjected. Just as they were engaged in conversation, one mercenary suddenly perked up, exclaiming, "Hey, wasn't there a house over there just now?" "Ah, a house." Another mercenary turned to the one who spoke. "And then, what are you doing? Hurry back." The mercenary rushed over, shouting, drawing the attention of the others, who then turned to look in that direction. Astonishing events unfolded as the mercenary, inexplicably, stood motionless in the marsh, while the surrounding mire surged suddenly, engulfing him up to his neck. Despite this dire predicament, the mercenary exhibited no reaction, remaining dazed in the swamp. "This is the curse of the Phantom Marsh. We must save him." An experienced mercenary immediately recognized the bizarre phenomenon as a hallmark of the cursed swamp. If he was not rescued promptly, he would be consumed by the marsh, forever to slumber at its murky depths. "Damn it, there's no time." The mercenary sprinting ahead realized he was too late to save him. Damn it. Damn it. Who will save him? Witnessing a comrade on the brink of being devoured by the swamp while feeling utterly powerless was maddening. Suddenly, just when everyone despaired of the man's fate, a graceful figure approached from afar. Drawing near to their astonished eyes, with flowing golden locks and a statuesque figure, she descended upon the onlookers like a goddess. In her grasp was the very mercenary who had nearly succumbed to the marsh's grasp. "Ah, Dandy, are you all right?" One mercenary snapped back to reality, hurriedly accepting the rescued man, who appeared vacant, as if life had been drained from him. "He is unharmed. He merely lost too much strength to the malevolent swamp and requires a moment to recover," the golden-haired woman stated, her voice melodious yet unnervingly calm. "Ah, I must thank you. Mississippi, may I inquire your name?" The older mercenary, now cognizant of the gravity of the situation, realized that saving someone who had been largely consumed by the Phantom Marsh indicated the newcomer was undoubtedly a powerful being. However, when they lifted their gaze, the golden-haired woman had vanished before their eyes. Was that a goddess? The group exchanged bewildered glances, contemplating the beauty and formidable prowess of the apparition. Could she truly be a deity come to rescue her faithful followers? Honestly, if they intend to use such illusions and traps to deter others from approaching, at least they should have proper follow-up measures. Unbeknownst to them, the figure they had just deemed divine was stealthily traversing the marsh. This woman was none other than Alice, who had been training at the Blue Sky Clan's branch. Gazing at a peculiar badge in her hand, she realized it was the key to navigating the treacherous waters of the Phantom Marsh and reaching the clan's stronghold. "Welcome back." Lady Alice, two guards stationed at the entrance of the Blue Sky Clan's branch, observed her arrival with initial wariness, brandishing their weapons, only to lower them in respect once they recognized her. They understood that this enchanting woman was not only the direct protégée of the clan's future matriarch, Miss Christina, but that her rapid progress over the past few days had astounded everyone. Achieving invincibility in merely 7 days was an extraordinary feat. Even the clan's most gifted heiress and Phrasos took nearly a month to ascend from high rank to invincibility. Meanwhile, Alice had accomplished the same from novice to invincible in just a week. Representing the Blue Sky Clan at the Golden Empire's anniversary festival in December, Alice mused as she examined the envelope resting on her bed. Upon opening it, she was momentarily taken aback, sensing that she would encounter that fool. Dorank, there. Chapter 24. An unexpected job offer in the city of Slaughter, on the Red Continent, a tea house. "Oh, do you wish to know why this city is called Slaughter City?" An elderly man gazed in astonishment at the enthusiastic young man clad in black, seated across from him. "It's rare nowadays for anyone to take an interest in such historical tales. Hee. I am a wandering bard, deeply fascinated by legends and history, though I must admit, it seems your kind look down upon our profession," the black-clad youth replied with a grin. "Such views belong to the youth. We elders hold a fondness for bards," the old man smiled back, for your presence signifies peace. Hearing that makes being a bard seem a noble vocation. One that brings about peace, the young man chuckled. Indeed, this black-clad youth was Dorank, who had recently taken residence in Slaughter City. As for why he had lingered there for several days, it was due to an unexplained city-wide lockdown. Something had gone awry, allowing entry but forbidding exit. Consequently, Dorank and Zhao Zhong found themselves stranded. Well then, let me recount the origin of this city's name. The elder pondered, seemingly preparing for a lengthy narrative. Have you heard of the demon race? Ah, the evil beings that battled the gods? Dorank quickly corrected himself, realizing that most ordinary folk were devout followers of the gods, and disrespecting them could lead to dire consequences. Fortunately, the elder paid no heed to Dolank's slip. Continuing, legend has it that the demon race was brought to this world by a fallen celestial messenger, seduced by their allure, and this very place became their landing. The demons descended here, Dorank mused, recalling fragments from the dragon race's memory vault, where he had unearthed knowledge of the demon race's existence. Unlike the dragon and human races, the demons were not native to this world. Rather, they were devoid of life itself. Even the dragons possessed little understanding of the demons, as their emergence and disappearance occurred without dragon involvement. After all, the dragons, being powerful and indifferent, had never provoked such a terrifying race. Indeed, the demons established their stronghold here, waging war against the gods. The elder continued. By then, humans had already settled here, and the demons' arrival transformed this place into a hellish nightmare. Slaughter, then? A glimmer of inexplicable light flashed in Dolank's eyes. His only impression of the demons stemmed from the memory vault, where one detail lingered vividly. The demons existed solely for the purpose of slaughter. Thus, the legend goes, the demons' frenzied killings birthed an exceedingly fearsome city. Though merely a tale, it is the very essence of this city's name. The elder gazed skyward. Fortunately, the gods ultimately annihilated the demons. Otherwise, their existence would spell doom for humanity. The demon stronghold, then? After bidding farewell to the elder and settling the tea bill, Dorank wandered aimlessly through the streets, following his encounter with someone named Feng Ruyu a few days prior. Zhao Zhong had largely remained mute in the inn. If this truly is the demon's stronghold, there should be some remnants left behind. But what might they be? Hey there. Suddenly, a scruffy, middle-aged man barred Dolank's path. You don't seem to be a native of the Red Continent. Oh. Dorank raised his head in confusion, realizing he hadn't sensed the man's approach, perhaps lost in thought. Ah, yes. The denizens of the Red Continent were easily distinguishable. Situated in the tropics, the region's inhabitants were robust, and black-haired individuals were a rarity. I knew it. How could there be a bard in the Red Continent? The scruffy man burst into laughter, eyeing Dorank. Hey, kid, I overheard your conversation with the old man, and I have a favor to ask of you. Is there compensation? Dolank's eyes sparkled at the prospect. He was in desperate need of funds, and it appeared the scruffy man sought a bard's assistance, which could potentially yield a small profit. Of course, and the reward is substantial, the man replied after a moment of contemplation. Follow me, and I'll explain what needs to be done. Let us go, Dorank replied without hesitation. Having overestimated his financial endurance, he had believed a month's worth of coins would suffice, only to find he was nearly out after just a few days. Such an opportunity was too good to pass up. As for why someone would suddenly approach him with work, Dorank dismissed it as a question unworthy of consideration. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Dorank mused, meanwhile within the inn. A peculiar aura. Zhao Zhong, deeply engrossed in his training, suddenly opened his eyes, sensing something amiss. Is this emanating from outside the city? Zhao Zhong rose, vanishing from the inn room. Since he could disappear like this, wouldn't it be convenient when funds ran low? In truth, the citywide lockdown posed little challenge for a master like Zhao Zhong. However, they were not in a rush. While Dorank yearned to reunite with Alice, he pondered how she could remain in the chaotic city for long, thus allowing him to relax. Slaughter City also housed a branch of the Mercenary Guild, with the Sword Pavilion standing out like a beacon. Dorank gazed at the Sword Pavilion, astonished. Oh, are we headed to the Mercenary Guild? Ah, I haven't mentioned it, but I'm a mercenary. Today, I intend to take on a mercenary task. I merely need a bard. The scruffy man scratched his head, stating, but finding a bard in this city is nearly impossible. Am I not one? Dorank replied with a smile. Well then, I suppose I'm quite fortunate. Ha ha ha, the man with stubble chuckled. Speaking of which, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Harold Farland, but you may simply call me Harold. Let us head inside. My mercenary companions are already waiting there. They entered the sword body hall on the first floor of the mercenary guild. In addition to the mission area and the administrative office, the sword body hall offered small meeting rooms for mercenary groups. It was here that the stubbled man brought Dorank into one of those meeting rooms. A few individuals, both men and women, were already seated inside, and upon seeing the stubbled man's arrival, they all stood up. All right, folks, I found the bard we need for the mission. Now, let us proceed to accept that 6-star task. The stubbled man declared. Elena, please explain the task to our young friend. Sure, I'll do that, the named female mercenary approached. She was a woman with fiery red hair and exuded the typical charisma of a seasoned mercenary. All right, everyone else, please prepare yourselves. After all, this is a 6-star mission, the stubbled man continued. Wow, a 6-star mission. That's no small feat, Dorank remarked with a smile, acknowledging the truth in his words. 6-star missions were tasks that only D-class or higher mercenary groups could undertake, a requirement that mandated at least one peerless expert or 3 undefeated masters, along with the completion of over 5-star missions. Indeed, even the leader cannot afford to be complacent, the woman named Elena responded with a chuckle. Since we have a bit of time, let me outline the task requirements for you. By the way, I still don't know your name. Linlong, Dorank replied. Ah, that name. Are you from the Golden Empire? Elena asked, astonished, as such a name was quite indicative. No, I am from the Silver Continent, Dorank corrected her. Is that so? No matter, let me explain the task. It is actually quite a standard protection mission, Elena stated. This task was commissioned by a noble, and it is said that this city of slaughter is a stronghold for the demon race, with legends suggesting it also serves as a burial ground for their kind. Dorank expressed his intrigue. That place is called the Wailing Caverns, classified as a 5-star danger zone by the Holy Church. The task from the noble is to escort him to the deepest part of the Wailing Caverns. But that's not the main issue, Elena continued. To be frank, protecting someone to a 5-star zone is not a significant challenge for our mercenary group. It's evident that both the stubbled man and your team possess formidable strength. Dorank nodded in agreement. But why would a noble venture into such a perilous place? Ha ha, Elena laughed. If the leader hears this, he might just explode with anger. All right, let me finish my explanation. Essentially, this task is about crafting a legend for that noble. How should I put it? Elena mused, resting her finger on her lower lip as if in thought. I think I understand. It's akin to transforming this journey into a tale of a hero vanquishing a demon king. For instance, you could be his subordinates or companions, embarking on an expedition into the demon's forbidden territory, showcasing your prowess along the way, Dorank deduced instantly. Elena nodded with a resigned expression, confirming his assumption. Then it would suffice to simply hire any bard. Why go through the trouble of personally escorting him? Dorank inquired. Who can truly comprehend what these nobles are thinking? Elena chuckled. Ha ha, Dorank, recalling his past as a noble teacher. Couldn't he help but smile wryly. By the way, isn't there a citywide prohibition? Are we allowed to leave? Dorank suddenly recalled and asked, Oh, you didn't know? Elena looked at Dorank in surprise. The decree for the city's prohibition was issued by that noble. Apparently out of fear that others might reach the Wailing Caverns before him. I really can't fathom what goes through their minds. Ha ha. Chapter 25. The Wailing Caverns. The Wailing Caverns. Designated as a 5-star danger zone by the Holy Church, a 5-star rating indicates a level of danger that necessitates military deployment for containment, as the caverns are notorious for being overrun with low-level magical beasts. While skilled individuals may not fear them, the potential harm posed to civilians by these low-level creatures far exceeds that of the more terrifying high-level beasts. Among the infamous creatures within the Wailing Caverns, the 3-tiered blood-sucking bat stands out due to its overwhelming numbers, nearly saturating the cavern. Anyone within the Wailing Caverns must remain vigilant against the disturbances caused by these relatively low-threat, yet exceedingly bothersome beasts. Without adequate preparation, An entire cavern teeming with blood-sucking bats could prove a nightmarish ordeal for countless mercenary groups. Is he arriving? The stubbled man looked up towards the approaching figure clad in black. Smiling, it seems he is ready as well. How peculiar, where is Zhong? Dorank pondered as he walked out. Well, I left a note there. He'll know when he returns. Oh, leader, are you all prepared? Dorank smiled upon seeing the stubbled man and the rest of the mercenary group waiting for him. Ah, you are the last one. As for that noble, he should be heading directly to the Wailing Caverns. After all, his own troops are more trustworthy than mercenaries, the stubbled man scoffed. Nobles are permitted to have private soldiers. But as for why they wouldn't simply rely on them for protection? Come on, have you ever seen a legendary hero accompanied by mere soldiers? Well then, let us prepare to set off. The stubbled man said with a smile. Allow me to introduce our team members for this mission. He pointed to a young archer, looking quite youthful. I'm Amaya, an undefeated archer. Next, he gestured to a long-haired swordsman with a robust physique. This is Lacey, a peerless swordsman, and I am Albina, an undefeated mage, the red-haired girl said with a cheerful smile. Lastly, I am the leader of the Lionheart mercenary group, Harold, a peerless warrior. The stubbled man boomed with laughter. Wow, what a formidable lineup, 2 peerless and 2 undefeated. This seems like an excellent opportunity to earn some coin, Dorank exclaimed, initially taken aback. He had expected just 1 peerless warrior, yet here he was, feeling a palpable sense of danger emanating from Lacey. One must not underestimate that subtle feeling of danger. After all, the peak undefeated high priest had not instilled such an aura in Dorank. Lacey evidently surpassed the threshold of a novice peerless warrior. Linlong, advanced bard, Dorank smiled, noting that over the past few days, he had risen from intermediate to advanced level. Not only that, but he could now manifest dragon wings at the advanced stage. All right, let us assign the roles. Albina will protect Linlong, and Lacey will guard the noble. Let us move out, Harold instructed. Understood. Leave it to me, Albina replied with a smile. Linlong, little brother, I'll ensure your safety. Dorank could only stare in disbelief at Albina, who had taken the liberty of referring to herself as his older sister despite knowing he was only 17. The Wailing Caverns earned their name because the cave inexplicably emits a cacophony of cries. Both male and female, young and old, in an exceptionally sorrowful manner. Outside the cavern, the city of Slaughter and surrounding towns had deployed troops to maintain vigilance, both to prevent unsuspecting passers-by from wandering into danger and to stop the magical beasts within the cavern from escaping. In truth, instances of magical beasts escaping were rare, as they adhered to their own habitats. For example, blood-sucking bats favored dark, damp caves. If all the blood-sucking bats were to swarm out at once, even an army would be powerless to contain them. However, exceptions do exist, as any area densely populated with magical beasts experiences periodic surges of unrest. The reasons for these occurrences remain largely unexplored, with authorities and experts offering a plethora of analyses. Just as Dorank and the others were about to exit the city, a white figure halted before the Wailing Caverns, gazing coldly at the cave entrance. Roar! A tremendous roar echoed from within the Wailing Caverns. This is the place. That strange sensation, the figure murmured, suddenly recalling something and glancing towards the city of Slaughter. Should I say something to him first? Indeed, this individual was Zhao Zhong, who had vanished from the inn. He lifted his head and surveyed his surroundings. Here? Ah, we've arrived, Harold exclaimed with a smile. Just ahead, and I guessed that it. Dorank's gaze fell upon a range of mountains. Oddly enough, despite it being autumn, the absence of greenery seemed normal. Were these mountains always devoid of vegetation? Dorank inquired. Indeed, the mountain range was barren, devoid of any greenery. Squinting, Dorank sensed an unusual aura swirling above the mountains. This peculiar sensation, stemming from the strange contract, conveyed a complete absence of vitality. Strange. When I came here before, there was at least some vegetation, Albina suddenly remarked. Something's amiss, Harold pondered. Everyone, exercise caution. Unusual occurrences seldom bode well. For now, let us proceed to rendezvous with the noble who commissioned the task. Ah, I recall being instructed to await at the garrison of the Wailing Cave, Amelia stated. Let us proceed. Lacey took the lead towards the encampment of the troops stationed at the Wailing Cave. Is this the mercenary band hired by Lord Utreed? Please hold on a moment. The sentry at the entrance halted the group, and then summoned another soldier into the camp. It appears that this noble lord has arrived ahead of us, Harold chuckled. Eager. Indeed, however, completing the task early is not a bad thing, Albina remarked. By the way, where has Linlong gone? Oh. Albina's reminder caused everyone to notice that Dorank, who had just been present, was now absent. He seems to have gone to inquire about the situation of this mountain from the soldiers, Lacey commented. Let him be. It is quite natural for a bard to take an interest in such matters. So, this situation emerged a few days ago, correct? Dorank questioned. Indeed, several days ago, all vegetation began to wither, centered around the Wailing Cave. However, it was merely the plants that were affected, as it seems to have no impact on humans, the soldier replied. Is that so? Thank you, Dorank nodded with a smile. After watching Dorank depart, the soldier resumed his post. Yet, Dolank's words ignited a tempest within him. It was not only the flora. The vitality of the soldiers he had seen previously in this camp was astonishingly weak. If his feelings were correct, these soldiers had but a few months left to live. Although neither they nor themselves could perceive it, Dolank's acute sensitivity to life force revealed that their vitality had been drained. He had never heard of such a phenomenon, life force being silently siphoned away. How could this be accomplished? Is it the Wailing Cave? It seems there is something extraordinary within. Dolank's eyes gleamed with a fierce anger. For him, this situation bore an uncanny resemblance to the death he so despised. If I am not mistaken, Harold gazed at the man before him with a smile. You must be Lord Uhtred. Humph. So you are the mercenaries, Uhtred? Clad in a splendid combat outfit and wielding a slightly oversized longsword, regarded Harold and the others with disdain, until his gaze fell upon Albina, and his expression brightened. A fiery red-haired lady, splendid indeed. May I inquire your name, milady? Uhtred strode past Harold with a smile, grasping Albina's hand, only to furrow his brow upon feeling the calluses on her palm, which were not as soft as he had imagined. However, he thought to himself, there is a certain charm to it, is there not? We are the Lionheart mercenary group, and I am Albina Fodes, Lord Uhtred. Despite her disdain for nobility, she felt it prudent to show a modicum of respect towards the task issuer, as he had not committed any egregious acts. Then, Miss Albina, I hope to protect you during our forthcoming adventure, Uhtred declared with an air of pride. Albina rolled her eyes slightly. It was absurd for a mere mid-tier warrior to claim he would protect an undefeated powerhouse. Did he truly see himself as a hero? Unfazed, Albina withdrew her hand. What is the delay? Why have we not departed yet? Uhtred's expression stiffened, and he turned to the leader Harold with a scowl. The bard you requested has not yet arrived. But he is within the military camp, Harold began, only to be interrupted brusquely by Uhtred. What? A mere bard dares to keep me waiting. Uhtred's tone revealed his displeasure. Captain Harold, I expect you to manage your subordinates. Actually, he is not my subordinate, Harold attempted to clarify, knowing that leaving a poor impression on the client could complicate their future endeavors. Ah, my apologies for my tardiness. Dolank's voice suddenly resonated from behind the group. Accompanied by a beaming smile, Chapter 26, The Legend of the False Hero. Ah, you must be the bard. Uhtred's countenance fell. The notion of a mere bard, present solely to tag along, making him wait was utterly perplexing. In his mind, this bard should have been saved from the ruins left by the demon's flames, and would follow him solely to chronicle the exploits of his legendary heroism. What is this? Uhtred's face darkened as he produced a bundle of papers from his spatial ring. What is this? Dorank and the members of the Lionheart mercenary group stared, bewildered at the stack of papers being handed to them. Understand your roles. From this moment onward, you are my direct subordinates, known as the glory of humanity, the great savior hero S. retinue. Until we uncover the demon's lair, we shall not relent, for the sake of saving the world, to vanquish evil. For, observing Uhtred seemingly lost in his own world, Dorank couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. This guy was severely delusional. In their terms, he was thoroughly afflicted with a case of chunibu, a cowardly, ineffectual bard who knows only to surrender, yet upon being saved by the great hero, becomes a fervent admirer, willing to sacrifice life for the sake of the hero. What is this? Dolank's brows twitched. Was this truly the role he was to play? Ah, an admirer of the great hero. Lacey, who had been calm thus far, suddenly shattered, incredulous at this being her identity. "Ah, you have taken the wrong papers," Uhtred realized, dashing over to snatch the papers from Lacey's hands and swapping them with Albina's. Hey, Captain, are we really going to play this childish role-playing game?" The archer Amelia approached Harold, questioning. Amelia, too, found it absurd. His identity was that of a former demon spy who, upon being discovered, was moved by the hero's righteous heart and vowed to fight for the hero. What nonsense was this? While the requests may be peculiar, the task itself remains sound, and the rewards are quite generous. Harold smiled wearily. His role was slightly better than the others. He was merely a dedicated warrior protecting the hero, albeit lacking in strength compared to the hero. "Now, have you all memorized your identities? Then let us embark. Glory of humanity!" Uhtred exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Oh," the group replied weakly. Among the nobility, there existed such peculiar characters. Dorank mused as he trailed behind the group, then his expression darkened. He felt a sudden and intense wave of death energy emanating from the mountains, as if something was amiss within the wailing cave. "Let us hope all is well. For now, we shall set aside the glory of humanity and turn our focus to the Holy Pope's chamber. Your Holiness, the plan to gather the 7 fragments is ready. The Arbiter can mobilize at any time." The Arbiter, clad in armor, stood beside the Pope in the Holy Church. The Pope and Arbiter held equal status and did not require formalities, yet everyone knew that the Pope's position was indeed superior. "Then I entrust this matter to you." Speaking of which, the Pope raised his head to gaze out the window at the scenery beyond, the hero's homeland in the mortal realm. "Indeed, it seems we are on the cusp of action." The Arbiter paused momentarily before responding. "Is there to be an uprising there in the Red Continent once more?" The Pope's murky eyes appeared to glimpse something. "Who is responsible this time?" The Arbiter pondered, seemingly trying to recall something. "Can you not remember? It has been quite some time since the last occurrence." The Pope sighed and closed his eyes. 1,000 years. The Wailing Cave. What shall we do next? Great hero? Harold expressed his exasperation. As the leader, he was expected to set an example for his team, meaning he had to adhere to the whims of the task issuer. However, this childish roleplay was quite the challenge for him. "Harold, you are still too naive. Pay attention to the air quality within this cave. A terrifying dark creature is brewing something within." Uhtred suddenly looked at Harold with a sorrowful expression, deliberately lowering his voice. "The soul of the Demon King is being revived. We must prevent it." The undefeated archer Amelia stepped forward, suppressing her urge to curse and striving to keep her voice calm. "What are your orders, great hero? As an archer, you ought to be our eyes. Go forth and locate the Demon King's lair. Remember, do not overexert yourself." Uhtred crossed his arms. "Understood. I will go at once." Amelia's eyes lit up. At last, she could leave. "Oh, Amelia's task seems quite favorable," Dorank remarked with a hint of envy. Ever since Uhtred began his nonsensical explanations about the glory of humanity and tales of the Demon King and human heroes, it was clear that he was wasting his potential. He should have been a bard. "Albina, come here." Just after the archer vanished from the sight of the crowd, Uhtred turned to Albina and inquired, "What was it that you wished to convey to me last night?" "We are about to embark towards the Demon King's domain," and if Uhtred began to exude a certain charm towards Albina, causing her to shudder, yet she was compelled to force a smile. "Oh dear. Brave hero, we were not acquainted yesterday, were we?" "Hey, that kid, delete this part," Uhtred directed towards Dorank. "I implore you to exhibit some professional integrity. As an admirer of the hero, would you remain silent on the eve of battling the Demon King? Use your intellect, won't you?" Dolank's task was to chronicle the words and actions of everyone on this journey, with particular emphasis on the illustrious hero. He then turned to Albina with a look of exasperation. "What should I say then? Lord Uhtred?" Albina felt herself nearing her limit, wishing she could just take a sword to the matter. "You ought to." Uhtred was poised to personally instruct Albina on how to be a competent admirer of the hero when Dorank timely interjected, wearing a broad smile. Brave hero, shouldn't we be entering the cave? After all, if the records state that the hero allowed former foes to enter the realm of demons for an extended period, Might it not lead others to doubt the hero's magnanimity? You make a valid point, Uhtred conceded, initially intending to chastise the thoughtless bard, but upon reflection, he found merit in Dolank's words. Herald, while your flame sword technique may lack potency, it offers excellent training in this environment. This is a rare opportunity. Go forth. Are you suggesting I lead the way? Herald pondered, turning to the side to consult Lacey. How should I know? Lacey rolled his eyes. Having been assigned the role of a mysterious swordsman in the hero's entourage, one who had lost his memory and rarely spoke. Although Lacey was not particularly loquacious, he truly had no experience with amnesia. What are you dawdling for? Move, Uhtred urged, giving Herald a hearty pat on the back. Oh, right, Herald replied with a wry smile, glancing at Dorank and Albina before charging into the cave of wailing. Hey, Imya, Herald sighed, observing the archer who had already settled down to rest, and helplessly remarked, should I have declined this task? It's not your fault. Anyway, let us hasten to deliver him to his destination. I'm nearing my limits. Imya rose to her feet. The Cave of Wailing is notorious for its hordes of low-level magical beasts. If we stay focused, we should complete the task by this afternoon. Hey, Herald, how is it? What is the situation inside the cave? Uhtred's voice echoed. Is it perhaps too demanding for you? Do you require my assistance? You're right. We must complete this task by this afternoon, Herald said. Pressing his forehead, Chapter 27. Issues many times, the battle between heroes and demons is fated and inescapable. Therefore, the great hero Uhtred gazed at the swarm of blood-sucking bats filling the cave, taking a slight step back. His expression tinged with sorrow as he looked at the members of the Lion Mercenary Corps behind him. To preserve our strength against the demons, I entrust these little creatures to you. They are entrusted to you. Albina, Herald nodded resignedly, turning to Albina. Very well. With a flash of light in her hand, a fiery red magic staff appeared. No, how could we allow a lady to fight? Uhtred exclaimed, taken aback. Do not underestimate Albina. Brave hero. She became an undefeated genius fire mage at the tender age of 16, Herald chuckled. When it comes to dealing with blood-sucking bats, she is the most suitable among us. Pew, pew. At that moment, the previously intimidated blood-sucking bats could no longer suppress their bloodlust and charged towards the group. These creatures, typical of the Cave of Wailing, were the same size as ordinary bats but possessed astonishing speed, making them a headache even for high-level professionals. Yet, under the heavens, the instant flames are born is the end of darkness bestowed by the divine. Albina chanted while advancing, entirely unfazed by the approaching bats. Her hands raised, gathering magical energy. Firestorm, a 5-star spell, Firestorm. While its power was modest, its extensive range made it the optimal choice against the numerous low-level blood-sucking bats. Boom. The red flames and searing heat erupted at that moment. And for the bats accustomed to dwelling in darkness, this magic was akin to poison. They shrieked in panic, attempting to evade, but the firestorm enveloped them at an astonishing speed. The bats struggled futilely within the flames, their efforts clearly in vain. The scorching heat gradually incapacitated them, and soon they plummeted to the ground that instant, unnoticed by anyone amidst the dazzling flames. A glimmer of golden light flashed in Dolank's eyes from the rear of the group. He thought. Retracting the light from his gaze, suddenly experiencing a peculiar sensation, turning to look at Uhtred, who was watching Albina with a look of astonishment. Was I overthinking this? Dorank mused, then glanced at the flames. A subtle smile forming on his lips. What he did not realize was that at the very moment he turned his head, a smile also graced Uhtred's face. Crackle, crackle. The firestorm gradually subsided. For Albina, who had maintained a shield to prevent the flames' heat from reaching her, this was welcome news, as sustaining the shield was quite draining. It seems we are in the clear now. Observing the ground littered with blood-sucking bats, Herald nodded, addressing Uhtred. Brave hero, please continue to give orders. Quite strong, cough, cough. Not bad, right? Uhtred, who had momentarily lost his focus, was jolted back to reality by Herald's call, casting a glance at Dorank. Bard, remember to include this segment. Albina utilized the forbidden magic I imparted to successfully obliterate the Demon King's vanguard. Yes? Yes, Dorank nodded with resignation. What shall we do with the corpses of the blood-sucking bats? Captain, brave hero? Imya intended to inquire Herald, but suddenly remembered their current leader was Utriad. She turned to him instead. Let them be. Although they are minions of the Demon King, they are indeed worthy adversaries. Utriad sighed as if he had just endured a grueling battle. All are fighting for their beliefs, are they not? We must hasten to defeat the Demon King and prove the fallacy of such beliefs. Let us proceed. With a sweeping gesture, Utriad moved to the front of the group once more, with Lacey from the Lion Mercenary Corps following closely behind to protect him. Then let us also depart. The employer has spoken, Harold remarked, glancing at the charred remains of the blood-sucking bats. Well, in a sense, they have aided me, Dorank noted, surprise flickering in his eyes before he smiled and caught up with the main group. Just as they were leaving, a blood-sucking bat that should have perished in the firestorm suddenly flapped its wings. What's wrong, Dorank? Albina asked curiously, glancing at Dorank, who was documenting the great hero's campaign with a smile beside her. Nothing, by the way. What lies at the deepest part of the cave of wailing? Dorank waved his hand dismissively before inquiring. Oh, we previously dispatched an exploration team, and there was nothing unusual, though it resembles the legends. It is akin to a burial ground, Albina responded. There are several sizable tombs? But little else. Could it truly be the burial site of the demon race? Dolank's curiosity was piqued. Impossible. Those tombs are all empty, Harold interjected with a chuckle from ahead of Dorank and Albina. You desecrated tombs? Dolank's eyes widened in disbelief. Not exactly desecrated. We merely went there and... Harold's expression suddenly shifted, and he dashed to the side of the halted Lacey and Utriad. What is happening? Dorank and Albina exchanged glances and hurried over. This is... Dorank froze in astonishment at the sight before him. Several colossal magical beast corpses lay scattered on the ground. Their demise horrifying to it appeared as if something had drained them entirely, their bodies contorted into a tight ball. Level 5 magical beast. Cave monster. Level 5 magical beast. Dark eye. Level 5 magical beast. Unchanging ghost serpent. Harold identified each one, his expression growing increasingly grim. These beasts were more formidable than the last, each one a significant threat, representing the pinnacle of danger within the cave of wailing, and yet they lay dead here, Captain. What is this? Just as Harold was lost in thought, Imya's trembling voice echoed from ahead. The group approached. How is this possible? Harold and the others could hardly believe their eyes at the sight of a massive rat impaled against the stone wall. 8th level magical beast. Earth sovereign rat. An 8th level beast corresponds to a human of the saint level strength, beyond what could be found in a 5-star danger zone. The saint level, also known as the entry level for the divine, represents the limit of human strength. Anything beyond that transcends human capability, leading to the comprehension and application of the laws of power. How formidable is the entry into the sacred realm? One could assert that a practitioner of this level could single-handedly vanquish hundreds of those at the invincible rank, dominating the battle with ease. An 8th level beast, residing within the sacred realm. What on earth is happening here? Harold realized that something unknown might have transpired in the Wailing Cave. Deeming their current mission perilous, it is crucial to note that if the Holy Church were to learn of the existence of an 8th level beast within the Wailing Cave, the danger assessment of the area would undoubtedly escalate. Such a location would be beyond the control of the Lion Mercenary Corps. My lord, I suggest we vacate this place immediately. The situation has exceeded our capacity for management. The emergence of an 8th level beast and its subsequent demise could be acceptable if a passing expert had intervened. However, if there exists a presence within the Wailing Cave even more powerful than the 8th level beast, then the Lion Mercenary Corps, with merely 2 extraordinary fighters, would find themselves woefully inadequate, even should more exceptional warriors join their ranks. He believed this noble lord would recognize the gravity of the situation, as there must be a baseline for even the most audacious of individuals. What nonsense! Are we to fear a mere handful of beast corpses? Surprisingly, Utriad entirely dismissed Harold's counsel, gazing ahead with a look of disdain. Perhaps it is merely a legendary expert who has cleared the path for this brave warrior to confront the Demon King. My lord, I am not jesting. If we proceed, we cannot guarantee your safety, Harold asserted gravely. Then I require no protection from you. Hey, minstrel, Utriad suddenly called out to Dorank. Dorank raised his head, the golden light in his eyes swiftly retracting. Surely, the others had not noticed. Dorank glanced at Elena and the others, ensuring they were oblivious to his eyes. This was the ability awakened upon reaching a higher level, just as the mid-level awakened the dragon wing. He now unfurled the dragon eye. The dragon eye possesses an array of incredible abilities. Many creatures have weaknesses centered around their eyes, as they are exceedingly vulnerable and connected to the brain, making them difficult to protect. In contrast, the dragon race is different. Their eyes. What is it, brave warrior? Dorank maintained a cheerful demeanor. Ensure you document the valiant deeds of this warrior throughout, Uhtred remarked, casting a glance at Dorank before bursting into laughter and striding forward. My lord, Harold was taken aback. What was he truly contemplating? Could it be that a formidable expert was indeed safeguarding him? As a noble, it is commonplace to have personal guardians. Surely, this expert had discovered the powerful beasts within the Wailing Cave and acted to eliminate them. Let us proceed and continue to protect him. Harold's thoughts were echoed by the other members of the Lion Mercenary Corps. For there was no other way to explain the noble's behavior. So it is, the fearless warrior, contemplating the possibility of being accompanied by an entry into the sacred realm or even a near-divine expert. The members of the Lion Mercenary Corps could only sigh in resignation, questioning whether they were merely accompanying someone in a child's game. The marks of the attack are sword scars. However, Dorank perceived matters differently, for he had just utilized his dragon eye to observe that the 5th-level beasts bore a non-lethal sword scar, while the 8th-level beast displayed 6 scars, 5 of which merely grazed the surface, with only the 6th cutting into the meridians. Yet, the cause of death was certainly not the sword. It appeared as if the life force had been drained, Dorank mused, glancing at the forward-moving Uhtred. It seems I must continue to follow this fellow. Uhtred, too, harbored similar thoughts about Dorank, despite not turning to face him. That fellow, there are issues. Chapter 28. This fellow truly conceals his depth. The burial ground of the demon race, the power that drains life force. Dorank ambled absently, and this peculiar noble, the warrior. Suddenly, Dorank felt a surge of amusement. If what this fellow claimed were true, it would indeed align perfectly with. Suddenly, Dorank paused, realizing how it aligned. If what this Uhtred spoke of was entirely accurate, the resurrection of the Demon King entailed the power that drains life force. Thus, as a warrior, he must venture forth to thwart the Demon King. Could it be? Dorank raised his head to gaze ahead at the group. Hurry! Hurry! The power of the Demon King is becoming increasingly difficult to contain. What is that? Uhtred, who had been leading the way with vigor, suddenly exclaimed as a colossal stone appeared before him, followed by a comical scene of a rock chasing after a fleeing man. What on earth is that? Uhtred sprinted with remarkable speed, ensuring the stone could not catch up. That is a 4-star beast, the rock armadillo, Lacey. Observing Uhtred's hasty retreat, Harold sighed. The rock armadillo is somewhat slow-moving, yet its skin is remarkably tough. Elena chuckled as she spoke to Dorank, however. To Lacey's sword, it is as soft as tofu. Crack! Almost instantly upon her words, the silent swordsman Lacey vanished from Uhtred's side, and the stone that had been following Uhtred came to a halt, followed by the sound of cracking as it split apart. Lacey's sword can even sever fine iron, Elena remarked with a smile. The lion's sword of iron slaying is not mere boasting. Ha! Saved. Uhtred wiped the cold sweat from his brow, suddenly realizing his slip of the tongue, and quickly corrected himself. Humph! A mere ambush by a demon general. I need not even lift a finger. Hey, minstrel! Dorank interrupted Uhtred's words, having just retracted his dragon eye. Yes. I will record the mysterious swordsman's successful slaying of the demon general under the wise guidance of the brave warrior, thwarting their long-planned assassination. Having nodded in agreement, Uhtred stood and boldly led the way forward. It cannot be true, Dorank thought helplessly. Otherwise, this warrior is far too shameless. Even if this fellow were indeed pretending, Dorank would never acknowledge him as a warrior. Such behavior tarnished the reputation of true warriors. Thus, as they journeyed, beasts appeared. Mercenaries engaged, and Uhtred insisted this was merely a test from the Demon King, while Dorank chronicled the legendary glory of valor. At this point, Dorank and the others had likely reached the central area of the Wailing Cave. Time has been consumed more than anticipated. Everyone, let us rest here. Observing Emia's return from reconnaissance with her report, Harold proposed, "My lord, is that acceptable?" "Ah, yes, let us rest," Uhtred replied, drenched in sweat. "Then allow you all to recuperate for a moment." Upon hearing this, the group dispersed in small clusters. "Hey, Linlong, what are you looking at?" Albina inquired, noticing Dorank seated on the ground, fixated on an oddly shaped rock in his hand. "Oh, nothing much. I just find this stone rather peculiar," Dorank smiled, lifting the stone to ask, "Do you know what this is?" "This seems to be called netherstone, a special magical material," Albina hesitantly responded. "If it's of good quality, it could fetch a good price, but the dark magic contained within yours is quite weak. It must be of inferior quality." Dorank remained silent, continuing to scrutinize the stone. "Ah, actually, such magical materials are exceedingly rare. Even if of lower quality, they are quite difficult to find. Linlong, you are quite lucky." Mistaking Dolank's silence for disappointment, Albina hastily added. Dorank was aware of what Albina referred to as netherstone. It is a medium-grade magical material, regarded as worthless by dragonkind, who would not even consider picking it up. However, this stone was clearly not an ordinary netherstone. Netherstone harbors a trace of dark magic, which is one of the types of sorcery that most mages struggle to master. Along with light magic, which is only wielded by a select few. Dark magic and light magic are classified as superior magical attributes, differing from the four fundamental elements of earth, wind, water, and fire. It is generally challenging to find users of dark and light magic outside of specific factions. For instance, the Holy Church has members capable of wielding light magic. However, as for users of dark magic, Dorank could not recall ever having encountered one, not even in his previous life. Nevertheless, in the hands of certain masters, netherstone can be crafted into magical artifacts imbued with dark magic. Yet, this stone contains something beyond dark magic. If one were to describe it, the aura emanating from this stone could be termed death energy. "Albina, we are about to confront the Demon King. Surely you have something to say to me, something left unsaid that night," Dorank remarked as he and Albina conversed. Suddenly, Uhtred appeared beside Albina, his expression grave as he gazed at the rock wall above. "I understand your feelings. Speak, and I shall—" "Oh, Linlong, it seems there are more of those stones over there," Albina interrupted, pointing to another location, seemingly oblivious to Uhtred. "Shall we go take a look?" "Oh, all right," Dorank replied, rising to accompany Albina in a light-hearted dash. Ah, the heart of a maiden. Indeed, it is sweetly perplexing. With his head held high, waiting for Albina and Dorank to depart, Uhtred suddenly shook his head and murmured, "Choosing a bard over a hero is truly a taboo subject. Not far away." Albina sighed. "What exactly is this? This mission is quite baffling." Hee. Dorank continued to examine the stone in his hand, its aura of death remarkably peculiar. "Even the dragons I could not discern the nature of its power. The dragons I possessed formidable abilities, capable of perceiving various powers as well as magical trajectories and elemental crystal compositions at a glance. Just as when Alice employed the contract magic circle, Dorank immediately discerned its trajectory, recognizing it as an equal spiritual contract. Yet, the deathly aura entwined around this underworld stone eluded his understanding, neither magical nor naturally formed. Is this stone truly so worthy of study? Albina inquired curiously, observing Dolank's prolonged fixation on it. "It's nothing, merely, Dorank abruptly halted his words and rose to his feet. "What is it?" Albina questioned, perplexed by Dolank's increasingly grave expression. Dorank remained silent, and as Albina gazed at him in astonishment, a brilliant golden light erupted from his eyes. Albina could hardly believe her sight. What on earth was happening? "Albina!" Dorank suddenly bellowed, and before she could react, a black beam shot towards her with blinding speed, leaving her no chance to evade. "Get away! Something is coming!" At that critical moment, Albina felt a force tugging her aside, narrowly escaping the perilous black light, her gaze fixed in astonishment upon Dorank, whose eyes glimmered with golden brilliance. Dolank's expression was somber, and then Albina noticed dragon wings unfurling behind him, causing their figures to vanish from their original spot. Speaking of which, unlike the reconnaissance team's findings, the number of enemies appearing here has already surpassed the intelligence they provided. Harold, seated apart from Dorank, remarked with a heavy demeanor. Let us assume there is indeed a master protecting us nearby. However, based on the previous group of monsters, this master seems disdainful of engaging with weaker foes, so? Does that mean we still have to protect that useless hero? Amaya retorted. Indeed, however, the total number of monsters in the cave provided by the reconnaissance team is far less than what we have encountered thus far. Harold nodded. Therefore, Lacey, you must heighten your vigilance for the latter part of the journey, and also, the emergence of 8-star monsters? Lacey interjected. This cave has evidently undergone events unbeknownst to us, though it seems improbable. Should 9-star monsters appear in the latter segment? What are you all discussing? Uhtred, still holding his head high, finally grew weary and twisted his neck, inquiring. It's nothing, my lord. I still recommend abandoning this plan. Although if that master can ensure your safety, continuing is also an option, Harold suggested. Ah, fear not. Nothing will go awry, Uhtred assured confidently. Is that so? Then let us set forth. Harold nodded at Lacey and Amaya before asking, what of Linlong and Albina? Oh, they seem to be examining some stone behind us, Uhtred pondered aloud. Just then, a tremendous explosion echoed from behind, shaking the air around Uhtred and Harold. Amaya? Harold shielded Uhtred with his body and called out to Amaya, yes. Amaya, gripping her longbow, dashed forward. Lacey, protect the lord. I will find Albina and Linlong. The magnitude of the sound had Harold sensing an ominous premonition, as Dorank and Albina had not returned. Understood, Lacey nodded, preparing to retreat with Uhtred to safety when Uhtred abruptly halted her. You all. Stay right here. Uhtred bellowed. What did you say? Harold was about to chastise the oblivious noble when suddenly, Uhtred's form dazzled his eyes. A radiant light enveloped him, revealing a suit of silver armor adorned with tiger patterns, followed by an enormous greatsword, etched with a 3-eyed tiger design, so lifelike it seemed poised to leap forth. My lord, you? Harold and Lacey were struck dumb, feeling an indescribable aura emanating from this foolish nobleman. An aura of an indomitable strength. Humph. Uhtred swung the greatsword, and the howling cave trembled as if colliding with an unseen force, unleashing unimaginable power. What transpired? Harold and Lacey stared in bewilderment at Uhtred, who appeared transformed. Red Continent, descendant of the god-burial tiger, I greet you, Lord Demon King. A wicked smile graced Uhtred's face as he retracted his greatsword and addressed the front. I wonder if I can spare that person? A black light enveloped Amaya, floating before the others, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness. Chapter 29. God-burial tiger. The god-burial tiger, one of the legendary divine beasts, stands shoulder to shoulder with the dragon race in terms of power. In the mythical era, 3,000 years before humanity conquered the 5 continents, a time when legends were abundant, the god-burial tiger was invincible. The holy magic of 3,000 shook the heavens, and the roar of the god-burial could not be countered. According to legend, the name of the god-burial tiger is steeped in myth. It hails from a time of terror, where all beings were threatened by the gods, who sought to unify humanity across the continent. Viewing all other beings as obstacles in that era, apart from the dragon race and other immensely powerful factions that could disregard humanity's possession of contract powers and divine assistance, races like elves and beastmen, though formidable, could not withstand humanity's invasion. Countless poignant battles unfolded during this time, leaving a legacy of enmity among numerous races, primarily aimed at humanity, yet there were also conflicts among other races. Not every race possessed the courage to combat the gods. Some chose to submit to humanity and the divine. For the gods, these races were far more agreeable than the rebellious dragon race. Take the winged race, for instance. Due to their successful infiltration, they were directly chosen by the gods to serve as divine servants, henceforth called angels. The gods originally planned to annihilate all who defied them, leaving only those races that would obey. And during that time, the gods indeed wielded such power. Even the dragon race could not intervene. After all, it was remarkable for them to ensure their own survival. The dragon race, formidable as they were, would not risk their kin's lives for the sake of other races. just when all beings believed the gods would obliterate this world until no one dared to oppose them. An enigmatic yet immensely powerful creature intervened. An unknown monster, the nemesis of the gods, appeared abruptly, catching the divine beings off guard, manifesting in the realm of the gods without warning. No one knew what transpired that day. But the gods' offensive ceased at that moment, completely halted. Following the loss of the gods, humanity's advance also came to a standstill, confined to the territories already conquered among the 5 continents, halting their aggression. While the other races sought refuge in the unclaimed territories, giving rise to those perilous domains. Soon after, the dragon race organized a divine war, breaching the 7th divine realm. However, the dragons who ventured into the divine realm brought forth a shocking revelation to all races. The god of the 7th divine realm was dead. Indeed, the immortal god had perished. Although not witnessed firsthand, every race could deduce that the enigmatic creature was responsible. It's worth noting that the divine realm is not singular. Currently, it is known that there are the 7th and 5th divine realms overseeing the 5 continents. The higher the rank of the divine realm, the mightier the god in charge. The gods battling the dragon race were from the 5 lower-ranked divine realms, while the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th realms had yet to intervene. The legend states that the primary god of the 1st divine realm possesses the power to create worlds, known as the creator god. However, at least the dragon race does not believe such tales. Creating a world. Don't make me laugh. This was the response of the Dragon King upon hearing such a legend. If this world was indeed created, how then did they come into existence? The Tao must not be violated. No life can create the Tao. Subsequently, the divine realm, having failed to grasp the intentions of that monster, chose to cease their attacks and observe. I digress. Let us return to the Howling Cave. God Burial Tiger. As Harold and Lacey gazed in astonishment, the black mist gradually dispersed, revealing a Maya-esque body grasped by a massive black hand, accompanied by a deep, yet eerily resonant voice. You, not of the demon race, exude the scent of humanity, though you seek to deceive me. Ah, you seem to have misunderstood. What the descendant of the God Burial Tiger means is, the silhouette of Uhtred vanished from the sight of the onlookers, and almost instantaneously, the colossal sword manifested above the black hand, unleashing an astonishing aura akin to clouds from dragons and winds from tigers. The deafening roar of a hurricane echoed from an unknown source, with such formidable pressure that even the unparalleled Lacey and Harold found it impossible to lift their heads, barely managing to gaze ahead at Uhtred. Have you heard of the true realm's god-burying tiger? The gigantic sword, as anticipated, severed the black hand without hesitation. That is the might of humanity, not merely the legendary beast. True realm, Uhtred remarked, observing as he flung the rescued Emiya backward, his deep voice imbued with bewilderment. What is that? Ah, indeed, the demon lord has existed for at least a millennium. The formation of the true realm occurred after your sealing. Uhtred retracted the massive sword, gazing at the reformed giant hand, and smiled slightly. Let me clarify. The god-burying tiger designates the chosen hero. Do you comprehend? The black hand came crashing down, delivering a merciless blow that reverberated through the wailing cavern, causing Harold, who had just caught Emiya, to be thrown back by the force of the impact. Lacey hastily caught him, but could not help but stagger back a few steps. Such power is truly outrageous. Harold lifted his head, his eyes filled with astonishment. Merely the aftershock had sent 2 unparalleled beings like them reeling. Could Uhtred withstand such strength? However, the ensuing events revealed Harold's concerns to be unfounded. What is this? Is this merely the awakening of the Earth Demon Lord? The black hand was gradually lifted, and Uhtred's tiger-striped armor radiated a silvery brilliance, forming a protective shield that enveloped him entirely. This feels like a wasted trip. Youngster, are you underestimating me? Suddenly, another black hand emerged from the opposite side, crashing furiously towards Uhtred. Howl of the sky! Uhtred smirked wickedly, raising the colossal sword, god-burying. Boom, boom, boom! Lacey and Harold could scarcely comprehend what transpired, as countless bursts of silvery light flooded the cavern. Just a mere clone? Truly troublesome. Dealing with the demon lord is no simple task. As the brilliance gradually diminished, Uhtred stepped forth, smirking. This is merely the weakest earth demon lord. How vexing. What in the world is happening? Observing Uhtred as he stowed away his armor and sword, Harold pondered and inquired. Did I not mention we must prevent the resurrection of the Demon Lord? Well, it seems the Demon Lord has indeed been revived, but thankfully, it is just the weakest of them all. Uhtred approached the two. Smiling, come with me. I require your assistance. What of Lady Albina and Linlong? Once reassured that Ymia was unharmed, Harold recalled the absent Albina and Dorank. The black light had originated from behind. Could it be? I am uncertain, but we must press onward. Time is of the essence. Uhtred's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness for the first time. The situation has exceeded my expectations. The Demon Lord's resurrection has occurred sooner than anticipated. Yet, did you not say the resurrected Demon Lord was the weakest? Lisi queried. Even the weakest of Demon Lords exists to slay gods, Uhtred replied. Let us converse as we proceed. There are matters that demand your attention. However, the bard sensed an unusual feeling emanating from him, believing that no calamity would ensue. If he was not mistaken, he too was a possessor of the 7 fragments, a title bestowed upon him as a hero. Yet, more curiously, the bard felt no overwhelming power from himself. In the sacred space of Shubai, the saintess Delis sat before an enormous mirror, surrounded by an expanse of emptiness. It appeared that only she and the mirror inhabited this realm. Strangely, the reflection within the mirror did not reveal the saintess, but instead, a series of peculiar threads. Intertwined, the possessor of the 7 fragments? Delis murmured, fate has been altered. The contract has been rendered void. Who could possibly alter the power of the gods? In the papal chamber, what is it? Who is it? The Pope opened his eyes, gazing at the Grand Arbiter beside him. The True Realm's God-burying tiger, the Grand Arbiter responded. True Realm's dragon and phoenix, the war dragon Diasdorfu, God-burying tiger Gaberod, and the heavenly phoenix Ueshon. The Pope seemed to recall events from long ago. His expression filled with sorrow. They were once exceptional youths. Why have they chosen this path? Shall we intervene? The Grand Arbiter inquired. The Earth Demon Lord poses no significant threat. Let it be, the Pope replied gravely. What of Delis? She has yet to emerge since entering the sacred space, the Grand Arbiter stated. So we cannot obtain information through her foresight? The Pope appeared to be contemplating something. Staring intently at the divine statue behind him, what will transpire? I eagerly await the outcome. Perhaps in the twilight of my life, I may yet witness the fall of a god. Meanwhile, as Uhtred, Harold, and the others continued onward. In another part of the wailing cavern, Linlong, Albina anxiously observed Dorank, who lay gasping on the ground, having suddenly collapsed with a pallid expression upon their arrival. Albina, hurry and leave. Dorank managed to raise his head, sweat pouring down his face, revealing a deep concern. That power just now. He coughed violently, expelling a mouthful of blood, as he sensed something awry within his body. This discomfort was not merely the aftereffects of the black light. The cavern had emanated a peculiar sensation since their arrival, and now that feeling intensified, compelling him to advance. However, he sensed no imminent danger to his life, though Albina's safety was uncertain. That power, undoubtedly, was the essence of death itself. A mere touch would strip one of their vitality. Linlong, Albina shrieked. On the Silver Continent, what is this? Alice suddenly awoke from her deep meditation, a hint of worry crossing her face. Dolank's life force. Wah! Simultaneously, Dolank's body erupted with both golden and black light. What is happening? Albina gazed at the ever-expanding sphere of light before her. Chapter 30. The Redemption of the Sacred Chant. Darkness, endless darkness. Dorank found himself in a shadowy expanse he had encountered before, yet it remained foreign to him. The last time, he had been swallowed by the ancient healer's hat, and upon arriving here, he recalled the presence of some voice. This time, however, it was eerily silent. Dorank closed his eyes. The vastness of this space imparted a sense of infinity, yet he had only moments ago been in that bizarre wailing cavern. Was he once again in peril? He should have evaded the deathly force, and prior to that, he had felt no threat to his life. Furthermore, the disquiet he sensed was not of human origin, but rather a natural force of this place. Dorank remained unaware of his current state. While Dorank pondered in that realm, unbeknownst to him, the outside world was undergoing a cataclysmic transformation due to the wailing cavern. Centered around the cavern, the entire mountain range began to tremble violently, as countless magical beasts fled in a frenzy, seemingly sensing something terrifying, desperately attempting to escape. The station military, initially believing it to be a common earthquake, hurriedly ordered the evacuation of civilians upon witnessing the multitude of high-level magical beasts erupting from the mountains. The military commanders were in a state of panic. Their superior was still within the cavern. Yet the sheer number of beasts made it impossible to organize personnel for assistance. Nearby cities had already commenced a mass exodus, rumored to be an unprecedented tide of magical beasts, overwhelming the station forces, necessitating an immediate retreat. However, the true powerhouses were acutely aware of the nature of the entity concealed within the wailing cavern. Should that being be unleashed, it would be far more terrifying than any magical beast tide. At that moment, various formidable beings in mysterious perilous locations hastened toward this site. I in the true realm. Master, there has been a complete upheaval on the red continent of the human realm. A young man knelt, addressing the middle-aged man before him, who had his eyes closed in contemplation. No matter, the middle-aged man replied nonchalantly, as if this were but a trivial matter. We need not concern ourselves with this. Understood. The youth hesitated briefly before complying. As the eyes and ears of the family head, they would not question his decisions. Alice, after a moment of silence, the middle-aged man suddenly inquired, "Is there any news?" "None as of yet, but it seems that some news from the human realm has caught Mr. Era's attention," the youth reported. "Do elaborate." The middle-aged man's expression remained unchanged upon hearing there was still no news from Alice. The powerful factions across the 5 continents of the human realm have begun searching for individuals of weak strength but extraordinary talent, and they are preparing to undertake some initiatives during the Golden Continent's anniversary festival, which is only about a month away. Although the true realm and the human realm existed as distinct realms, various factions maintained their channels of information. In the anniversary festival, a middle-aged man suddenly recalled something and slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was sharp and piercing, a sight that would leave the indecisive utterly unable to meet his stare. Those were the eyes of a sovereign. This was Deus Duofuer, the master of the dragon-slaying clan, renowned in the true realm as the battle dragon. "Those rascals are quite the commotion," he muttered. On another small hill in the true realm, a tall figure sat upon the ground, sipping from a gourd filled with wine while gazing at the sky. "Worrying for nothing," he remarked. Beside him lay a peculiar tiger-shaped beast, astonishingly holding a gourd as well, drinking in a leisurely manner. "Let us get going. Staying here is a waste of time," the beast said, seemingly having finished its drink, tossing the gourd aside. "Oh, let us go, let us go," the tall figure chuckled heartily, draining the last of the wine before striding forward. Soon, the duo, man and beast, vanished from the hillside. "My disciple, my concerns are unwarranted. Now, let us return to the source of all the chaos within the howling cave." Alvina anxiously watched the increasingly radiant golden and black lights, overwhelmed and at a loss. Despite being an undefeated level mage, she sensed that this was not magic, as the ambient magical energy showed no reaction. Regardless of the type of magic, it possesses a formidable repulsive nature, whether in its formation or use. Magic inevitably triggers a backlash from other non-affiliated magical energies. This is why advanced mages among humans cannot wield high-level spells for prolonged periods. The more potent the magic, the more severe the backlash. And although a few uses may bear no consequence, mages are not like warriors who can fortify their bodies. The backlash from magical energy invariably leaves some form of aftereffect on the body, the most evident being a weakening of mental fortitude. This has become a common affliction among contemporary mages, one that even those who practice both martial and magical arts in the true realm cannot escape, as the strength of the mind bears little relation to the body. Take for example Alice. Even with her formidable prowess in both magic and combat, employing high-level spells akin to spatial communication still results in mental fatigue, rendering her unable to cast advanced spells for a short duration. This is due to the necessity of mental strength to mitigate magical backlash. In truth, anyone can wield magic, as long as one masters the incantations and elemental arrangements. Utilizing magic becomes a trivial endeavor. However, the crux lies in whether the user can withstand the harm magic inflicts upon the body. Currently, the the sole means to suppress magical backlash is through mental strength. Thus, the level of one's mental fortitude stands as the greatest barrier to a mage's development. Those mages endowed with extraordinary power tirelessly delve into solutions for mitigating magical backlash and the weakness of the mind. Elevating mental strength equates to enhancing a mage's capabilities, a notion that is not contentious. Yet the restoration of mental fortitude poses a considerable challenge for mages. Robust mental strength can counteract the backlash from high-level magic, but conversely, the backlash from advanced spells consumes a substantial amount of mental energy. This is why Alice felt elated upon discovering her mental vitality had somewhat returned after consuming Dorank's tonic. After all, invigorating potions are a focal point of research among the major factions in the true realm. To digress, it can be inferred that the employment of magic inevitably incites a backlash from the magical energies in the air. Conversely, if the ambient magic remains stable, it indicates that the radiance engulfing Dorank is not magical in nature. Elena could feel that although the two sources of light were powerful, they were certainly not magic, leaving her in a state of anxiousness. Should I seek out the captain and the others? But leaving Lin Long alone here? Various thoughts flashed through Elena's mind. Moreover, how did Lin Long manage to guide me here? The direction is a dilemma. One misstep could lead to us being completely separated. The speed at which dragon wings unfold and propel one forward is unfathomable, at least for now. Dorank could not articulate it. His only recollection of employing full-speed dragon flight was during his time as a dragon, a memory that left him hiding in the dragon fortress, causing great concern for his companions, including the little brown bear teacher. However, unbeknownst to them, Dorank remained within the fortress, grinning foolishly, utterly awed by the dragon race's innate gifts, speed, strength, defense, and intellect all surpassing common comprehension. Truly, they were a race defying the heavens, unafraid even of divine beings possessing such prowess. Yet, at that time, his strength far exceeded what it is now. The very fact that even an undefeated level mage like Elena could not keep pace with him serves as proof that the full-speed flight of Dorank's dragon wings undoubtedly surpassed that of an ordinary peerless level being. Only such velocity could allow an undefeated powerhouse to be whisked away to another location without even a moment's reaction. Naturally, this also pertains to Elena being a mage. Had it been someone like Emilia, whose physical prowess far exceeds that of a mage, they would have undoubtedly noticed. With this thought in mind, Elena glanced at the immense sphere of light, her resolve solidifying. Dorank had transformed for her sake. She understood very well that such speed would make it effortless for him to evade if he wished. Leaving him behind was simply inconceivable for her in this world. Many cannot wield magic, yet unusable magic does not exist. As previously mentioned, anyone can utilize any spell if they understand the incantation and elemental arrangement, provided they do not succumb to backlash before completing the incantation. All elemental spirits of the heavens and earth, I hereby forge a pact with you and command you to sever all dangers before this individual. Elena began to chant fervently. Almost simultaneously, her crimson magic staff erupted, clearly unable to withstand the strain of exceeding its limits. Magic staffs serve as tools to suppress magical backlash, diminishing the backlash experienced by the mage. However, should the spell exceed what the mage can handle, the staff's shattering becomes commonplace. An undefeated level mage can only grasp 7th level magic, and mastery does not equate to practical application. It can only serve as a last resort or a desperate measure, as the backlash from employing 7th level magic poses a life-threatening risk to the mage. Now, Elena was about to cast her soul-mastered 7th level spell, the Sacred Canticle of Redemption. Although it sounds like a light magic spell, it is, in fact, an attribute-less spell, devoid of any elemental requirements. Such spells are typically low-level illumination spells or other mundane magics, with high-level variants being exceedingly rare. Elena had only grasped this spell due to a fortunate encounter. The effect of the Sacred Canticle of Redemption is quite straightforward. It can suppress all forms of power. This is an extraordinarily domineering effect. Whether magical energy or fighting spirit, they ultimately stem from fluctuations of power. Different fluctuations and combinations lead to explosive manifestations of strength, and the ability to suppress power could be deemed invincible. However, it is evident that such an invincible magic could not exist without limitations. Elena was well aware of the constraints surrounding the Sacred Canticle of Redemption when she first acquired it. Continuous chanting is essential for the spell to take effect. This is an unconventional magic. It is widely understood that spells are released after the incantation is completed, leaving the mage unencumbered. Issues like magical backlash arise during the incantation, yet upon casting the spell, little trouble generally ensues. However, this particular spell requires ongoing chanting, meaning the efficacy of the spell hinges on the user's ability to endure the backlash for as long as possible. After a brief period, Alvina's voice grew increasingly intermittent, her throat spouting blood, which flowed from the corners of her mouth, rendering her unable to continue. Nevertheless, her resolve remained unwavering. The force of the magical backlash was far greater than she had anticipated. She had barely completed the first half of the incantation when her body began signaling her to hold on no longer. Only by fully articulating the incantation can one disperse a surrounding force. The duration of the chant dictates how long the spell remains active. This is the essence of the sacred canticle of redemption. Struggling to lift her head, she saw that the light of the sacred canticle of redemption had just begun to envelop Doran's illuminated head. However, she felt a flicker of joy as the golden and black lights gradually receded from him. It seemed she could do no more. Alvina's eyelids slowly drooped. If this continued, she would truly succumb to the backlash. Lin Long, she murmured, halting her chant. The depletion of her mental strength caused waves of dizziness, leaving her no time to utter another word before she collapsed, plunging into unconsciousness, in her state of oblivion. Alvina remained unaware that her spell had altered the course of events that were destined to unfold. With a resounding roar, Doran raised his head as a tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the dark space, a dazzling golden light flooding in from above. Indeed, it surged forth, akin to a small sphere submerged in water suddenly bursting forth, allowing countless waters to rush in. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Doran found himself enveloped by the golden light, vanishing from the shrouded darkness. After a considerable passage of time, the golden light faded, leaving the dark space as it had been, yet a soft sigh echoed through the void. Chapter 31. The astonishing Alice Step Aside. The cool voice bore no trace of emotion as a glimmer of light flashed, revealing a dark-hued longsword in the woman's hand. I apologize, but unless there is a mission directive, leaving this place is prohibited. Please do not make things difficult for me, my lord. The anxious guard did not clear the path, despite the fact that the strikingly beautiful blonde girl before him was the family's most cherished and nurtured newcomer. However, the family had not granted her the liberty to come and go as she pleased. Thus he could only impede her progress. Step aside, she commanded once more. An indomitable energy enveloped the dark-hued sword, ready to unleash a fierce strike at any moment. Being of the same formidable caliber, the guard was acutely aware that he was no match for this young girl, and beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his brow. It was indeed a deadlock. Should he offend the family as favored, he would face their wrath, and should he fail to stop her, the consequences would be dire. Alice, what do you intend to do? Just as the guard was at a loss, a similarly cool voice pierced the air. But this time it carried an air of authority. Lady Christina, the guard quickly bowed respectfully. The newcomer was none other than the future head of the Tianlon family and the highest authority in this branch. The guard felt a surge of relief at her arrival, for it guaranteed his safety. Alice did not turn her head but continued to fixate on the guard, fully aware that there was no chance of escaping under Christina's watch. Alice, Christina called out sharply when she received no response. There was no stipulation in our agreement that required you to remain here. Finally, Alice turned around, and Christina was taken aback by the flicker of urgency on Alice's typically impassive face. What could possibly compel her to leave her dormitory without forewarning? Had she not happened upon this scene? It was entirely plausible that Alice would have rendered the guard unconscious and slipped away unnoticed. The situation outside is chaotic. I cannot permit anyone here to leave, Christina declared with gravity. Chaotic outside? Alice seemed to grasp something and abruptly inquired, what exactly has transpired? If you wish to know, return with me, Christina replied, a hint of exasperation in her tone. Alice's displayed combat prowess and potential had astonished the entire family hierarchy, prompting a firm decree. She must be retained at all costs. Within a mere 7 days, she had ascended from novice to an undefeated level, her fighting spirit unparalleled. Speculation abounded regarding whether she might be a ruse enacted by some master or an infiltrator sent by rival families. Yet Christina had unequivocally confirmed that Alice's capabilities were genuine. Her body bore no signs of being rendered ineffective or manipulated by sorcery. It is worth noting that among the various families, there was a tendency to recruit prodigies, to infiltrate rival factions. Organizations often trained undercover agents. There were two types of infiltrators. One group was deprived of training resources from childhood, directly manipulated by sorcerers to alter their memories, ensuring unwavering loyalty to their own family. Such agents, being the most reliable, were vital for penetrating enemy lines. Naturally, gifted individuals who had been denied resources in their own families but had access to them elsewhere would invariably choose the latter. As for those nurtured from childhood, families would be reluctant to relinquish them. Thus, the sorcerer's manipulation was essential. Among the various schools of magic, a category known as mental magic included spells for memory alteration. Powerful sorcerers could modify vast swathes of memory, crafting elaborate fabrications. While ordinary warriors might overlook such traces, no one among the Tianlan family's upper echelons doubted Christina's judgment. As for the possibility of a skilled practitioner having their abilities diminished, Christina had dismissed this notion after examining Alice's skeletal structure. She was far too young for such a condition to manifest, especially given her extraordinary combat awareness. This indicated that Alice was indeed a genuine prodigy, and no family would willingly forsake such talent for the sake of an undercover operation. In other words, Alice was truly a treasure discovered by her family. Indeed, the continent is currently in turmoil. You might have thought that your undefeated strength would suffice for self-preservation, but a monumental shift in the world's dynamics is imminent, with masters from all corners set to emerge. If I may offer my perspective, Christina said, taking a delicate sip of tea while gazing at Alice, your current power is still insufficient. That is enough, Alice replied coldly. Then allow me to witness your strength. I shall only use a single finger. If you can injure me, I will grant you the freedom to come and go as you please. Christina's voice tinged with irritation, her patience wearing thin in the face of Alice's stubbornness. Proceed. Clang. No sooner had the command been issued than Alice's dark sword halted at Christina's neck. Unable to advance further, for Christina had deftly placed a single finger against the blade's tip. Ah, a fine weapon, Christina remarked, momentarily surprised. She had initially intended to shatter Alice's ever-present sword as a warning, but this weapon, which she had previously overlooked, appeared to possess exceptional craftsmanship and materials. It was not uncommon for so-called divine weapons to shatter at a mere touch. Failing to land a strike did not alter Alice's demeanor. She swiftly switched the direction of her attack, executing a horizontal slash at an almost unimaginable angle aimed at Christina's neck. Humph, Christina scoffed. Although the rapidity of the strike appeared challenging to counter, to Christina, it was an affront. This time, she was prepared to pierce Alice's arm, an injury that would be easily mended. Serving as a fitting lesson for Alice's swordplay, Christina believed she had fully discerned its 7 transformations and 1 feint. Yet the ultimate target remained her neck, which she deemed tedious. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of Christina's fingertip meeting the sword's tip resonated 7 times. Precisely as Christina had anticipated, she had successfully deflected all 7 of Alice's real transformations with her fingertip. As for the final feint, Christina dismissed it entirely. She intended to pierce Alice's hand gripping the sword, etching an unforgettable memory into her mind. In truth, the 8 transformations of swordsmanship were a significant feat, and Alice's 8 techniques were exceptionally cunning in their offensive approach. Even if Christina possessed superior strength, facing such swordsmanship would undoubtedly present a considerable challenge. To be frank, without leveraging her absolute advantage in power, Christina would find it exceedingly difficult to secure victory. However, this world was not one governed by chivalry. A stronger opponent would never reduce their strength to match that of another for a life-or-death confrontation. Although Christina had initially intended to allow Alice to venture out for trials, the chaos outside rendered the situation untenable. They could not afford to lose this valuable piece on the chessboard. Enough, Christina declared, her finger unceremoniously pressing down on Alice's right hand. Although her action came to a halt, the dark sword gradually retracted, and Alice gazed at Christina, whose expression was one of disbelief, and said, 9 transformations, 8 feints, 1 real transformation. From the outset, the 7 strikes Christina had blocked were but feints. Alice had allowed Christina to intercept them. The 8th strike's feint could indeed be disregarded, but Alice's 8th strike merely concealed the 9th transformation, compelling Christina to attack her directly. A trade of injuries. Christina's hand moved to the spot on her neck that had just been grazed by the sword, a vivid drop of blood trailing down to her hand's back. "You did not strike. Why?" Alice inquired. In truth, Christina's finger had initially pressed against Alice's hand, yet she had refrained from proceeding. "Humph," Christina scoffed, offering no response. At that moment, she realized she had failed to perceive the elusive 9th transformation, and she understood that she could no longer evade the impending blow. Furthermore, Alice's revelation regarding the first 7 strikes being feints left her in a state of astonishment. How could she have failed to see through Alice's swordplay? "Regardless, may I take my leave now?" Alice asked. "Heh. Do as you wish." However, Christina, regaining her composure, was decisive and did not retract her previous words. After a moment's contemplation, she suddenly added, "I have a request." Alice regarded Christina in silence. The entrance of the Tianlan family branch. Alice observed several new faces beside her, a hint of exasperation creeping in. "Ha ha ha, sister, you finally allowed me to step outside." The first to approach was Annie, the lively girl Alice had encountered in the chaotic city. Ever since Christina had brought her here, she had not been allowed to leave, and her energetic spirit had been stifled. Now that she was finally free, her joy was palpable. "Alice, make sure to keep an eye on her. Don't let this little rascal run amok," Christina advised. Stepping forward. "By the way, allow me to introduce someone." Christina gestured to a brown-haired boy standing next to Alice, who gazed at her with sparkling eyes. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Farlu. Farlu Albert. It's a pleasure to meet you." Alice cast a fleeting glance at Farlu, sensing a formidable aura that suggested he possessed strength rivaling the unbeaten. Moreover, she had never encountered this individual before. He was likely a key protégé of the Tianlan family. Unlike others, such distinguished individuals were exempt from the rigors of combat training, as family experts directly crafted optimal training regimens for them. In truth, Alice's innate talent rendered her unnecessary for conventional training. Yet being an outsider, she could not immediately receive such privileges. She offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. "This is Mandras," she heard Christina interject, noticing that Farlu seemed eager to continue conversing with Alice. Christina then pointed to the individual beside Farlu and continued, "Hello." Unlike Farlu, Mandras was another genius recruited from outside, someone who had witnessed Alice's extraordinary prowess in the combat chamber. The sheer intensity of her capabilities left him devoid of any other thoughts. Alice merely nodded once more. "Well, it appears we are left with only the 4 of you." "Annie, remember my words," Christina stated. "Understood, sister," Annie replied decisively, though she had entirely forgotten what her sister had just said. "Alice, your objective is the anniversary festival on the Golden Continent in a month's time. During this period, I shall not interfere with your endeavors, but I expect to see you at the festival," Christina said. Casting a wary glance at Annie before addressing the other 3, it was clear that Christina intended for everyone to follow Alice's lead. "Very well, my lady. I shall ensure we reach the Golden Continent," Farlu hastily declared. As though he were the leader, Alice, however, remained unperturbed, slightly lifting her head, a heavy stone wall looming above her. Yet her gaze seemed to pierce through the wall, catching sight of a certain fool. A smile graced her lips, and a glimmer ignited in her eyes. Farlu, standing beside her, was utterly taken aback by this smile, and in that moment, he resolved that he would possess this woman. Chapter 32. The Great War approaches. Is it truly wise for us to proceed? After all, we are dealing with a demon king, Emiya remarked. Now awake, Harold and Lacey explained the current situation to him, as he had never witnessed Uhtred's might and found it hard to believe that the once inept noble, whom they had to protect, was now a contender against the demon king. Moreover, Alvina's whereabouts remain unknown. Are we not going to rescue her? As a mercenary, having faced life and death multiple times in missions, Emiya was more concerned about Alvina than the grander scheme of world stability. Calm down, we can only follow him now. The Wailing Caverns are no longer a place we can traverse freely, Harold replied solemnly. He too wished to search for Alvina and that fellow Dorank, Yet he had two compelling reasons to stay. First, the duty of a mercenary. Despite Eutriid's overwhelming strength, greater than that of their entire mercenary group combined, until the employer declared the mission abandoned, they were obligated to protect Eutriid as he ventured to the heart of the cavern. Second, the unpredictability of the situation. The Demon King's avatar had emerged from behind, and it had been mentioned that Alvina and Lin Long were also in the rear. Unless a miracle occurred, those two might already be. Furthermore, Eutriid had invited them along, indicating he was capable of assisting in sealing the Demon King, a legendary endeavor. Harold and Lacey had indeed pondered this. For the notion of a Demon King and a hero seemed too fantastical. Were those legends truly authentic? Yet the nearly omnipotent Eutriid, who had seemingly torn through heaven and earth, had left them astounded. It was as if the legendary tiger had unleashed its might, a regal aura radiating from him. Thus, Harold concluded that accompanying Eutriid was their best course of action. His judgment proved correct. Had they retraced their steps, they would not have located Alvina and Dorank. For the location of Dorank and Alvina was ahead of them, where Dolank's dragon wings had accelerated in a manner that triggered an unforeseen transformation, leading him to an unusual place. This place would alter the course of what was to come. Dorank gently leaned Alvina against the rock wall, his expression surprisingly tender, as if he were handling a rare treasure. He then waved his right hand slightly to his astonishment. The wall Alvina leaned against appeared to have been hollowed out from within, revealing a cavern spacious enough to accommodate several individuals. Alvina's body naturally fell into the cavity. Yet curiously, it seemed as though she was being drawn in, not collapsing to the ground but floating within the cavern. Dorank pointed with his left hand, and with a rumbling sound, the stone wall began to close, gradually engulfing the unconscious Alvina in darkness. Then, with a thunderous clap, the wall sealed completely. Dorank caressed the rock surface, a smile gracing his face. "Let us remain here for a while. I shall let you out soon." Although he had previously succumbed to unconsciousness, upon awakening and witnessing Alvina collapse due to magical backlash, he quickly grasped what had transpired. Dolank's initial reaction had been one of bemusement. Alvina must have unleashed a spell beyond her limits in an attempt to save herself. Unaware that she was perfectly fine, her previous blood vomit merely a consequence of, Dorank sighed softly, surveying his surroundings. This was an exceedingly vast space, filled with numerous netherworld stones radiating a blend of magical and deathly energies, reminiscent of the stone he had discovered in the cavern earlier. Perhaps due to the pervasive aura of death, Dorank felt no signs of life, which was why he had chosen to seal Alvina away. The dense miasma posed a lethal threat to her, though it might be inconsequential to him. To think such a formation would exist in a place like this. It seems. Dolank's gaze landed on a specific direction, his lips curling into a sinister smile. A flash of light surged behind him, and in an instant, his figure vanished. Boom! Shortly after Dolank's disappearance, a cacophony of explosions erupted, and a section of the rock wall shattered, revealing several figures amidst the swirling dust. Cough. Cough. Did you strike too hastily? How much further is it? Emiya coughed as dust entered his lungs. We should be nearing our destination, Eutriid replied, wielding the massive sword that had just smashed through the wall, sniffing the air with a grin. That guy's stench is growing stronger. Oh? Eutriid suddenly expressed surprise, sniffing the air once more. Ah, just dust, he concluded, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. What is it? Harold and Lacey, who had covered their mouths and noses, approached Eutriid, inquiring about his sudden silence. It appears something intriguing is about to unfold. Do not stray more than 3 feet from me, Eutriid instructed. That guy's odor is not something ordinary folk can tolerate. He then led the way forward. Let us proceed, Harold glanced around. Though confused, he followed Eutriid. However, he soon halted, for Eutriid had also come to a stop, apparently fixated on something on the wall. Is it an illusion? Eutriid murmured. What an oddity. Can he truly be relied upon? Emiya whispered, trailing behind Lacey, observing Eutriid's behavior. His strength is formidable, Lacey responded, having witnessed Eutriid in action, though she too harbored doubts about his reliability. Is that so? Emiya scoffed. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, Eutriid unleashed a blinding radiance from his hand, launching it toward the wall he had just noticed. producing a series of terrifying explosions. What is he doing? Emia expressed confusion at Utriad's abrupt outburst. Lacey mirrored his sentiments, shrugging in uncertainty. It seems it was indeed an illusion. Surprisingly, the rock wall, following the explosions, did not produce a cloud of dust. It appeared as if Utriad had obliterated the wall entirely, leaving behind a dark, hollow passage. My lord, Harold could not comprehend Utriad's intentions. What just transpired? Ah, nothing of consequence, merely on our way, Utriad replied with a smile, resuming his strides. The three, albeit perplexed, had no choice but to follow him. Was it truly an illusion? The place earlier had given him a feeling akin to the fluctuations of a law. Should I explain this law? Well, I better not risk being accused of padding the word count. I shall merely play a minor role here. As Utriad and Dorank pressed forward in unison, a white silhouette came to a halt before an enormous stone gate. Towering at several dozen meters, it was unfathomable to conceive who could have carved such a vast space within a mere cave of a few meters in height, let alone construct a gate of this magnitude. The stone door was adorned with numerous peculiar totems, featuring mythological creatures like dragons and phoenixes, alongside monsters never before encountered. The material of the gate exuded a dark green luminescence, imparting an oppressive aura. Clearly, the white figure had no intention of delving into the history of this door. Instead, he grasped the hilt of the sword at his waist, leaving no doubt that in the next moment, he would cleave through this door, regardless of its disproportionate size. The sword's intent seemed capable of severing all, reminding one that sometimes size is indeed irrelevant. With a resounding whoosh, the sword was drawn. That presence, Dorank, advancing at an astonishing speed, suddenly sensed a remarkably familiar life force, Zhao Zhong's vitality. How could he be here? Dorank contemplated approaching to inquire, yet he realized that Zhao Zhong's location diverged from his own objective. The formidable magic emanating from Zhao Zhong was undeniable, a force not to be underestimated, even by Dolank's current standards. Yet it was the overwhelming aura of death that truly piqued his concern. Death energy, a force Dorank had not even discovered in the Dragon Clan's repository of memories, lingered in the air. Though Zhao Zhong's magic was potent, Dorank sensed several life forces converging towards Zhao Zhong's vicinity, one of which was nearly as powerful as his own. This revelation astonished him. The magnitude of life force bore no correlation to strength. The Dragon Clan's vitality could be deemed the pinnacle of existence, with no other beings, save for deities, found to possess greater longevity. The only conceivable contenders were those legendary divine beasts, whose life forces rivaled that of the dragons. Moreover, Dorank recognized that the unfamiliar life force belonged to members of the Lion Mercenary Corps. Thus, the owner of that life force became evident, the troublesome noble, Utriad. How had he managed to conceal his life force? Until now, Dorank had not encountered anyone capable of such a feat. The Ghost Doctor, formidable as he was, could not even mask his feeble vitality. The flickering candle in the wind. This was how Dorank perceived the Ghost Doctor's essence, which explained his decision to confide everything to the Ghost Doctor. As Dorank pondered, he increasingly recognized the power of the contract he had forged with Alice, particularly the aspect of shared vitality. Upon reflection, Dorank discerned the extraordinary implications of this ability, an avenue to immortality. Imagine a prodigious being nearing the end of their life, signing a pact with a dragon or another life force of great strength. Under shared vitality, they would extend their lifespan significantly. Utilizing their past experiences and wisdom, they could venture into uncharted territories. What might transpire? A being adept in both martial and magical arts, proficient in alchemy, strategy, and more, possessing knowledge of celestial and terrestrial matters, while simultaneously charming potential allies. Well, perhaps the last point is a stretch. Moreover, such beings could be mass-produced, creating entities far surpassing even deities. Most crucially, Dorank was uncertain if multiple contracts could be established. For instance, a master-servant contract has no upper limit and can be freely signed. Some nouveau riche indulge in such practices, binding numerous down-and-out professionals to assert their superiority. However, this is a rarity, as most understand that after signing a master-servant contract, the master is privy to the thoughts of their servants, an inherently tyrannical agreement that places the servant under the master's dominion. Yet, what if there were many servants? the Master's mind would be inundated with countless thoughts at every moment. Imagine desiring solitude only to find oneself in a bustling marketplace. Such a sensation, though bearable for a brief duration, would become unbearable if prolonged. If this contract operated similarly, continually seeking to bind powerful beings. Vitality would equate to lifespan, perpetually extending life, thereby simplifying the creation of entities more powerful than the gods. This represents a formidable power. Heavenly will, unlike divine forces, embodies the ultimate truths of this realm. Even cultivators do not oppose heavenly will, as it dictates the natural order. Life and death are fated. Prosperity is decreed by heaven. The doctrines of the Holy Church essentially convey that the divine embodies heavenly will. However, the strong comprehend that gods are merely beings with power surpassing their own. While the strong often disregard the so-called gods, they never defy heavenly will, for it represents the path, an inviolable law. Yet, this contract audaciously challenges the authority of heavenly will. Chapter 33. The demon king cannot be stopped. Dorank gazed at the opulent palace before him, an impulse to scoff welling within him. In this foreboding realm, where monstrous beings roamed freely, terrorizing children and driving adults away, stood a palace of exquisite craftsmanship, resplendent in its design. If he was not mistaken, the outer walls of this palace were forged from a blend of magical silver, tempered steel and bronze, materials of the highest caliber. The Dragon clan were experts in discerning such treasures. What a waste! Such artifacts could fetch a fortune in lesser nations or among smaller families, and yet, they had been used to create this ostentatious yet impractical structure. However, he recalled his own dragon fortress, crafted from rare magical gemstones, within a 9-star danger zone, where even a single shard could incite a bloodbath in the world of martial arts. In comparison, this was hardly remarkable. The source of the death energy is indeed here, but something feels amiss. Dorank chose not to venture directly into the evidently peculiar palace, but instead stood outside, observing. The surrounding scenery had not significantly changed. Aside from the palace, the area remained shrouded in darkness, indistinguishable from any other part of the Howling Cave. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that the rocky walls were embedded with fragments of netherstone, and a brief sensation confirmed that these stones harbored a faint aura of death energy, similar to the one he had previously discovered. This revelation startled Dorank. In such a densely concentrated area of death energy, the netherstone's potency was surprisingly akin to that of the stone he had found earlier. Could it be that the death energy does not emanate from the netherstone, but rather that the stones can store it? Dorank mused, glancing at the palace, whose flamboyant design unmistakably indicated that this was indeed the final destination. Yet, I still cannot discern the source of the death energy. He feels as if it has materialized out of thin air. What could this mean? Must I confront it face to face? How bothersome. Dorank sighed. It's evident that something extraordinary lies ahead. The probability of encountering trouble by casually advancing is alarmingly high. Suddenly, his figure vanished, not truly disappearing, but rather enveloped by an intensely concentrated black light that expanded around him. An unusual force seemed to swell, and the netherstone embedded in the walls appeared to resonate, emitting faint glimmers of black light. The black light continued to swell, revealing a vague silhouette, grand and flawless, with golden eyes gleaming amidst the darkness. As the black light gradually faded, it was replaced by shimmering scales. Within the palace, an entity seemed to sense this shift, and the grand doors swung open, as if welcoming someone. Or perhaps a dragon. At this moment, Uhtred and his companions were nearing their destination. Allow me to clarify the situation first. Uhtred suddenly halted, turning to face the three individuals behind him, his expression remarkably calm. As you are aware, this is indeed the burial ground of the demon race, the site of the Demon King's seal. The seals, remnants from millennia past, occasionally malfunction, leading to the emergence of several demon kings. What an incredibly irresponsible sentiment, Harold remarked, a bead of cold sweat forming on his brow. The thought of several demon kings escaping was no trivial matter. Even one would be intolerable. However, there is no need for excessive concern. After thousands of years of confinement, the demon kings have been drained of much of their strength, and most remain sealed in slumber, having not fully resurrected. Uhtred appeared to read Harold's unease, casually waving it off. For instance, I am here to reinforce the seals. But why bring us along, a powerful being like yourself? Harold inquired, perplexed. If Uhtred were merely a delusional noble, he could understand the pretense of heroism, but before him stood a genuine warrior, one who faced demon kings with sword in hand. Why drag along burdens like themselves? The process of sealing the demon kings is rather tedious, and I cannot manage it alone. Thus, I posted a task with the mercenary guild, confident that I could entice a few recruits with my rewards. Uhtred replied nonchalantly. The others exchanged glances, realizing they had been duped. As for why not directly stating the situation, please, just write that you will accompany the hero to seal the demon king. Even a fool might not take you seriously. But isn't that demon king revived now? Emilia inquired, is it still useful to reinforce the seal? Seals are becoming increasingly ineffective. Maintaining one for a few thousand years is already quite generous. This time, it seems it won't be as simple as just reinforcing it. Uhtred rolled his eyes and remarked, to tell you the truth, my original task was merely to investigate the seal and report back. But upon arriving here, I realized the situation was already amiss. My lord, while we have heard many tales of the legendary Demon King, what exactly is a Demon King? Is it truly the kind that wreaks havoc and destruction? Lacey suddenly interjected. From his lengthy discourse, one could glean a rather straightforward truth. A seemingly reticent person may not be lacking in words. When they do speak, even the most loquacious individual might feel overshadowed. Stop. Stop, stop. Uhtred hastily interrupted Lacey, surprised that this seemingly stoic swordsman was actually quite the chatterbox. Observing the calm expressions of Harold and Emilia, it seemed that this mercenary had long been aware of his true nature. Although I'm not entirely sure what your legendary Demon King is like, I can assure you, the Demon King is surprisingly female, Uhtred stated with utmost seriousness. Zhao Zhong's typically impassive face displayed a marked change for the first time. Before him stood a petite girl with golden hair and a black dress, her wide eyes resembling those of a porcelain doll. Were it not for the overwhelming dark energy emanating from her, Zhao Zhong would never believe that she was the very same entity that had ambushed him in the cave and dispatched the 8th-level Earth Sovereign Demon Mouse with a single strike. Indeed, she was the 8th-level beast, the Earth Sovereign Demon Mouse, which had unleashed its wrath when Zhao Zhong inadvertently invaded its long-hidden lair within the Wailing Cave. As an 8th-level beast, the Earth Sovereign Demon Mouse possessed not only intelligence but also a sense of pride, and it would not let someone intrude upon its den without consequence. Thus, a battle ensued within the cave. Notably, the lair of the Earth Sovereign Demon Mouse lay underground, and Zhao Zhong had stumbled upon it purely to evade the harassment of blood-sucking shadow bats, unwittingly drawing forth a greater trouble. This clash raged from the depths to the surface, with neither side gaining the upper hand, until Zhao Zhong, seeking to avoid further entanglement, forcefully struck at the beast's vital points, rendering it temporarily immobile. From this, it was evident that Zhao Zhong's prowess surpassed that of the Earth's Sovereign Demon Mouse. However, just as he considered making his escape, a surge of overwhelming dark energy erupted behind him, and a colossal hand formed from this dark energy descended upon the immobile Earth Sovereign Demon Mouse and himself. The force was unmistakable. Zhao Zhong knew he could not withstand it head-on. He was among the few privy to the secrets of the Wailing Cave, aware of what lay sealed within. The power of the Demon King was manifesting here, signifying that the seal's strength was waning. Just as he narrowly dodged the attack, he witnessed the Earth's Sovereign Demon Mouse being crushed to death. Zhao Zhong halted his advance, the ability to slay an 8th-level beast in a single blow, even if due to its inability to evade, was a power far beyond his OW&IT. Is worth noting that, despite battling the Earth's Sovereign Demon Mouse for a considerable time, he had only managed to breach its defenses a few times with minimal damage inflicted. Yet, inexplicably, upon witnessing the demise of the Earth's Sovereign Demon Mouse, Zhao Zhong chose not to retreat but to press onward. Following the source of power, he had not anticipated encountering such a Demon King. Ignorant humans, the young Demon King, as I shall refer to her, proclaimed, her voice dripping with disdain as she observed Zhao Zhong, whose expression, while surprised, remained unchanged. Your power is far too weak, escaping with your life yet failing to cherish it. Even in my weakened state, it would be effortless for me to deal with you. Zhao Zhong offered no reply. words felt superfluous. His right hand, gripping his sword, suddenly rose, and a dazzling beam of sword light flashed forth in an instant. The brilliance of the sword light was so swift that the young demon king seemed to be caught off guard, struck without fail. The impact sent the demon king hurtling away, crashing into the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. But this was merely the beginning. Zhao Zhong had no intention of halting his assault after a single strike. The sword energy surged skyward, and countless beams of sword energy cascaded like a rainbow. An apt metaphor for the dazzling display emanating from his seemingly unremarkable sword, weaving a dense net of sword strikes toward the spot where the demon king had landed. Zhao Zhong was oblivious to the notion of cherishing delicate flowers. Though she was a demon king, and despite her previously displayed formidable power, before Zhao Zhong stood merely a golden-haired little girl, and he found it hard to believe he could bring himself to strike her. The relentless barrage of sword energy continued for a full minute. After such an intense and concentrated assault, even Zhao Zhong began to feel fatigued, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead, attesting to the considerable exertion he had just expended. If this is how it ends, then your life is nearing its conclusion. Just as Zhao Zhong ceased his onslaught, the ground where the young demon king had fallen erupted. A torrent of dark energy surging forth, a black-dressed, golden-haired little girl floated above, gazing down at Zhao Zhong with a haughty expression, her disdainful gaze akin to that of a hawk eyeing a little rabbit attempting to escape its field of vision. As a demon king, an entity capable of contending with gods at her peak, it was not strange for her to regard Zhao Zhong, a mere expert among humans, in such a manner. Yet whether Zhao Zhong was indeed a little rabbit would soon be determined by the sword he wielded. As the battle between Zhao Zhong and the young demon king commenced, Uhtred, Herald, and the others were still en route. Thus, that great door is of utmost importance, one of the key elements of the seal. Its presence prevents the demon king from escaping, Uhtred continued to elucidate. This is why I am not overly concerned, however. That door will lose its indestructibility as the seal weakens. Although the demon king within cannot destroy it, attacking from the outside will certainly be easy, so we must hurry to prevent it from being breached. Uhtred's words abruptly ceased as a pile of rubble came into view. Herald and the others observed Uhtred's face transform with shock, a vivid portrayal of various negative emotions, frustration, disbelief, confusion, and exasperation. As they turned their gaze towards the debris, initially puzzled, they soon grasped the implication of what lay before them. The demon king cannot be prevented any longer. Uhtred's voice bore a hint of sorrow. Chapter 34. Let us join forces, young man, against the young demon king. The legends and accounts of the demon race have existed since humanity recorded its history, in these tales, particularly those involving battles against gods. The depictions of demon kings are notably detailed. Regardless of the demon king in question, they are typically described as towering figures, reaching heights of 1,000 or even 10,000 feet, with 3 eyes and numerous arms. Possessing colossal heads with mouths capable of swallowing entire castles whole, such depictions are often considered relatively favorable. In some accounts, the appearance of a demon king is so terrifying that it could induce death in an entire battalion of soldiers, leaving listeners to ponder whether the demon king conquers the continent through boundless magical power or through an appearance so horrendous it terrifies all living beings into submission. Having grown accustomed to these legends and myths since childhood, Herald and the others struggled to accept that the beautiful little girl in a black dress and golden hair before them was indeed the legendary demon king. Oh dear, that was close, the young demon king remarked as she regarded the massive sword that stood between herself and the bloody Zhao Zhong. Her gaze shifted slightly, gathering the scattered dark energy surrounding her in midair, fixing her eyes on the newcomer. An extraordinary level. Uhtred swung his sword and turned to face the individual who had engaged the demon king prior to him. But upon sensing their aura, he paused in astonishment. Is this a joke? Even a freshly awakened demon king is not something an ordinary extraordinary level can challenge. Did you not see that even a mere avatar, during its battle with Uhtred, unleashed a residual force that left both Lacey and Herald, who are also at the extraordinary level, unable to resist? Yet this newcomer, though wounded and bearing significant injuries, had survived a confrontation with the true form of the demon king. Moreover, the aura surrounding him bore traces of the god of burial tigers. The young demon king floating above cast a glance at him and suddenly broke into a smile. Your arrival is merely a mindless act of bravado. Ah, I share your sentiment. I was foolish enough to charge directly before the demon king, Eutriid replied with a wry smile. Now, should I say something like, allow me to be your opponent? It seems quite fitting for my role as a hero, although he had previously sought to understand. To speak frankly, Eutriid had not given it much thought. However, after engaging in battle with his doppelganger, he realized that the demon lord's power exceeded his wildest imagination. During their confrontation, he had exerted every ounce of his strength, though it appeared effortless. It was fraught with peril. Had his doppelganger possessed even slightly greater power to breach Eutriid's defenses, he would have found himself utterly helpless. Thus, he had initially intended to hasten to the seal gate to reinforce the seal. While he could not return the demon lord to slumber, he hoped to hold out until the stronger allies arrived. Yet, to his dismay, he discovered that the seal gate had been destroyed by an unknown fool. Moreover, he sensed an overwhelming surge of demonic energy roiling ahead, so potent that even Eutriid, who had never known fear, felt an unfamiliar sensation of terror. This was an instinctual response to absolute power, far surpassing that of his doppelganger, rendering any comparison futile. Was this truly the demon lord, weakened by the seal? How formidable must the demon lord have been at full strength, capable of contending with deities? However, this was not the time for such contemplations. Eutriid's armor and colossal sword emanated a fierce aura, as if the presence of the enemy ignited their battle spirit. Indeed, the armor and sword appeared to possess a life of their own, radiating a desire for combat. How unfortunate, my performance pales in comparison to my equipment, Eutriid mused self-deprecatingly, his expression quickly turning serious. Hey, take this fellow outside and proceed as planned, he directed, positioning his giant sword against the lowly demon lord. Turning his back to Harold and the others. Understood. Though they were equally stunned by the revelation of the demon lord's lowly form, the impending magic forming in her hands made it abundantly clear that they were woefully outmatched. No one is leaving. The lowly demon lord retracted her smile, raising her right hand, whereupon a dark magical sword, rivaling the size of Eutriid's giant sword, materialized from the gathered energy. The immense blade juxtaposed with the diminutive stature of the lowly should have evoked a sense of adorableness, however. The overwhelming aura of malice left Eutriid in no doubt about the lethal power contained within that sword. Slash. Without further ado, the dark magical sword cleaved towards Eutriid's companions behind him. Truly the demon lord. Her actions are as treacherous as legend foretold. Just as he had anticipated, the sealed demon lord showed no regard for anything. Her target was indeed the weaker Harold and his companions. The speed of that strike was so astonishing that even the undefeated Emia barely registered it, while the unparalleled Harold and Lacey could only perceive a streak of black lightning descending from above. As for Zhao Zhong, his expression remained unchanged. Howling heaven, god of death. At that moment, Eutriid also launched his attack, unleashing his most potent strike without reservation, fully aware that this would not be a leisurely battle where he could hold back. He would not allow even a sliver of opportunity. A deafening roar akin to that of a tiger erupted from the giant sword, as if a ferocious beast were roaring through the mountains. The majesty of a king rendered any thoughts of resistance futile. Clouds ascend like dragons, winds surge like tigers. A fierce gust swept Harold and the others aside, propelling them out of the demon lord's attack range. Yet, although her form was that of a lowly, she was an inconceivably powerful demon lord. Amidst Eutriid's and the others' astonished gazes, the lowly demon lord's left hand surged with formidable demonic energy, and a magical spear longer than the sword was gripped in her hand. This is bad, Eutriid cursed under his breath, his armor flaring with brilliant light as a shimmering barrier deflected the demon lord's thrust. He swung his giant sword towards her body. To attack the enemy was to ensure one's survival. Eutriid understood that he could not possibly block the magical spear in such a short span of time. Thus, he chose not to defend. You wish to kill, do you? Very well then, I shall strike you as well. In this scenario, Eutriid felt confident that no one could both launch an attack and evade his strike in such a brief moment. Though he was not as powerful as his opponent, and despite the legend that the demon lord possessed immortality, it was undeniable that even a direct hit from his sword would leave her wounded, and a wounded demon lord would undoubtedly face the fate of being sealed once more. Asked the demon lord. The opportunity to break free from her seal was of far greater importance than the lives of mere humans. Uhtred's decision could not be deemed erroneous, yet in his haste, he overlooked a crucial detail. The demon lord, having prior knowledge of the power of the descendant of the god of death, would indeed be prepared for him. Boom! Uhtred's giant sword and the lowly demon lord's spear collided, erupting in a dazzling display of light as the forces of darkness and light intertwined. Seemingly incompatible since the dawn of creation. Impossible. As Uhtred watched the lowly demon lord's attire gradually disintegrate, he realized a fact he should have recognized earlier. That black dress was no ordinary garment. Indeed, after 1,000 years, what sort of clothing could endure so long? Dark magic, absolute barrier. Observing the lowly demon lord's sardonic smile, Uhtred's heart ignited with an unnameable fury, for his oversight had allowed that group to. But the lowly demon lord sensed something amiss, her gaze shifting towards the battlefield where the spear had just detonated. A nondescript sword and a blood-stained white robe caught her attention. Do not presume to claim another's enemy. A trickle of blood escaped Zhao Zhong's lips. Yet he paid it no mind, wiping it away as he regarded Uhtred, who was staring at him in astonishment, and softly said, "How is this possible? You actually blocked that strike." A fleeting thought crossed Uhtred's mind. But in the heat of battle, distractions were intolerable. He continued his assault, the thunderous roar of wind attesting to the might of his strike. Even a being as formidable as the demon lord had no intention of withstanding it. Suddenly, the lowly demon lord transformed into a wisp of black smoke, causing Uhtred's sword to slice through empty air. Zhao Zhong lifted his gaze towards the reappearing demon lord not far away. His expression still cold and detached, though tinged with a hint of anxiety as he subtly glanced back at the three behind him. Hurry! In that dire moment, Harold and the others also sprang into action to shield against the spear's onslaught. Yet they could not withstand the impact and remained standing. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, fortunately sustaining only minor injuries. As the strongest among them and the leader, Harold struggled to prop himself up. Responding, "There's no way we can retreat now. It would disgrace our mercenary group." Lacey also braced himself against his sword, though he said nothing, the veins in his hand bulging. As for Emiya, being the weakest, he had escaped life-threatening injuries but felt far from optimistic. Zhao Zhong cast a glance back, but chose to disregard them. For him, simply saying hurry was a rare feat. "You should leave. Even if we stay here, we cannot make a significant difference." Uhtred approached the others, a hint of helplessness in his gaze as he looked at Harold and the rest. "This fellow is stronger than I anticipated. Everyone else should flee. Remember what I said, hurry." Pointing at Zhao Zhong, Uhtred's instruction left Harold momentarily stunned. He then glanced towards the lowly demon lord, realizing this was not the time for idle chatter. Nodding slightly, he and Lacey helped Emiya to his feet and rushed towards the exit. Darkness devours, however. The lowly demon lord was no mere bystander. Within mere moments of their exchange, she had gathered a formidable magical force. "Do not hold us back," Uhtred warned Zhao Zhong, who, despite his injuries, remained resolute. Indeed, this individual was undoubtedly a wielder of the 7 fragments, a being known as a hero. Chapter 35. The mysterious redhead in the realm of ordinary myths, demon lords manifest in myriad forms. Some abduct princesses, some conquer continents, and some bestow legendary equipment upon heroes. In short, they exhibit a dazzling array of characteristics. However, only those truly powerful understand that demon lords do exist, though they are fixed entities. For a demon lord cannot perish. Even the weakest among them cannot be obliterated by deities. The Earth Demon Lord is considered the weakest of the known demon lords, yet historical accounts reveal that she possesses the greatest magical power among all demonkind. Witnessing Zhao Zhong and Uhtred being suppressed by the recently unsealed Earth Demon Lord demonstrates this truth. Though the newly unsealed Earth Demon Lord may only reach the saint level, her immense magical power transcends the boundaries of rank, even with both Uhtred and Zhao Zhong joining forces. The situation would likely remain dire. What is most astonishing is that the Earth Demon Lord appears as a golden-haired lowly. There are 4 other demon lords known as the Mysterious Demon Lord, the Illusion Demon Lord, the Spirit Demon Lord, and the legendary Sky Demon Lord. Apart from the Sky Demon Lord, the three others possess comparable strength, at least during the divine war of yore. The Earth Demon Lord commanded the entire demon army, while the three major demon lords launched direct assaults on the divine realm, only to be defeated by the same deity, the god of war, Ares, who holds the title of the third divine realm's supreme deity. Yet, they were merely defeated. It was not the gods who sealed the demon lords. The demon king of heaven has never been seen by any individual or creature. He is merely a legend of the demonic race. The demon king is the true sovereign of the demons, and his emergence signifies the demons' triumph over all. However, it is regrettable that throughout the entirety of the divine demon war, only the four demon lords made their appearances. The legend of the demon king has become a subject of jest. Yet, Dorank does not perceive it as mere folklore. The demon king exists within the memory vault of the dragon race. Although there has been no intersection between dragons and demons, there indeed lies a memory of the demon king, an entity both formidable and malevolent. What an unexpected guest! How shall I address you? Dragon? A strikingly handsome man with flowing red hair stood in the void, smiling at the newcomer. This realm resembled the starry cosmos, with surrounding lights twinkling like the stars in the night sky, their brilliance forming an exquisite tapestry of beauty. However, Dorank was not one to appreciate such aesthetic truths. This scene failed to evoke any emotional response from him, at least not as much as the figure before him did. Yet, one should not refer to him as merely a man. I am called Dorank. His voice resonated with a depth that diverged from his usual tone. It is my first time witnessing a true dragon in the flesh. Truly, you embody the epitome of perfection as foretold in legends. The red-haired man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at Dorank, whose entire being was adorned with black scales more radiant than starlight, and whose obsidian eyes occasionally flickered with golden glimmers, exuding the majesty befitting a ruler of realms. Those unforgettable wings and the powerful tail that danced behind him left no doubt about the immense strength contained within. The power within your form is truly exaggerated. Indeed, Dorank currently manifested in his dragon form, a powerful and flawless visage that would inspire awe in any being fortunate enough to encounter a dragon. Such perfection transcended the boundaries of species, rendering even the most proud of the elven kin humbled by their own appearances. But this is not the crux of the matter. Dorank's demeanor shifted, for he sensed an extraordinary force in this place, one that seemed to amplify 100-fold compared to the outside world. Here, his contract power was inexplicably suppressed, robbing him of the ability to perceive the essence of death. Yet, he had reclaimed the strength inherent to a near-divine dragon, which explained his ability to revert to his draconic form. What, then, is the crux of the matter? I do not believe I share any connection with the dragon race. The red-haired man maintained his smile, and at some point, he had produced a cup of red tea from seemingly nowhere, gazing at Dorank with an air of aristocratic elegance. Were it not for the odd backdrop and his own identity, Dorank would have suspected this individual to be a noble indulging in afternoon tea out of sheer boredom. I have some inquiries I wish to pose. I wonder if you might oblige me. A dangerous aura emanated from Dorank, and although he had lost the ability to sense the source of death, he was acutely aware that this enigmatic figure before him undoubtedly possessed knowledge of some kind. The seventh sense of the dragon race warned him that this man was certainly not an ally. Before we proceed, shall we engage in a game? The red-haired man elegantly sipped his tea and suddenly declared something seemingly unrelated. What do you mean? Dorank was taken aback, recalling that upon his arrival, he had initially failed to notice this man, who had indeed been present from the start. It felt as if he had materialized out of thin air. While this phenomenon might relate to his loss of vitality perception, Dorank, possessing near-divine strength, should not have been unable to detect someone who was already there. This indicated that the man was an entity surpassing even divine levels. For this reason, Dorank chose not to depart. A being stronger than the divine posed greater peril for him should he attempt to leave. Moreover, this peculiar place, known as the Wailing Abyss, was shrouded in strangeness. From the moment he had fled there due to the dark light, he had sensed a unique force continuously affecting his contract power. Indeed, the very contract he had forged with Alice had undergone a transformation here, and he was unaware of the implications of the golden and black energies that had erupted within him at that moment. It was then he realized that to unravel the mystery surrounding his contract, he had no choice but to press onward. Yet, prior to his arrival here, no matter how he attempted to weaken the contract's influence, it remained steadfast. Otherwise, he would not have sensed the vitality of Utriad and Zhao Zhong. The wailing abyss undoubtedly harbored some issue, possibly related to the essence of death or something else entirely that muddled his perceptions of vitality. Perhaps even the contract itself was at fault. This could explain why Dorank initially failed to perceive Utriad's and Zhao Zhong's true life forces. It was evident that this peculiar individual could provide answers. Yet, even restored to near-divine strength, Dorank felt no certainty. This man surpassed his wildest imaginings. You will find this game quite intriguing. I propose a wager. With a snap of his fingers, the red teacup vanished from his hand, and his palm opened, gesturing towards the void, where a shimmering screen materialized before Dolank's astonished gaze. Is it so strange? To arrive here indicates. The red-haired man observed Dorank as if he had uncovered something amusing. Oh, do you remain unaware? Quit your soliloquy and finish your thoughts. Dolank's irritation surged, a desire to strike the man rising within him. Haha, elaborating only serves to dull the excitement. The red-haired man chuckled, gesturing towards the screen. Let us first observe this. What is this? Dolank's pupils constricted sharply as the screen reflected three figures, two of whom he recognized, Zhao Zhong and Utriad, alongside an unfamiliar young girl. Clearly, Zhao Zhong and Utriad were engaged in combat with this girl. And to Dolank's astonishment, they appeared to be at a disadvantage, particularly Zhao Zhong, who seemed gravely injured, his white garments now stained crimson. What does this mean? Are they hostages? Dolank's tone shifted, now imbued with a palpable murderous intent. Those familiar with Dorank would recognize that he was no longer in the languid state of indifference he had previously exhibited. Furthermore, this individual might very well be the shadowy figure siphoning life force with death energy. Golden light began to shimmer in Dolank's eyes. I mentioned a wager. The red-haired man remained unfazed by Dolank's change in demeanor. Still smiling as he spoke, let us wager on whether they can emerge victorious. With that, a powerful surge of draconic energy erupted from Dolank's mouth, unleashing a torrent of black energy that resembled a barrage of gunfire. The black, draconic aura coalesced into a formidable form, releasing an explosive force that sent ripples throughout the starry expanse. Do not toy with the lives of others, you scoundrel. An enraged Dorank halted his assault. Although his contract was suppressed by some enigmatic force, preventing him from sensing life energy, he could infer that the mysterious red-haired man was not so easily vanquished. After all, he might well be an entity of potential divine caliber. Throughout the long history of the dragon race, only 7 beings had ever reached such heights. Your temper is quite volatile indeed. Indeed, under Dolank's relentless onslaught, even the starry skies bore the scars of destruction. Yet, a voice emerged, calm and unruffled. Do you still wish to exert effort, knowing it to be futile? The striking crimson hair, coupled with an unwavering smile, incited Dorank to mutter a curse. How could he remain wholly unscathed? In the Dragon Fortress, even an incomplete execution of this technique had rendered the formidable contract magic array of the hero. Alice, utterly powerless. What compels you to act, despite your apparent lack of understanding? The red-haired man, undeterred by Dolank's assault, inquired with a smile, gesturing toward the 2 figures on the luminescent screen. Is it for them? Do you truly lack confidence in their victory? I merely lack faith in the character of one among them, Dorank conceded, acutely aware that he was no match for this adversary, and thus ceased to gather his power. How about we sit calmly and observe their battle? With another flourish of his hand, a lavish noble's banquet table materialized before Dorank, starkly contrasting the current scene. The red-haired man approached the table, producing another cup of red tea from seemingly nowhere, and turned to Dorank. Is this how you intend to enjoy your tea? If possible, I would prefer to consume them whole, like the legendary evil dragon, Dorank replied, momentarily taken aback, before a dark burst of energy manifested, revealing a black-clad youth with black hair and eyes, the glimmer of gold occasionally flickering within his gaze. This is quite different from my imagination, the red-haired man remarked, seemingly surprised by Dolank's transformed appearance. What? Have you never encountered a handsome fellow before? Dorank retorted, embodying a rather irritable demeanor. No, it's nothing. Let us wager on the outcome of your companion's battle. If you win, I shall answer your questions. If I win, the red-haired man took a delicate sip of his red tea, smiling as he continued, then your life shall be forfeit. You just casually proposed something quite perilous. Didn't you? Dorank glanced at the red-haired man and approached the luminous screen, slapping it with his hand. I bet she will win. Observing Dolank's palm obscuring the golden-haired girl, the red-haired man felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down. Shouldn't you support your ally in such a moment? Her chances of victory far exceed those of that imbecile duo, Dorank replied, unabashedly lifting the red teacup presented by the red-haired man, maintaining an air of calm. How remarkably rational of you, however. I must caution you on one matter. The red-haired man pointed at the golden-haired girl on the screen. If she wins, those two will not survive. Is that so? Then I shall wager on that duo's ability to achieve a miracle, Dorank mused, narrowing his eyes before a sudden thought struck him. And you, just tell me your true intentions. As a being of legendary status among the demon race, what nefarious schemes occupy your mind in this desolate place, Lord Demon King? Oh, have you deduced it? The red-haired man smiled slightly, gazing at Dorank. You are indeed the grandson of the Dragon Emperor. Let us refrain from such titles, Dorank replied with a weary smile. But even if you have guessed, what of it? The Demon King raised his gaze to the three combatants engaged in battle on the screen. I shall quietly observe this confrontation, for certain reasons prevent me from engaging you directly. Consider yourself fortunate. Can I interpret your words to mean that you are incapable of retaliating against me, allowing me to strike at will? Dorank suddenly unleashed a surge of dragon energy, delivering a powerful punch that bore the unmistakable patterns of golden dragon markings. A clear indication of the pent-up force behind his strike. A resounding thud echoed as his fist met the Demon King's face, followed by a barrage of strikes from Dorank, whose dragon lineage granted him godlike prowess. Yet, to Dolank's astonishment, the Demon King's expression remained unchanged, as if he had merely been pelted with grains of sand, causing Dolank's eye to twitch. Good strength, but regrettably, here your attacks cannot inflict any harm upon me, the Demon King remarked. His smile unwavering. A distortion of the laws, I see. Realizing that his dragon energy was swiftly absorbed by an unseen force, rendering his attack nearly devoid of power, Dorank prepared to unleash a thorough beating on this insufferable being. That would be the wise choice. To lose all your dragon energy and revert to your former state here would be quite unfortunate. The Demon King had drained his cup of tea. Yet he did not set it down, continuing to observe the screen. You must understand that if you linger here, those idle elites will soon arrive. Even you, while capable of self-preservation, would find it quite troublesome to rescue that individual. Dorank pointed toward the golden-haired girl on the screen, if I am not mistaken. Your interest in remaining here is due to her. There is no harm in telling you. Yes, she is the only one among our demon race with the innate talent to command an army in battle. Though I'm not entirely certain, I do indeed wish to rescue her. The Demon King nodded in affirmation. Then why confine yourself and me within this peculiar space? Why not simply rescue her directly and dispense with this theater of valiant heroes versus Demon King? Dolank's lips twitched in irritation. And to think you deliberately constructed a castle in such a forsaken place. If I were to say I awaited your arrival, would you believe me? The Demon King inquired. What would you want me for? My preference lies with women, Dorank shot back bluntly. I suddenly feel inclined to cleave you in twain. The ever-smiling Demon King lost his composure. His previously squinted crimson eyes now radiating a murderous intent. Humph, even if you are a transcendent being, I may not be able to best you. But in this realm of distorted laws, you too are powerless against me. Dorank took a deep sip of red tea and retorted. No need to feign such a murderous demeanor. You cannot deceive me, ah? You are quite perceptive. Though I am curious as to how a mere 17-year-old hatchling possesses such knowledge. The Demon King resumed his earlier squinting demeanor. While it is true that dragonkind has the ability to share memories, for one so young among the dragon race, it seems rather unusual to spend every day poring over the memory vault. In truth, the Demon King spoke accurately. The dragon race's memory vault could facilitate such shared recollections. However, unlike what Dorank and Alice had discussed, the memories and knowledge within the vault required time for absorption, rather than instant comprehension. It is akin to a library. The memory vault has a search system that allows one to retrieve specific memories. But merely accessing them does not grant instant understanding. Time is needed to assimilate the information. As for why Dorank, a mere hatchling among the dragons, possessed such extensive knowledge, the Demon King suddenly inquired, "Did your father compel you to study relentlessly? Denying you a childhood?" Puffed. Dorank spat out his tea. "Is that something a Demon King ought to say?" "What does it matter?" The Demon King replied with a chuckle. "You differ greatly from my preconceived notions of a Demon King, making it hard for me to accept." Dorank scrutinized the Demon King, and after a moment, his expression turned serious. "You are also quite unlike my imagined princeling of the dragon race." The Demon King nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, as Dorank and the Demon King engaged in this amicable discourse, the battle between the youth and the girl had reached a fever pitch. "Hey, at this rate, we will either be crushed by that girl's magic or run to death. Don't you have any brilliant ideas?" Observing the vast magical array that obscured the cave's ceiling, Uhtred felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow. The girl's magical prowess was utterly astounding. How could she unleash such magic while those mages, who could barely cast a few spells before succumbing to exhaustion, stand a chance against her? Zhao Zhong remained silent, though it was evident he was struggling just to stand. This predicament had persisted for some time, with each of the girl's spells unleashed in staggering quantities, forcing Uhtred and Zhao Zhong to flee wildly within the cavern. Yet it was clear they were sustaining injuries despite their best efforts. "This is dire. If this continues, we will perish before they even arrive." Uhtred glanced toward the exit, uncertain if the mercenaries would succeed soon. If this persisted, even he would reach his limit. Just as Uhtred was racking his brains for a solution, a battered sword blocked his path. "What are you doing?" Uhtred asked, eyeing Zhao Zhong, who had transformed into a red-clad youth. "You don't seriously intend to confront that girl alone, do you?" "You should leave," Zhao Zhong replied tersely. "Are you joking? Do you think you can hold her off and let me escape? Don't be foolish. In your current state, you'd be dispatched in under a second. If anyone's leaving, it should be you." Uhtred brandished his massive sword, striding forward with bravado. "Hey, girl, keep those spells coming. I plan to take you back for some quality time." "Idiot!" Zhao Zhong paused, then tossed a small black orb back into his sleeve, glancing at his battered sword. A mysterious smile suddenly gracing his lips. In that peculiar space, the previously silent Dorank suddenly erupted into laughter, pointing at the figures of Zhao Zhong and Uhtred, exclaiming, "It seems I have won my wager." He then realized that he had inadvertently failed to post the 3rd chapter yesterday. His apologies were heartfelt as he mentioned just rising from bed, intending to brush his teeth, wash his face, and have his breakfast and lunch. Chapter 37. Suffocation. As a demon lord, his strength was indisputable, and the might of this earth demon lord was beyond mere terror. Even though she appeared as an innocuous golden-haired lowly, the colossal magic circle that rose behind her flowing golden locks clearly warned Uhtred against teasing this seemingly harmless child before he could withstand the impact of a 9th-level spell. The 9th-level dark magic, gloomy hell. Suddenly, the space before Uhtred fractured into numerous tiny fissures, through which he glimpsed a swirling abyss of darkness. An unsettling aura emanated, as if this were the maw of a demon capable of devouring all. Subsequently, an overwhelming gravitational force, so potent that even Uhtred found it difficult to resist, began to pull him in. "TCH, truly troublesome," Uhtred mused, possessing some understanding of 9th-level dark magic. Gloomy hell could be categorized as spatial magic, capable of shattering space anywhere to create pathways to the most perilous realms of the demon world, generating immense gravity that dragged enemies into this terrifying place from which there was no escape. Connection. Feeling multiple powerful forces tugging at his body as he was rapidly drawn toward a fissure, Uhtred's countenance shifted. His tiger-striped armor vibrated violently, and a pure silver light emanated from the armor's stripes, connecting to the stripes of his colossal sword. In an instant, both the armor and the sword radiated brilliance. As he noticed his body nearing the fissure, Uhtred narrowed his eyes, grasped the hilt of the colossal sword, and swung it toward the spatial crack. Boom! When the colossal sword, enveloped in silver light, struck the fissure, it felt akin to scissors severing a fine thread. The spatial crack unexpectedly split apart, linking the surrounding fissures and transforming into a larger, gaping hole of fractured space. This hole, distinctly different from the fissures, was far too vast for even the demon lord's power to sustain, causing it to vanish almost instantaneously, thus sparing Uhtred from plummeting into the abyss. The principle of this magic was to use magical energy to open a pathway directly to hell. The lowly demon lord's ability to create such numerous pathways was already a remarkable feat of magic. Yet directly opening a cavern was beyond her current capabilities. Severing space. The golden-haired lowly demon lord was momentarily taken aback. Although that strike was not overwhelmingly powerful, it had touched upon the aspect of the laws. Ninth-level magic was indeed formidable, but when compared to the laws, it still seemed rather feeble. It is worth noting that the classification of magic extends beyond merely 10 levels. Magic grades range from 1 to 12, followed by forbidden spells. Forbidden spells are also categorized differently, but they are termed forbidden because they cannot be cast at AS for the reasoning behind this. The lowly demon lord suddenly vanished from her spot, and in that moment, a dazzling beam of sword light cleaved through the afterimage she left behind. Did I fail? How astute, Uhtred remarked as he released one hand from the sword, planting the colossal sword into the ground and leaning against it. The beads of sweat on his forehead signaled that his stamina was waning. That last strike had indeed exhausted all his strength. Zhao Zhong, having dodged the lowly demon lord's strike, landed beside Uhtred. The golden-haired lowly demon lord hovered in the air, her dark skirt, or rather, the defense formed by dark magic, materializing once more. It seemed she had been battling while her attire was damaged before, as it now appeared almost identical to what Uhtred had first seen. In stark contrast, the two of them were in dire straits. Zhao Zhong, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, was a sight of utter devastation, while Uhtred managed a bitter smile as he glanced at the tiger stripes on his colossal sword, now beginning to fade. The demon lord's power had exceeded his imagination by leaps and bounds. Could even the weakest among them possess such strength? In this situation, what grants you such confidence in your victory? The heavenly demon lord inquired, turning his gaze from the shimmering screen to the seemingly indifferent Dorank. Dorank, clearly unwilling to divulge anything, revealed a hint of concern in his eyes. He had discerned Zhao Zhong's identity during the 3 days he was confined by the ghost doctor, and the emergence of that black orb had not exceeded his expectations. However, he was still taken aback by Zhao Zhong's choice to deploy it now. For such an object was not something its wielder would desire to use. If they possess no means to alter the current predicament, the next moment shall be their demise. The heavenly demon lord proclaimed before returning his attention to the screen. If you have no further strategies, then it shall be time to end your lives. The lowly demon lord raised her hands, and magical energy began to surge from her body. The exaggerated black magic coiled around her limbs like enormous serpents, converging into her palms. Hey, this feels ominously like a final gambit. Do you have a plan? Uhtred's urgency was palpable prior. Whether facing 9th-level spells or the overwhelming magic of the heavens, he had at least believed he could withstand them. But now, who could tell him what level of magic could be attributed to the sphere of dark energy, which had already reached a 5-meter radius? The formidable magical power emanating from it seemed to surpass even that of forbidden spells. Zhao Zhong remained silent, seemingly intent on charging forth again, but his injuries compelled him to halt abruptly, a mouthful of blood surging forth. It appears you are also at a loss. Very well, you must flee. Hurry and assist those fools in establishing the magic array. Uhtred observed Zhao Zhong, attempting to prop himself up with his sword, which was on the verge of shattering. With a resigned sigh, he grasped Zhao Zhong's collar and, before the latter could react, forcefully hurled him away. Ugh! Zhao Zhong plunged to the ground near the exit, watching Uhtred and the lowly demon lord grow increasingly distant. I may have been a bit too forceful, my apologies. However, Uhtred glanced at Zhao Zhong, who was struggling to his feet, then turned his attention to the lowly demon lord, who was poised to hurl the massive magical sphere with a single finger. All right, little lady, it's just you and me now, a lone man and a solitary woman. Although you may be older, you still appear to be a delectable little lowly. Allow this brave warrior the pleasure of treating you well, Uhtred declared, kicking the colossal sword into the air, where it spun several times before he gripped it tightly. After this next move, I cannot guarantee my survival, so at least grant me your name. The lowly demon lord, already weary of this incessantly chattering individual, had no intention of continuing their banter. With a flick of her finger, the immense dark magic sphere surged toward Utriad. At this juncture, you should obediently reveal your name. Perhaps I should let out a mighty roar, but how could I possibly muster that? As he beheld the encroaching darkness that obscured his vision, Utriad raised his colossal sword, his expression transforming into one of fury, reminiscent of a tiger in the mountains, unleashing its might upon the heavens, in the midst of the lowly demon lord's astonishment. A colossal tiger, adorned in glassy fur, materialized behind Utriad. Remarkably, the tiger seemed to mockingly regard the lowly demon lord, showing no deference to this seemingly invincible adversary. The Godslayer tiger, a legendary beast of god-slaying caliber. Tiger enters the forest. Utriad's roar echoed within the dark, magical sphere, and the illusory tiger transformed into a streak of light, surging into the sphere of dark magic. In that moment, the lowly demon lord's demeanor shifted, revealing a hint of seriousness. Beast spirit entering the body, the heavenly demon lord remarked, momentarily taken aback. So this fellow is a direct descendant of that entity. What a pity. That is not merely a beast spirit entering the body. This individual is truly courting death, Dorank observed. Narrowing his eyes, such actions would undoubtedly lead to his demise. This bizarre space had no discernible flaws or gaps, leaving Dorank to ponder whether this individual intended to remain trapped within. From the moment the lowly demon lord began to gather the magical sphere, Dorank had sought an exit from this space. Regrettably, he discovered that this realm resembled an impregnable prison, devoid of any escape routes. It was evident that the heavenly demon lord had crafted this space. Yet once formed, even the creator could not exit. Under the distortion of the laws, it was impossible for anyone to breach the confines of this realm, with no means to assist the two combatants. Dorank could only observe their struggle from within. The technique of beast soul infusion, a feat attainable solely by divine beasts, involves the separation of a portion of one's formidable spirit to bestow upon an individual with whom a covenant has been forged. This grants the recipient a fragment of the donor's potential and abilities, thereby significantly augmenting their strength. However, the soul remains impervious to harm, as it is also beyond the realm of healing. The act of soul separation consequently inflicts upon the donor an irreparable wound. A perilous undertaking for beings of such exalted caliber, where even the slightest vulnerability or flaw could spell their doom. Generally speaking, unless faced with imminent demise, very few divine beasts would willingly confer this power upon humans, even to their contracted partners. Nonetheless, it is evident that Utriad's beast soul infusion differs fundamentally from the traditional interpretation of the technique. While intriguing, Dorank could indeed perceive the distinction. I'm counting on you. Damn it! The previous misjudgment has led to this unfortunate circumstance of being stuck with this fellow. Casting a glance at the demon king, who was conjuring yet another cup of red tea, Dorank suddenly remarked with a fierce glare, "Just wait and see where you go to relieve yourself. May you suffer from a desperate urge to urinate." Puff! The demon king unexpectedly spewed forth his red tea.